Good morning and welcome to the Property Revolution Summit. My name is Kevin McDonald and I'm going to be your host for the day. So throughout today, you're going to hear from different people about different property investment strategies that they're using right now in the property market. In property at the moment, things are changing dramatically at a fast pace. Things that worked a year ago, they're not working right now. So we need to be staying at the front of our game, at the forefront of what's happening in the industry. We're in the middle of a mini boom right now, but that's all going to change as we head into the winter, as we head past October when furlough comes to an end. So we need to be moving with the market, watching what's happening, and be aware of the changes that are coming so we can pivot quickly and continue on our property journey. So whether you're starting out in property or whether you have already got a property business at the moment, then there'll be things today that we'll be sharing with you that can help you on your property journey. So we'll be with you until about 6 o'clock this evening. So make sure you grab tea, coffee, plan your dinner in and stuff. And we will be covering lots of different stuff over the day. And clicker's not working, guys. One second. Now it is. Sorry about that. So as a thank you for being online during the day, we're going to give you some gifts. And at different points during the day, I will be putting up links on the screen for you that you can just literally click on from home, download, and get free documents from us, just as a thank you for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. One of those is a book I wrote, The 7 Biggest Mistakes When Starting Out in Property and How You Can Avoid Them. So they're the mistakes I've made when I started out way back in 2002, and it'll help you hopefully from going down and making the same mistakes as I did. Secondly, you're going to get the Progressive Property Viewing Summary. Now, the Progressive Property Viewing Summary is a list of things that you need to look for when doing a property viewing. So when you're looking at a property, there's a lot of things you need to keep an eye out for to make sure that you're picking the right type of property and you're spotting any problems with that property before you buy the property. Also, we're going to give you a free report on the 6 steps to creating a property lead magnet. In property, you need to have marketing, you need to have leads coming into your business. So the 6 steps to creating that lead magnet to allow unlimited number of leads to be coming into your property business so that you can actually get the deals done. So they're the free reports that we're going to give you throughout the day. The screen's just gone. Throughout the day, it's back. So how can we help? There's a number of people that I speak to regularly and they've got challenges in their property business. And one of those challenges is, what do we do now? What do we do in the current economic crisis? What do we do while COVID is happening? What do we do after COVID's happening? And a lot of people have got challenges, questions in your businesses. Any questions you may have, we at Progressive are here to help you. So I've just put a link up on the screen, bit.ly/progressive help. If you have any questions, anything you need help and support with, just go to that link, put in your questions, and one of the team will get back to you with an answer to your questions, to your problems. So that's for at any point, anything you need during your journey. So what is today all about? So today, we've got a number of different topics that we're going to be covering and helping you with. Number one is I'm going to be starting off sharing about how to get restarted in property. So if maybe you're at the beginning of your journey and you've not started yet. So sorry guys. So it's getting started in property or getting restarted in property. So how can you get started, build your business, or how do you get restarted if you maybe hit a roadblock and got stuck in your current journey at the moment? Secondly, is we're going to be covering no money down property investment strategies. So when I came to Progressive in 2013, I was in over 100 grand of debt. I had to learn creative property investment techniques. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you some of those very techniques that I used to build a multi-million-pound property business. Now, a lot of people, when they're starting out in property, they're trying to use their own savings. The biggest challenge you have is that you don't have enough money in savings to build that scalable business. So I will be sharing with you about what no money down is all about and how you can do no money down investing. And the myths around what people think no money down is and what it actually is. After that, David Siegler is going to be joining us. So David Siegler is the UK's leading expert in packaging of property deals. He will be showing you how to package and sell deals from your mobile phone. So literally, no matter where you are in the country, how you can source, secure, and package deals on to other investors who are looking to build portfolios without the need for you to buy the property at all. So David will be in later on today sharing that with you. Then I'm going to be spending some time helping you about what's stopping you right now. Because a lot of people I meet, a lot of people, they know stuff. They know stuff about property. They know stuff about business, but they're not implementing it. So what I'll be doing is helping you actually overcome those fears, overcome those challenges of what is stopping you to move you forward on your property business. Then we'll be hearing from Kevin Paneskis about serviced accommodation and the bounce back we're seeing in serviced accommodation at the moment. So at the start of lockdown back at the end of March, serviced accommodation business took a huge hit. So holiday lets, hotel short stay accommodation, huge hit because of the lockdown. There has been a phenomenal bounce back in serviced accommodation in the last couple of months. And a lot of that has come from the fact about staycations and a lot of people who are working away from home wanting to stay in SA units rather than stay in hotels. So Kevin will be in sharing about how you can benefit from that later on today as well. And then finally, I'm going to finish the day with helping you with your next 90-day plan. So there is still over 90 days left in 2020. I will be helping you plan out those 90 days. What are the smart actions to be taken during that 90-day period to help you get your business off the ground or reinvigorated, restarted to get ready for 2021? So what I'd like to start with this morning, first of all, is about getting started in property or restarted in property. And it is a simple 5-step system to getting restarted on your property journey. I'd love some aircon, guys, if we can. So the start of your property business, really fundamental, is that you're not just guessing what to do. The start of your property business is that you have a clear plan on how to scale your property business. So we need to put in a plan. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So the plan around your business is absolutely critical. And you should be looking at your plan and changing it all the time. I have a daily plan, a weekly plan, a 90-day plan, and then the long-term vision. And my 90-day plan is the one I'm always working to. 90 days, the next 90 days, the next 90 days. And I break that down into my week, what I'm going to do this week, and then down into what my actions are for today. The long-term vision is what a lot of people focus on. They focus on the long-term vision, which is somewhat of a dream because it's very hard to actually get somewhere when you're focused too far ahead and you become overwhelmed. It is about breaking that down into a structured plan of the actions that you can actually do today. And when you're focused on that long-term dream, a lot of people don't make the time to actually put the effort in, put the steps in, put the work in to get to where that dream is. And that's because I find quite often is they are in their comfort zone. But where the magic happens is outside of your comfort zone. And if you're listening in this morning and you've maybe been in property for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and you're not getting the results that you're hoping to get, a lot of that is down to the fact that you're in your comfort zone and you don't have that clear plan. Now, you can ask yourself this question at home. Are you someone who you know what needs to be done, but you're just not getting it done? And maybe that's because you don't have the right accountability, you don't have the right support, you don't have that right plan in place to take the actions that need to be taken today, to see the wood from the trees, to move forward. Now, I was the very same as you when I started in property way back in 2002. This was me before Progressive. I was working for a construction company called Lang O'Rourke. So many of you may have heard of Lang O'Rourke, and I was working 60 plus hours a week. My job was going around different construction companies around the UK doing auditing. So I was auditing different construction sites, checking if the workers had filled in the right paperwork, followed the right systems and the right procedures. I was on the road visiting construction sites, staying in hotels away from my family. I was doing 50,000+ miles a year from everywhere from the north of Scotland to Northern Ireland down to the south coast of England. And I knew I wanted to do something in property. And I got started in property in 2003, and I bought my first properties between 2003 and 2005. But what I did was I tried to do it alone, without any education, without any support, without the right knowledge. And I lost a lot of money. You see, buying property doesn't automatically make you money. Buying the right property is what makes you money. Property can lose you money just as easily as it can make you money. So it's about making sure you understand what types of property to buy, and also what types of property to buy in the right markets and the right method of acquiring the property. So I did some training in 2007, and that was just before the biggest crash in history, 2008. And my mindset was completely wrong. I did absolutely nothing until 2013, when I attended the Progressive Property Super Conference at Wembley Stadium. Now, I thought in 2007 that that was the worst time in the world to get into property. Just after my training, within a couple of months, the biggest financial crash in history came. And I decided, bad timing, do nothing. It was only in 2013 when I met Rob Moore and Mark Homer, the co-founders of Progressive Property. And I heard their story of how they met in 2006. And they actually built their property business through that biggest crash in history. Because the wealthiest people on this planet, they make their money in a downturn. More billionaires, more millionaires are created in a time of a crisis than are ever created in a time of a rise, because they observe the masses and do the opposite. In 2008, I went with the masses and I followed what they were doing. I promised myself I would never miss another opportunity like that again. And next year, 2021, 2022, that is going to be the new 2009, 2010. Phenomenal opportunities are going to be available in the property market. This is our time. It's my time. It's your time. But we need to be ready. We need the right knowledge, the right support, the right structure, and we need to take action in the right way. But this is going to be a golden opportunity. Probably the biggest opportunity in history to create massive wealth through property. These are the sort of things I used to buy before I came to Progressive. So that was an apartment in Turkey with an old 1970s odd TV, bought in the early 2000s. I should have known. The middle one is an apartment in Bulgaria, and the one on the right is it was a piece of land where an off-plan apartment was being built. Those properties lost me a significant amount of money. 2013, 11 years after my first venture into property investing, I gave it another go. Now, I lost 11 years, an entire decade of my life. The wealthiest people on this planet, what they realize is that time is their most valuable asset. The amount of money I lost was not what I invested in those properties. I lost 11 years of opportunity to make more money. Don't waste another day. Don't waste another year. You have got to invest in yourself now. You've got to invest in your property businesses now. You have got to create passive income to push forward. In 2013, I came back. I did some education at Progressive. 2014, I managed to get out of to replace my income in my job. Now, I didn't leave my job. I stayed in my job. And here's a key message. I see a lot of people and they quit their jobs way too soon. They think the solution is quit your job. I can't do property because I've got a job. I need to be full-time. And then they quit their job. Here's the reality. There's enough time for you to do property and a job. There's 168 hours in the week. If you're working 50 and you're sleeping 50, that's 100. You've got 68 other hours. If you're not making use of those 68 hours, if you're not being smart with your available time, what makes you think that having more time available is just going to make any more help to you? Quitting your job, having an extra 40 hours is not the solution. By the way, guys, if you have any questions, anything you want covered today, put them in the comments box. Later on today, I will go through all of those questions with the team and I'll answer any question you have. So anything you want to know about property, anything you want to know about today, get the questions in the comments box. We will go through those and we will answer your questions during the day as well. So make sure you hang on, make sure you put your questions in the comments box. If you're finding this helpful as well, just leave me a helpful in the comments box. That would be really cool. So what am I doing today? So with since I joined Progressive 2013, since I got educated by Progressive, I've become a full-time property investor. I went full-time in property in 2016. I've now got multiple businesses. So I've got a number of different property businesses. I've got a letting agency. I've got a number of different businesses with different joint venture partners. I'm now a speaker and trainer. So I teach, I give back, and I help people on their property journey. And that is really powerful because I learn from people to get myself out of my job. And now I give back to other people to help you through that same journey. In 2014, I replaced my income in less than 12 months after coming to Progressive. Replaced my income while in a full-time job. Didn't leave the job till 2016. In fact, I got to over 10 grand a month before I quit my job. And a lot of people said I left it too long, and I probably did. But the reason was because I had this big fear that it could all go wrong again because of having lost so much money in the early 2000s. And I stayed in my job probably a bit too long. However, I have proven that you can build massive cash flow whilst you're still in a full-time job. Work part-time on your fortune, full-time on your job. You then work full-time on your fortune. Over 50% of my portfolio is built using joint venture finance. Now, I'm going to talk to you later on today about no money down property investing. One no money down investment technique is not using your own money, none of your own money. I have built up a significant property portfolio, multi-million pound portfolio, and over 50% of that portfolio was done with joint ventures where somebody else put the money in and I manage the property and get 50% of the profits. And a lot of people I hear say, oh, well, I want to own it all myself. And that's fair enough. You can own it all yourself. But the challenge you got is you'll own one house or two houses, then you run out of money and you're stuck. When you're using other people's money and getting 50% share, you can do 1 deal, 2 deals, 3 deals, 4 deals, 10 deals, 20 deals, 30 deals. You could do 30 deals within a short period of time and have 50% of them, meaning you'll own 15. You scale quickly. The very wealthy people on this planet, they all have multiple businesses. They all joint venture. Poor mindset is I want to keep it all myself. I want to have all the pie, but then you end up with a little pie. I would rather have a small percentage of a huge pie than all of a tiny pie. I'll show you how today. My first JV partner to give me funds for a deal was somebody I met right here at Progressive Property. So a fellow student, met them here at Progressive when I started my journey. And the thing about Progressive Property, that in the Progressive VIP program, so Progressive run a VIP mentorship program. In that VIP program, over 60 plus million pounds is joint ventured just within the VIP program every single year. Hundreds of millions of pounds have been joint ventured within that community. The VIP program is running since 2007. There's over 1,000 property investors since 2007 that have come through the VIP program. Now, only 1,000 because it's a closed, small knit community where you have to literally get approved to join. You can't just join the VIP program. It is literally, you have to apply to get in. And only a certain type of person gets in. But over 60 million pounds a year is joint ventured within that community. So don't say I cannot access the money, because the money is there. There's more money in the world today than there's ever been. They're printing the stuff. It's just having the access to that money. And it's about your network. Your network is your net worth. And it's being around the right type of people. You are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. At home right now, just write down the name of 5 people you spend a lot of time with. And if they're not millionaires or multimillionaires, they may be your friends and family. Keep them as your friends and family, but don't get your financial advice off them. You should not be getting your financial advice off people who are not multimillionaires. I've raised over £4 million in joint venture finance. Now, here's the thing. £4 million of joint venture finance might not seem a lot of money, but the reality is £4 million of joint venture finance doesn't let you just buy £4 million worth of property, because buy, refurbish, refinance, recycle the cash, £4 million of joint venture finance can allow you to buy millions and millions of pounds worth of property. It's about being smart with the funding. You don't need tens of millions of pounds to start to build a huge property business. You only need a small amount of money. I've set up my own letting agency. So I've done so many property deals now that we had to open up our own lettings business to manage the portfolio. Now, if somebody said that to me way back in 2014, I'd have laughed at them. I thought, no chance. Within 6 short years, I've managed to do that. Now, here's a lesson. In 2002 and 2003, when I started in property, I tried to become a millionaire and take over the world in the first couple of years. And I tripped over, I found debt, and I lost over a whole decade. In 2014, I just focused on doing one deal at a time. And over 6 short years, I've completely changed my life financially. You need to think big, absolutely, but start small. Let's start small, let's replace your income, and then we can scale the business. My specialist strategies, as I mentioned, is no money down property investing, which I'll share some with you later on today. I've got over 200 HMO rooms. We've got single-lets, flats, houses, land, commercial conversions, a mixture of things. I'm not looking for a certain type of property. I'm looking to help solve people's problems. And if that deal then makes me money, we'll do the deal. What has this allowed me to do? It's allowed me to spend more time with my family. It allows me to work from home. It allows me to give my wife a dream wedding. It allows me to go on holidays a lot. Now, my wife's Latvian and I'm Irish, so it allows us to go either to Ireland or Latvia regularly pre-COVID to spend a lot of time with family and in my family. And we allowed me to get my dream home. So 2014, I was living in a room in a shared house. March 2018, I moved to my dream home. Now, dreams change regularly because March 2018, I moved to my dream home. However, in May 2020, in the middle of the lockdown, I moved again to another home because my dream in 2018 was completely different from my dream in 2020. And you would be surprised how quickly things can change. Set your initial goals, then move forward. It's about that 90-day plan, that 1-year plan. So set up your business. This is to get restarted. Let's focus on setting the business up. Do you want to do single lets? Maybe it's houses of multiple occupation. Maybe it's serviced accommodation. Maybe lease options. And I'm going to share with you what lease options are. It's a no money down strategy. Maybe it's rent to rent, another no money down strategy. Maybe it's flips, or maybe it's commercial to residential. So David Siegler is going to come in today and show you how you can deal package any one of those. Kevin Peneskis is going to share with you all about serviced accommodation. And I'll talk to you about how you could take options. And you could do options on SA, options on HMOs, options on single-lets, options on commercial. You can even do a flip without ever buying the flip. That's a no money down strategy. So we will be covering all of these today throughout the day. So make sure you stay online for the entire day. Deal packaging, as I mentioned. So what type of properties do I buy now? This is one of the deals we purchased. Now, this looks like a little old pub that's in very poor condition on the outside, and it looks like it's got a small little backyard. A lot of people miss the opportunities when they look at buildings because they don't see the inside, they don't take the time to go and view, and they miss the opportunity. This property, when it was on the market, was on for over 135 grand. Now, I had to set a financial thermostat where I couldn't look at deals under 125 grand. So I wasn't even seeing this deal. I had passed by it for about a year before I eventually went and looked at it. And I realized I missed a huge opportunity because it looks like there's a fence in the back garden. And then behind the fence is somebody else's block built shed. Reality is when I went inside and walked around the back of the building, that fence was just separating the back, one part of the back garden from the other part, from the barbecue area. And this is actually the floor plan. And we turned this building from a pub that a family had bought it as a pub and converted it into a family home, a husband and wife. And they had done all of the first floor on the right-hand side picture, and they'd done the ground floor at the front. And then they ran out of money. Now, in the back part of the building, they had done all of the insulation, they'd done all the block work, they'd done all the floors, and then they literally ran out of money. Because of financial problems, they separated. And the guy was left living there alone, and he just wanted rid of it because of all the bad feeling he had from the building. So we purchased this building with a joint venture partner. So joint venture partner put the funds in for the purchase and the refurb costs. We developed it, done it up, and converted it into an 8-bed HMO. So an 8-bed HMO, 3 en-suites, 2 shared bathrooms for the other 5 rooms. That property, we spent £186,000 on it. We got it revalued at 260,000 and got a mortgage of 193. All of our money out plus £7,000. I own 50% of the equity, 50% of the cash flow. That makes about £1,200 a month. So around £600 a month each every single month. And I put none of my own money in. And no money down is about making sure that you're not using your earned income from a job to build your property business. If you're liking this, give me a liking it in the comments box. Because we also did this deal. Now, this looked like a for sale sign on a small little 2-bed cottage. The reality was that the entire building that's been rendered was for sale. So the 2-bed plus the large 3-story building. Also on the large 3-story building, it looks like there's no windows on the top floor. But when you go inside the building and look from the inside, the windows have been bricked out and rendered over. Meaning for planning, we could just remove the render because it's got prior precedence because the windows were there before, allowing us to convert the top floor into bedrooms. We bought the entire building and converted it into a 12-bed all-ensuite HMO. Again, my job in this was negotiating the deal. Someone else brought the money in. We even joint ventured at the builder. So the builder got a share of the project. That deal there, a 12-bed all-ensuite HMO, brings in an income of over $4,000 a month cash flow coming in, a profit of around $1,000 a month. That building, right? That building was none of my own money down. We also buy this. So this is a block of 6 apartments. So 6 flats, an old brewery that in the 70s had been converted into 6 flats. I converted it into apartments. Now, what's the difference between a flat and an apartment? Well, just the name, to be honest. But what they were was old style 70s little bed sets. So you had a bathroom, a bed, a bathroom, a kitchen, and then a sitting room that you slept in. All we did was we took the kitchen out and made it the bedroom. So we had a bathroom, a bedroom, and then put the kitchen where the sitting room was to make it a kitchen diner. So we just took it out of the 70s and put it into the 21st century. That building, total costs in 225 grand, refinanced at 285,000 pounds, 60 grand of equity, and we got a mortgage at 213. JV partner funded it, all of the money back out apart from around 12 grand. It makes £1,400 a month profit. The JV partner got all of that money till the remainder of their money was back out. Then we split it each month, about 700 quid a month each. So you can do these deals. How do I know? Because these deals are in my town. These deals are in your town as well. What I see people do is they try and travel all over the country trying to find deals in towns they don't know. You should be investing in your area because you know your area better than anybody else. You're the subject matter expert of your area. You know the good streets, you know the bad streets, you know what the population is like, you know where people want to invest. Get the right knowledge on how to find the deals. You already have the knowledge of your area. That will make you a powerful property player locally to you. Now, it's not just bigger projects I buy. I also buy small houses. Now, this house here, number 48, that is a lease option. So I'll show you about lease options today as well and how you can control other people's properties. And this Bread and Roses Cafe, that looks like a small little commercial building. What it actually is a really long building. So I'll show you this length. That is the roof. Huge, long building. But there's an apartment upstairs. Now, I got planning permission to convert that into two apartments. The problem is I cannot access them because there's a building on either side and I'm not able to get up from the front. The council, because it's a conservation area, won't allow 2 access points. However, what I did was I read the town plan. And on the town plan, if you notice this 3-story building to the right, and then you've got the smaller buildings. On the town plan, they've built a new cinema in town and they've built a bus station behind this building, behind my shop. So I converted this into our lettings business, but with a massive plan. The massive plan was looking at what the council are going to do, the foresight, and to have a look at what they're going to do and identify where there's going to be an opportunity. The council have a government grant to spend millions of pounds improving the top half of town. What they're doing is they're putting an alleyway, Skittle Alley, an alleyway right next to my shop. So you can see the 3-story building, then the 2-story, then the alleyway, and then number 83. If I go back again, that 3-story building is this 3-story building that says Santa's. So that one there on the far right is the building that says Santa's. Mine is the middle one. And then where there's a little alleyway with the window just above it, that is this building that says Street. They're putting an alleyway, a walkway from the bus station to the cinema right next to my building. They're going to render the entire building. They're going to replace the windows, a new shop front, new roof, everything, grand money, giving me access to the apartments from the back. Without doing a single thing to the building, it will over double in value. I didn't get lucky by finding this. I read my town plan. Look at your town plan locally to you and identify what's happening. There's no such thing, right, of below market value. When you buy a property, that is the market value. People talk about, oh, I'm going to get a 100 grand house, buy it for 75. If you buy a 100 grand house for 75 grand, you've got a 75 grand house. You've set the new market value. It's about being creative. It's about below potential future added value. How can you add value to a building? These are the opportunities that are right on your doorstep, right where you live. So let's get you making money in property. Once you've got the deal done, you need to look at the tenant type. What type of tenant will I have? So am I going to put families in? Maybe local housing authority, maybe students, maybe professionals. Maybe I'm going to run it as serviced accommodation. Or maybe I don't want any tenants at all. So maybe I'm going to do a buy to sell, buy to flip. I'm going to show you in No Money Down later today how you can do don't buy to flip. Don't buy to flip. Maybe you want to do deal sourcing or packaging. So David Siegler is going to help you with that today. Or maybe you don't want tenants at all. You want tenant buyers. Tenant buyers is another No Money Down strategy that I will share with you in a while also. But let's focus. That's your tenant type. Before we look at our tenant type, let's focus on acquisition. How are we going to buy it? Are we going to purchase it? So if you're going to purchase the property, are you going to purchase with cash? Here's the problem with purchasing with cash. You don't have enough. Now, many people are listening and they go, well, I do have enough. Well, maybe you do to do one deal or two deals, but do you have enough money to do 12, 22, 122 property deals? Because the reality is, no matter how much money you have, you're going to run out of money before you've scaled a big enough business. That's why you need to be creative on how you build your property business. You need to leverage other people's money, leverage other people's knowledge, leverage other people's systems, leverage other people's properties. So you could leverage other people's money. The bank is a place to start. Buy-to-let mortgages, commercial mortgages. But you could also leverage private investors' money. The traditional method is to get mortgages. Save up a deposit, get a mortgage, use your money for the deposit and use the mortgage money. However, you could joint venture. Joint venturing is a creative way of building your property business without the need to exchange your time for money in a job. But you could also access your pension. So what a lot of people don't realize is they've actually got the money. It's sitting in their pension pot. And their pension pot is invested in stocks and shares or something that they don't know anything about. They've got a broker looking after their pension. Now, a broker typically manages your money until you're broke. That's what a broker does. Take control of your own financial destiny. Have you heard of a SIPP or a SAS? A SIPP, an SIPP, or a SAS, SSAS. A SIPP allows you to buy commercial property within your pension pot. But a SAS, which is what I have, is very powerful. Because you could buy commercial property within your pension pot, but you could actually do a loan back. So you convert your pension into a SAS, you can buy commercial property within the SAS, or you could do a loan back to your limited company, who would be a trustee of the SAS, and you can buy residential property in your limited company and pay the money back into your SAS after you have purchased it, refurbished it, refinanced it. Massive, massive opportunity to use money you're already sitting on to build your property business and build your pension at the same time. I spent 14 years working for Lang O'Rourke, and my pension pot was worth about 140 grand. Since I turned it into a SAS in 2016, my pension pot today is worth over 300 grand. 14 years to get to 140 grand. In just 4 years, it has more than doubled. Why? Because I took control of my own pension pot. If you're liking the idea of taking control of your own pension, just give me a hashtag SAS or SAS in the comments box, SSAS. But what if you don't want to purchase it? What if you want to control it? Because you could control property to make the cash. Instead of using your own cash to buy it, you could control it to make the cash. And the whole point of property is to make more money, not spend money, make money. You could use a lease option. I will share with you later on how you can use lease options to build a massive property business. And rent to rent. Rent to rent is a control strategy. Rent to rent is a strategy to get cash flow. And a lot of people do rent to rent, but they miss a huge opportunity. Rent to rent to create the cash, and an option to buy to create the long-term legacy. I will be sharing with you how to do that with No Money Down later today. Warren Buffett once said, invest in as much as yourself as you can, as you are your own biggest asset by far. I used to spend years, right, working for another company who invested in me. They sent me on loads of trainings to invest in me, or what I seen investing in me. And they were investing in me. But here's the thing. They were investing in me to get me better, to make me better. But to make me better at what? To make me better at making them more money. But I never invested in myself. You are your own biggest asset. Invest in yourself, invest in your own financial education, and make you better at making you money. And this starts with relationships as well. So you need to have good relationships. Who is in your team? Remember, it's your network. Who have you got in your team? The letting agents, the estate agents, the builders, the brokers, the accountants, the solicitors, your mentor. Who's in your team? Is there the agents, what vendors, what joint venture partners? And joint venture partners are not just to give you money to do property deals. When you joint venture, you don't just access somebody's money. You access their power team. You access all of the people in their network. And that is massively powerful. It compounds your growth. Massively, massively powerful. And it's kind of similar to COVID in a way. If you imagine COVID and how you looked at things, one person meets somebody and that person meets somebody else and it spreads and it multiplies. Property is the very same thing. You meet one person who's wealthy. They know other people who are wealthy. They introduce you to those people and your network expands and expands and expands. We have seen this more than ever in the last few months, but we're not doing it in business. It's a fundamental principle. You need to follow the same principles in business to get yourself to know more people. The network is your net worth. Business partners, not just joint venture partners, business partners. There's a difference. A joint venture partner might fund a property deal, might do a property deal with you. A business partner might be somebody like I have, where I set up my letting agents with somebody. So is it business partners, joint venture partners? Mentors. A lot of people I speak to, they say they never had a mentor. The reality is you've always had a mentor. My first mentor, right, they taught me to walk. They taught me to crawl before I learned to walk. They taught me to go to school. They taught me I needed a good education. They taught me I needed to get a good job with a good pension. They taught me that money doesn't grow on trees. They taught me that you have to work hard for money. They taught me all of this stuff. I started my first job when I was 15 years old. At 37, giving my age away a little bit there, but at 37, 22 and a half years working hard for money, I had built a debt. Within a few short years of working smart for money, I had built financial freedom. So mentors is what changed my life. I got Rob Moore and Mark Homer to mentor me. They mentor people on the VIP program. They mentored me and they have completely changed my life. I still invest in my mentorship. I still have Rob Moore and Mark Homer at Progressive mentor me. Why? Because it brings back a massive return every single year in improving my business. Everyone is mentored. If you look at life, everybody is mentored. Mentors either hold you back or drive you forward. And maybe the mentors you've got around you at the moment are people saying, why would you want to do that? Are you not happy? Focus on your job, etc. They're not trying, by the way, and that was my family, and they're not trying to hold you back. They're trying to protect you because they don't know any difference. Love your family, but invest in your education and your future and get around mentors who have walked the road before you. Different mentors give you different things. Look at Simon Cowell, right? Simon Cowell is a mentor on X Factor. Now, he doesn't, as a mentor, the person doesn't just have Simon. What they've got is they've got the team. He's got voice coaches. He's got dance coaches. He's got all these different types of coaches. It's about making sure that you're in a community where you have all of the support that you need. So serviced accommodation, deal packaging, no money down, commercial conversions. They're all different things. It's like the voice coach, the dance coach on the X Factor. But anyone who's successful, there's some brilliant singers out there. They know how to sing, but it's only when they get mentored that they get the results. Having the best voice doesn't make you successful. Being around the right people does. Your network is your net worth. I spend time around successful people. I spend time with people like Jay Dillon, Joe Vellante, former winner of The Apprentice, Ann Holton, the buy-to-let queen. She's got more single-let properties than anyone I know. Ray McLennan used to be a member of Angel's Den. He's now got he finances an angel investor with an access to millions and millions of pounds of angel investment finance. Hugely powerful person. Glenn Delve, when Glenn came to Progressive Property, he was in massive debt in a commercial job, a corporate job. Glenn now has over 60 million pounds per year of commercial property deals in his pipeline. People like Rob Moore and Mark Homer, as I mentioned, and David Siegler and Jamie York. So David Siegler, he's going to hear from him later on today. The most knowledgeable person in the industry, in the UK, on deal packaging, He's taught deal packaging to pretty much everyone who's come through Progressive Property. But it starts with training about leveraging other people's experience. Leverage other people's experience. Leverage other people's mistakes so you get it right the first time. The crazy thing to do is to go out and make your own mistakes. Every mistake in property has already been made. Anything that could go wrong has already gone wrong. So why are you making the same mistakes as other people have made? I was told for years, it's smart to learn from your own mistakes. That's stupid advice. It's not smart to learn from your own mistakes. It's smart to learn from other people's mistakes and not make the mistake yourself. When learning from my mistakes in Eastern Europe, when I lost a lot of money, that wasn't smart by me. That was stupid because other people before me had made that same mistake. I just didn't seek out the knowledge. You don't have to do it, all right? Do not have to do it alone. You have got a choice. You can do it alone or you can do it with other people. Here's the reality. You do it alone, you could reach your destination, but you will lose time. Doing it with other people around you. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. I tried to go fast and I tripped over and found debt. Now I'm going far because I'm going far with the right people around me, the right support structure around me. And you have got access to that today. I've done formal education. This was me in Laing O'Rourke with a little bit more hair than I've got now. This was me in Laing O'Rourke working hard for money. And this was my line manager giving me a green belt Six Sigma certification. One of the many training courses Laing O'Rourke put me on. Now they spent millions of pounds a year on training. This was one of the trainings they put me on. And I received this green belt Six Sigma certificate for doing a project that saved Laing O'Rourke maybe a couple of million quid a year. And that project got me a pay rise of £92 a month. £92 a month. If I want to get a pay rise today, I will get another rent-to-rent deal or another lease option deal. And they'll pay me £500 to £1,000 a month. Now, they got you in this chain. In April, they used to tell us we'd get a bonus and we'd find out what the bonus would be in October. They'd give us the bonus in October. In October, we'd find out there'd be a pay rise in April. Then April, you'd find out about the October bonus, and then October, the April pay rise. It was April pay rise, October bonus, April, October, April, October, April, October, and you went round and round in circles, waiting for those few months to get your little bit of extra money. What is that? It's called a rat race. It's called trapping you in the rat race, and you've got to break out of that. I, at Laing O'Rourke, had a company car. And one of the biggest things that really hurt me when I was leaving my job was having to give up the company car. Because in my mind, my mindset was that that was a free car. But the reality is I was paying huge benefit in kind on it. I was paying massive tax on that car. Today, I have a nicer car than I had in Laing O'Rourke, a nicer car, and it costs me less money. Why? Because I control it through somebody else's house that brings in cash flow that pays for the car. So working smart, not hard. Formal education, it made me a living. This was me with self-education. I've been a student. I'm now teaching, but I sat in the training rooms at Progressive Property and I've learned how to be a successful property investor. I've sat there, I've come through the trainings. I've got my certificates. That's Rob Moore handing me a certificate. And I know I'm in crazy stripy shirts today and I was in crazy stripy shirts back then, but I don't always wear stripes. This is a uniform. It's a bit nuts. It's a uniform. But the point is, it doesn't mean you don't need to wear stripes to be successful. You need knowledge and the right network to be successful. Jim Rohn once said, formal education will make you a living. It's self-education that makes you a fortune. Self-education. Start to invest in yourself, in your self-education. So how can you get the same results? It's about accelerated immersion. What are you waiting for? Let's immerse yourself in property. Immerse yourself in the challenge. If you're online today on a Sunday morning, you have a dream to be successful in property. Here's what I'll tell you. A dream is not good enough. You need to have a goal and you need to take massive action. Align yourself with the right people, get the right goals, and take massive action. Dreams don't come true. Actions make your dreams come true. And I'm going to leave you with this, and we'll take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes. Zig Ziglar once said, you don't have to be great to start, but you do have to start to be great. Too many people are trying to be perfect before they ever get started in property. They're trying to have the perfect business card, the perfect systems, the perfect area. They're trying to find the perfect deal. You don't need the perfect deal. You just need a property that works. You don't need to be in the best area. I got to go and invest in Kevin McDonald's area because that must be the area that works. No, because I've got people coming to my area all the time because it's my area. And they're buying properties on streets that I wouldn't touch. Why? Because they don't know the area. They don't know the area. You cannot invest in streets where you don't know. You are the subject matter expert of your area. You know your area better than anybody else. That's where you should be investing. But here's the secret. You have got to start. There is not a successful person on this planet, not a successful person who started when they were great. No, they just started and they became great. I might have made mistakes when I started in property, but at least I started. At least I took that first step and I got going. And by the way, even though I went backwards, I had the momentum to be able to turn it around and move forward. If you are fear of making mistakes, fear is false evidence appearing real. That's what fear is. It's false evidence appearing real. If you're fearful of making mistakes, align yourself to people who will keep you safe. I live my life on luck. Luck is labor under the correct knowledge. You are going to get the correct knowledge today. But here's the thing. It's pointless just getting the correct knowledge and not using it. There are people all over this country, all over the world that know stuff and that they don't use. Luck is labor under the correct knowledge. Not correct knowledge. The L word is the key word, the labor. You've got to put the effort in. But here's what I promise you. It's the easiest hard work you'll ever do. I work 70 plus hours a week in Langwell work. 70 plus hours a week, and I built a debt. Few years with the correct knowledge and taking smart steps, 8 to 10 hours a week. If you can commit 8 to 10 hours a week of your 168 hours and work smartly with those hours, you will change your financial future for generations to come. But you've got to work smart at it. So guys, I'm going to leave you that for a moment. We're going to take a break for a couple of minutes, and I will join you back here in a few minutes' time, where we will be sharing with you no money down property investing, what no money down property investing is and what it is not. There's myths out there about what no money down is. I will share with you exactly what it is and how you can make massive cash flow quickly to replace your income, free you from your job. So you get your time back initially, get your time back to then scale your property business. Remember, during the day today, we're going to be giving you giveaways. So you're going to be getting a free report from me, the 7 biggest mistakes when starting out in property and how to avoid them. We're going to give you the Progressive Property Viewing Summary Sheet, so you know exactly what to look at when you go into properties to do viewings on properties. And we're going to be giving to you the 6 steps to create a property lead magnet. So they're free giveaways. Be online. We will give those away during the day to you. We've also got some other surprises during the day as well. So make sure you're online, and I will be back in a couple of moments with no money down property investing and how you can use it to scale your property business. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes. Hi, welcome back everybody. Kevin McDonald here. Hope you've enjoyed the morning so far. I talked about getting restarted in property, but now it's about getting into the detail about how you can build your property business. I'm going to be sharing with you about no money down property investing. Now, maybe you're listening in today because you want to change something in your life. Maybe you want to make the next 12 months the best 12 months of your life. And there's probably never been a better time to do that. And what a lot of people feel they want to do is get investments done, which is clear. So you can invest in various different things, but property, that's one of the fundamental places to invest in business. More millionaires and more billionaires have been created through property than anything else in history. It is fundamentally one of the pillars for success. So people focus on trying to own a lot of houses. Just in the comments box, give me a own if you want to own a lot of property. So just give me an own in the comments box. I can see the comments here. 1 second. So just give me an own in the comments box if you want to own a lot of houses. So we got quite a few people putting own in the comments box. So the team will send me comments through. So here's the thing about owning property. Owning property is great, but I don't think you really want to own property. I don't. I think that you think you want to own property. But what you're really after is the cash. Just check. Who's really interested in making cash rather than actually owning the house? Who's interested in making the cash? Just put cash in the comments box. So we're getting a few cash coming through. So we've got some cash. Here's the thing. A lot of people maybe feel they need to own the property to make the cash. But the reality is you don't need to own property to make the cash. In fact, owning property actually slows you down and it prevents you from ever building the big enough property business in the first place. This is why no money down is absolutely critical to your success. I'm going to share with you all about no money down property investment techniques, but not just why the techniques are available and what type of techniques are available, but why they're absolutely critical to your success. A lot of people start off, they save up a deposit to buy a house, and then they exchange their time for money to do this. Then they save up another deposit, exchanging their time for money. And then they save up another deposit, exchanging their time for money. And bang, they run out of life before they've done enough deals. And I did some research this year, right? January 2020, that was the average cost of a house in the UK. £223,257 was the price of an average house in the UK. Now, London is more expensive. Up north, it's cheaper. But that's the average across the UK. What that means is you need £55,814 deposit just to buy one. Now, a lot of people watching right now do not have enough money to buy one house. Maybe some people do. And I meet people all the time and they say, I don't need no money down. I've got money. But the real question you should say is, have you got enough? Because if you've got enough money to do 1, 2, 3 property deals and then you get stuck, this is why there's 2.2 million landlords in the UK, and over 2 million of them only own one house. Why? Because they exchanged their time for money in a job, saving up a deposit, bought the house, and then attempted to do it a second time, and they couldn't. They couldn't raise enough money quick enough, and life goes by. 55 grand deposit for one house. If you do not have enough money to buy house number 5, number 9, number 22, number 36, if you do not have a plan to scale your property business today, then what's the point in buying the first house? Because here's what will happen. You'll have one house, no money in the bank, and a job. I see people all the time. They take their life savings and they put it into property. And then they spend the rest of their life trying to get back out what they started with. That is insanity. The whole point of property investing is to get the house to make you money. No money down investment techniques is about how you can build a big property business. Now, average savings in the UK, £5,582. That's 10 times less than an average deposit. Average savings, 10 times less than an average deposit. That's generation rent right there. That is generation rent. I'm going to show you in the next hour and a half how you can build massive cash flow through property without the need to own it, where you can control property for much less than the average savings in the UK. And the most scary number of all is that number there, 37, because that is the average age of a first-time buyer in the UK. The average age of a first-time buyer, 37, and that's across the whole country. In London and the Southeast, the average age of a first-time buyer is mid-50s. They used to say bank of mum and dad. If you're relying on bank of mum and dad in your mid-50s, you need a serious conversation with yourself. Now, there is numerous different creative investment strategies, But let's talk about your strategy for a moment. What is it? Just in the comments box right now, write down what your strategy is. What's your property investment strategy? What's the thing that you want to do? Is it single lets? Is that your strategy? I want to do single lets. Is it houses on multiple occupation? Maybe you want to do HMOs. Is it serviced accommodation? Maybe you want to do a serviced accommodation. Maybe it's commercial conversion, or maybe it's buy to flip. So just write in the comments box what your strategy is right now in property. So we've got a mixture of different things coming through. So what's the common problem? You know what you want to do. The single let, the SA, the commercial, the HMO, you know what you want to do. The common problem is I don't have the funds. I know what I want, but I don't know how to do it. And no money down property investing is the techniques that you use. It's how you deliver what you want to do. No money down is not a strategy. They are investment techniques. You can do no money down single lets. You can do no money down HMOs. You can do no money down serviced accommodation. You can do no money down commercial conversions, and you can do no money down flips. It is the way that you deliver what you want to do. If you've been in property for over 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and you are struggling to implement your strategy, that is because you know what you want to do, but you do not have the ability to do it, the how. This is what the next 90 minutes is about. It's about how you deliver what you want to do. So how do you get real results in property? Real results in property is around control. And I'm going to share with you 4 things this morning. Number 1 is how you build massive cash flow for the today, how you can control assets and build long-term legacy, right? Control assets for long-term legacy, how you can get into your dream home, and how you can build lumps of cash without the need to buy a property, but to flip it without buying it. So buy to flip without the need to buy. They're the 4 things I want to concentrate on today. But real results in property is all about control. Ownership holds you back. Saving up those deposits to buy a house prevents you from ever making the big cash. This is about control. Control and cash flow other people's properties. The richest people on this planet have always lived by the saying, if it moves, flies, or floats, you control it, you do not own it. Success leaves clues. So how can you control property with no deposit? You absolutely can. I'll show you how today. No mortgage. You do not need a mortgage when you control somebody else's property. You can control their mortgage. No credit checks. If you're not taking out your own finance, there's no credit checks needed. Bad credit is not a problem. And it is a simple process. A simple process that absolutely anybody can do. How do I know that? Because you are looking at, when I started in property in 2003, probably one of the stupidest property investors in the world. I made every mistake possible in property when I started out. And I have gone on to build a massive property business. I did it through controlling other people's properties. And this is why. Because it is a learned skill. A skill I didn't know how to do in 2002, 2003, 2004. A skill I learned in 2013, 2014. It is a skill that you can learn too. It's just a learned skill. And today is about making massive money from property at zero cost to you. But I know some of you are going to be listening in thinking, okay, really massive money from property, zero cost to me. Too good to be true. So I could sit here for days telling you all about no money down investment techniques. I could share with you for days ways that you could make money from property. But if you're just hearing it from me, then you'll probably think, okay, he's the crazy guy in the weird shirt. I cannot do what he's doing. The reality is you absolutely can. Everything I'm sharing with you today is stuff that I learned, stuff I learned from other people, stuff I have implemented, and things that I've taught my students to implement as well. So can you really do no money down deals? Well, what about Anesh? Hi, Kevin. Just want to let you know I've completed my first rent-to-rent deal. Didn't cost me 1 penny out of my pocket. No money down. But it's not just rent-to-rent. What about Sylvia? 10 rent-to-rent deals in 6 months. 10 in 6 months. If you would like to do 10 deals in the next 6 months, give me a yes, please in the comments box. And while you're writing yes, please, let me explain something. If you want to do 10 deals in the next 6 months, you are not doing that by buying property. You're not doing it by saving up a deposit in a job to buy that property in a traditional way. The only way that you can do 10 property deals in the next 6 months is no money down. It's using creative investment techniques. And people say to me, well, there's no way I could do other things other than rent to rent. Well, what about Yvette? Watch this space. Been up since 5 a.m., driven 6 hours to complete on my latest tenant buyer property with no money down. If you're listening in and you'd be willing to get up at 5 a.m. in the morning and drive 6 hours to do a deal, give me a yes in the comments box. See, here's the thing. A lot of people, they're not willing to get up at 5 a.m. They're not willing to get ahead of everybody else. Get ahead of the 99.9. Get up early in the morning and put your education first. Put your financial future first. But what about Stephen Daniels? Just doing no money down on 2 projects. One is 4.85 million and the other 6 million. But here's the thing. A lot of people say to me, oh, you can't do no money down. Surely that's not possible. You need to have money to do a property deal. Well, commercial conversions, commercial property deals, 4.85 million, 6 million. Do you really think that's done? Really? Do you really think that's done? Why people exchange their time for money in a job, saving up deposits to buy a house? No, it's not. It's done using other people's money. It's done using other people's properties. It's done on systems and techniques like lease options. It's done through control. And if you can have to do that with a £6 million project, why would you not do it with a 150 grand house? Here's why. Because when you're comfortable and you're trying to save up that 25, 30, 35 grand deposit to do that single let house, what you're doing is you're thinking inside the box instead of thinking outside the box. And that's why you become one of the 2 million people with just one house. You become the statistic. While the 0.1% of people are scaling their business using creative strategies. There is an entire matrix I've developed of no money down property investment techniques. Each one of these techniques is a different way that you can control property and make massive money from property without the need to have the title deed in your name. Now, I'm going to focus on 4 of them today, as I said. 1 is cash flow. 1 is the long-term legacy. 1 is you getting your dream home. And 1 is to buy and flip properties without the need to flip properties without the need to buy the property. So you're welcome to take a picture of that from home if you like. There you go. Grab a picture if you like. And then what I want to do is I'm going to share with you the four of these today. I don't have time to go through all of them, but I'll pick 4 of them out and go through them with you. And the first one I'd like to start with is rent to rent. Why rent to rent? Because it is the ultimate cash flow system. The ultimate cash flow system to get cash flow into your business. So what is rent to rent? It is guaranteeing a rent to a homeowner. You guarantee a homeowner a rent for the property on the condition that you can then let that property out as either a house of multiple occupation or as serviced accommodation. Now, there is no deposit to pay. And I know people who try to do rent to rent and they come to me and they go, oh, but I got to pay a deposit. You are a letting agent without a shop. A rent to rent person is a letting agent without a shop. A tenant pays a letting agent a deposit. The letting agent does not pay the landlord a deposit. As a rent to rent person, we are not paying our landlords deposits. We are taking deposits from our tenants. No deposit needed. No mortgage needed. We are guaranteeing a rent. We are not buying the property. We get our initial investment back within 6 months. We have got 2 rules on rent to rent. One is the rule of 1.5, which determines our profit. And one is the 6-month rule, which is getting all of our initial investment back out of that property deal in the first 6 months. If you would like to get all of your money out of any deal you ever did in the first 6 months of taking control of that property, give me a 6 months, please, in the comments box. 6 months, please, in the comments box. Okay, so we've got a lot of people giving us a 6 months, please. Right, so massive profit. You will create massive profit. When you're trying to buy a property, 2 challenges. Number one, when you're trying to buy a property, it takes months to get it through legals, to get it through solicitors. With rent to rent, you can have the keys to the property and have your tenants in place within days of speaking to the landlord, within days of speaking to the homeowner, meaning you make profit quicker, but also massive profit. You can make massive profit through rent to rent. And a lot of people say to me, oh, I want to own property, but owning property holds you back. To own a standard HMO, let's say it's a 300 grand HMO. If you want to buy that property, it's going to cost you about 90 grand. It's going to cost you 75 grand deposit and about 15 grand for the legals and the stamp duty. It'll cost you about 90 grand. And yes, you could make £1,600 a month profit on it, but you spent 90 grand. On average, we spend about 5 grand on a rent-to-rent deal. That's the average we put into a rent-to-rent deal, 5 grand. Let's go crazy. Let's put 9 grand into one. You put 9 grand into a deal, 9 grand into a property deal, and that deal will make you, as a rent to rent, it won't make you 1,600 quid a month. It'll probably make you half that. It'll make you about 800 quid. So why would I want to do rent to rent if it's only going to make me half the money that I make if I buy? Because it's only cost you 1/10 of the money it costs you to buy. It costs you 90 grand to buy. It costs you 9 grand to rent. So 800 quid a month, 800 quid a month profit, but you can do 10 deals. 800 a month for 10 deals is 8 grand a month. 8 grand a month for 12 months is £96,000. Rent to create the 96 grand and use 90 of it to buy the very thing you wanted to buy in the first place but couldn't buy because you didn't have the money. Rent to create the buy so you can hold for the long-term legacy. So, just give me a got it in the comments box if you get that. Just give me a got it if you get it. And who's liking this? Awesome. Lots of got it's. So I'm going to share with you a deal from Mark Whitaker. So Mark is one of my students. This is a 4-story, 12-bed HMO. 2 reception rooms, 4 kitchens, 4 en-suites, 4 bathrooms. Asking rent £3,500 a month. Now that's a single let asking rent 3.5 grand a month. Mark knows that turning this into a 12-bed HMO, he could bring in £5,400 a month rental income. He agrees to rent the property for $3,100. Now, why would somebody agree to give him a house for $3,100 that they were looking for $3,500 for? Because there's no management costs, no maintenance costs. So management fees, maintenance fees, and guaranteed rent, no voids, no maintenance, no hassle. $3,100 a month is more than they would actually put in their pocket if they took $3,500 from a standard tenant. When I see people do rent to rent, they're not taking into account the fact that they're trying to do the numbers on what the landlord wants and not taking into account the fact that the landlord does not make $3,500. He makes $3,500 less his cost. Mark guarantees the landlord £3,100. Then he spends another $3,500 getting it furnished and ready to let. This is what I love about rent to rent. This is Mark's entire investment. You can secure the property, and a lot of our students secure the property as a guaranteed rent. They get the keys to go in and get it ready before they have to pay the first month's rent. And they get tenants in place to come up with the income before the first month's rent is due to pay to the landlord. This is what I love. 3.5 grand total investment. Everybody watching this right now, every one of you sitting at home could do this deal. Why? Because you could put that on a credit card. Now, I'm not advocating credit cards to go on holidays, but 3.5 grand on a credit card to invest in something that can bring you a long-term income, that is absolutely the right thing to do. Is a smart thing to do, but so long as you have a clear plan of getting the money back. Now, bills and council tax, 1,036 quid. Total cost, 3,100 rent, 1,036 on the bills, 4,136 total income. And remember, he can rent it for £5,400. That is a profit of £1,264 a month. £1,264 a month profit. And remember, his total investment is £3,500. That is a 433.37% return in his cash. I used to go to work working hard for money, exchanging my time for money. Now I and my students put our money to work for us. Or you could put the bank's money to work for you, a credit card company's money to work for you. 2.8 months, Mark has got the money back to clear the 3.5 grand that he borrowed to get the deal in the first place. To buy that house on a 25% deposit would have cost over 150 grand. And many of you, what you're doing, you're sitting at home trying to figure out how you can buy the asset. Focus on controlling it. Focus on controlling the asset. If you're liking the idea of control, just give me a control, please, in the comments box. But I know some of you are sitting at home thinking, if it's so good, why does the landlord not do it himself? Wrong question. You've got to ask the right question. The right question is, why do letting agents exist? Why do letting agents exist? Letting agents exist because they realize that people want the baby but not the labor pain. Letting agents don't exist because they love managing houses. They exist because they know that other people don't want to manage their own. And that is exactly what rent-to-rent is. You're taking over somebody's problem. Most of our rent-to-rent deals, they come from busy people. Doctors, accountants, solicitors, mortgage brokers. People who are busy. They want to own the asset, but they don't want the hassle of it. This landlord's decision is never, do I give the property to Kevin or to Mark, or do I keep it myself? Their question is, do I give it to Kevin or Mark and make $3,100 a month, or do I give it to the letting agent and get rent from $3,500 but have loads of costs and maybe end up on about $2,600 net? Do they want to be £500 a month better off? Because they're never going to do it themselves. And while you're thinking, why does the landlord not do it themselves? You're missing out on massive opportunity. Opportunity that people like Sylvia, people like Anesh, people like Mark are benefiting from. Opportunity that people like Lukey are benefiting from. My 5th rent-to-rent in 3 months. 5 in 3 months. Happy as a bunny as standards are getting higher. Thanks, Kevin McDonald, spelled wrong, and Linda, that's my wife, spelled correctly, and all my colleagues for the support. Now, I want to share that for a reason, because I do these coachings. My wife does not come and stand in front of a camera teaching about property. But me and my wife, we are there to support you. She does work in my business. She is there to support you. We are not going to disappear. We are there to help you on your property journey. You become friends with me and my wife. But 2020 is the perfect storm, by the way. 2020, 2021 is the perfect opportunity for rent-to-rent. Why? Because since 2019, letting agents can no longer charge a tenant fee. What that means is that if a tenant walks into a shop, they can no longer be charged fees by a letting agent. A letting agent needs fees to make money. This is our opportunity. Letting agents' turnover, about 35% of their turnover came from tenant fees. Their profit margin is 5 to 15%, which means they went from profit making to loss making overnight. This is our opportunity because we as a business are not charged tenant fees. No tenant fees as a business. Phenomenal opportunity here, because if you walk into a letting agent as a rent-to-rent business, they can charge you a fee. They cannot charge a tenant a fee. Now, it doesn't take a rocket science to work out that if a letting agent can charge you a fee and not a tenant, they are more likely to give the property to you today to do guaranteed rent than they would have been back in 2019. This is the perfect storm. And rent-to-rent is the ultimate cash flow strategy. Rent-to-rent to create the cash, so you can use the cash to invest in property for the long-term legacy. So what about that long-term legacy? If you want to build a long-term legacy, you need to buy property. And the quickest, fundamental, best way to buy property is by controlling it first. Why? Because there's only 3 ways that you can build up deposits to buy property, and you need deposits to buy property. You can exchange your time for money in a job saving up a deposit. Too slow. You run out of life before you've got enough houses. You can joint venture other people's money, and that is a no money down technique. Right? But the 3rd way is you can create the money. You can create the money out of other people's property. So why do we do rent-to-rent? We rent-to-rent to create the cash so we can buy for the long-term legacy. Just like that example I showed you of making 800 quid a month, right, for 12 months on one deal, but having 10 of those deals making 800 quid a month each. You need the 90 grand to buy the property. You create the 90 grand out of rent-to-rent. We do not do rent to replace our income. That was done years ago. We do rent to rent today, and we've set up our own lettings business with 4 staff now to run the rent to rent portfolio. Why? Because it creates us the cash flow to save up the deposits to buy the property. And I want to help you with that long-term legacy right now, because some people miss a huge opportunity with rent to rent, and that is to bolt on an option to buy, a lease option. And lease options are controlling an asset today. Take control of it today, get the keys today, and buy it over a period of time. If your challenge right now is not having deposits to buy property, you need to be using lease options. So what is a lease option? It is the right to buy something, but not the obligation to buy. If you've done a lease option, just give me a yes in the comments box. And if you've not, give me a no. So if you've done one, give me a yes. If you've not, give me a no. So here's the thing. We've got a lot of people saying no. I'm going to challenge you on that. I think you have. Because if you've leased a car, you've done a lease option. What you do when you lease a car is you pay a small initial upfront deposit to get the keys to the car. Then you pay a monthly payment every month to keep the keys. And then you pay a final down payment at the end to buy the car, or you have the choice to give it back. You've done a lease option. You've maybe done it with a sofa, a television, a car. It's just that you've done it on all the things that lose you money. And you've not done it on the one thing that can make you financially wealthy, a house. You see, a lease option is the very same thing. You pay a small initial upfront amount of money to get the keys of the house. It can be as little as £1. Then you pay a monthly payment every month to keep the keys of the house. And then you pay a final payment at the end to buy the house, the outstanding mortgage balance. So the upfront £1, the monthly payment is the mortgage payment, and the final payment is the mortgage balance. Now, I've had so many people say to me, you can't buy a house for £1. And you're absolutely right. It is impossible to buy a house for £1. And this is one of the hidden myths about No Money Down. You see, you're not buying a house for £1. You're buying the debt for £1. You're taking control of the debt on that property for £1. And then you're servicing that debt with a plan, a tenant. You're putting a tenant into the house who will rent it off you, and the rent money will service that debt. The property goes up in value, you benefit from the growth. You improve the property, you benefited from the forced appreciation. There is a difference between what you get on rent and what the mortgage is. You benefit from the monthly cash flow. You benefit in 3 different ways. Purchase land subject to planning. Developers, they don't buy land, then apply for planning permission, cross their fingers and hope to get it. They secure the land on an option to buy subject to planning permission. And they only buy it once they've got the planning. But that is smart. You can do the very same thing. You could control land, get planning gain, and then sell it to the developer. You do not need to buy the asset. You need to control the asset. The richest people on this planet have always known this, and success leaves clues. It is reduced risk. Buying a property and unsure if you can find tenants is risky. Controlling the property, proving it makes you money, and then buying it is smart. It reduces your risk. You purchase it once you know that it makes money. You can sell it to somebody else. You control the property, secure the agreement for the property. You could sell it immediately to someone else. You could control the property, rent it for a few years, and then sell it to somebody else. You have got control over the asset, giving you control over the cash. You could secure the property, create the cash flow from the property, save it up, and use the very cash that you've created from the house as your deposit to buy the house. If you're liking that, give me a liking it in the comments box. Remember, your biggest challenge, and the biggest challenge I had in my first 11 years in property was I don't have the money to buy the property. And every time you're saving, by the way, to save up the deposit, the market's moving and moving and moving and moving, and you're losing time, your most valuable asset. Secure it today. Put a stake in the ground today with your purchase price and buy it over a period of time. This has been done since the days of Rockefeller, 150 years ago. John D. Rockefeller said, own nothing but control everything. Who else follows the Rockefeller principle? What about Uber? Largest taxi provider in the world, they don't own a single cab. Amazon, largest shop in the world, don't own any products. In fact, try before you buy. They will let you sell your product in their store. And if your product sells well, they will copy your product and undercut you on Amazon Prime. That is the brilliant example of try before you buy. The wealthiest people on this planet have always used control. Even Airbnb. They don't own any accommodation. They control the process. What about other businesses? How can a business with hundreds of buildings and thousands of employees only be worth £1? Struggling furniture firm MFI, once worth 1 billion, is now reported to be taken over for £1. Ken Bates bought Chelsea Football Club in 1982 for £1. And Ray O'Rourke, my former boss at Lang O'Rourke, Ray O'Rourke bought John Lang International in 2002 for £1. John Lang was losing significant money building Cardiff Millennium Stadium. And Ray O'Rourke seen an opportunity to become a main contractor. He had been a subcontractor, wanted to be a main contractor. He paid £1 for John Lang International, but he didn't pay £1 for the business. He paid £1 for the debt. He took on £86 million of debt. He also took on about 15,000 workers, and he had to pay the wages 3 or 4 weeks later. So why would he pay £1 for 86 million quid of debt and a load of workers' wages that he has to pay? Because he had a plan. A clear plan. And this was the plan. He wanted the name. He bought the brand. And he called the company Lang O'Rourke. Not O'Rourke Lang, Lang O'Rourke. He bought the name. He also bought all of the future secured workload. You see, when John Lang International went bankrupt, they had secured a pipeline of projects, including Heathrow Terminal 5, the Palm in Dubai, the airport in Dubai, pretty much a whole city in Abu Dhabi, major roads, airports, car parks, shopping centres and schools across the UK, the Middle East and Australia. Ray O'Rourke went from a £250 million a year subcontractor to a £5 billion a year main contractor within a couple of years with £1 and a plan. You can do the very same thing with property. How do I know that? Because that's exactly what I did. I looked at what Ray O'Rourke was doing with businesses and I implemented the same process with terraced houses, semi-detached houses. £1 to take on somebody's debt and a plan. What's the plan? Put a tenant in to service the debt. Just like Ray O'Rourke's plan was to deliver those projects and make the profit from them. So why would somebody agree a lease option? If that makes sense, by the way, give me a making sense in the comments box. Making sense in the comments box. So why would you agree, a vendor agree to give you a lease option? Well, maybe the property is on the market and it's unable to sell. Maybe they're relocating. Maybe it's a job move. Maybe they've got an early redemption charge. Maybe they signed up to a 5-year fixed rate mortgage and then they had to do a job move. Maybe they were put on furlough because of COVID. The company's come back to them now and said, we can't take you back for the current job. We're going to move you to another part of the country, another part of the world. They've got to do a job move. They've just signed up to a 5-year fixed rate mortgage and they've got a 300 grand house with a 7% penalty. That's a 21 grand penalty that the bank will hit them with just for selling. You come along and you say, we'll buy the house. We'll give you your price, but would you like to save that 21 grand? Here's what we can do. We secure the price and we purchase it after 5 years' time when the penalty comes to an end, saving you money. Solve other people's problems and you'll make the money. But what a lot of people are doing is they're going into a house trying to buy it 25% below market value. How can somebody sell the house 25% below market value if they don't have 25% equity? And this is where a lot of people hit roadblocks in property because you're trying to do what you want to do instead of solve the other person's problem. And this is what no money down techniques is all about. It's about solving the other person's problem so both of you benefit. No equity or negative equity. Those houses don't appear in estate agents' windows. You need a direct-to-vendor marketing plan to find those properties. You need to go direct to vendor. They can't afford to put the house in an agent's window. Avoiding repossession, unemployment, rising debt. It is a unique opportunity to help people. You can help pretty much anybody who's got a property that's stuck when you're using a creative lease option deal. But what you have to do is stop focusing on you and start focusing on the benefits for the vendor. Solve their problem. They get market value for their property, not 25% below market value. They get market value. They get their mortgage paid. They get no dealing with tenants. Now, they're the financial aspects. And one of the biggest mistakes I've seen a lot of people make is they focus on the financial aspect because we're financially thinking because we're investors. The reality is that most people do not make the decision to do a creative deal or do any type of property deal because of financial aspect. They do it because of an emotional decision. They do it for peace of mind, to walk away with stress and pressure relieved and just move on with their lives. And a lease option can help them do that. So I've shared with you Rent to Rent, the ultimate cash flow system to get the cash flow into your life to get you out of your job. Now, here's the thing. I promise you with Rent to Rent, I promise you I will not make you a millionaire in 6 months. But you know what? If you focused on Rent to Rent for the next 6 months, if you've been in property for 2-3 years, even over 6 months, and you're not out of your job yet, the reality is whatever strategy you're using is not working. It's because you don't have the tools to make it work. If you focused on Rent to Rent for 6 months, promise you I won't make you a millionaire. But you know what? I'll give you the choice to leave your job. Some of you might not want to, but wouldn't it be great to have the choice to leave your job? Rent to Rent can do that. Lease option, that gives you the control of the house today. Put tenants in and create the long-term legacy. You use the cash flow from your Rent to Rents and your options as the deposits to buy in the future. Rent to Rent for the cash flow, lease option for the long-term legacy. But I promised you your dream home. Well, that is Rent to Own. Now, you can not only help yourself get on or up the property ladder through Rent to Own, you can also help other people. Remember, the average age of a first-time buyer is 37. In London and the Southeast, it's mid-50s. Well, with tenant buyers, you can help other people get on or up the property ladder. So what is Rent to Own? Average age of a first-time buyer, 37. London and Southeast, mid-50s. It is the opportunity to help these people. How it works is you secure a property today. The purchase price is locked in today, but you buy it over a period of time. You can help other people by giving them a property today, securing the purchase price today, and buying it over a period of time. They can improve the property to add value. So people, by the way, choose how many kids they have because of the size of property they live in. And people typically move. They move from a 2-bed to a 3-bed to a 4-bed to a house in the country, whatever it may be, as they go up the property ladder. And each time they move, there's moving costs, there's stamp duty, there's relocation costs. Probably on average, just in the comments box, tell me how much you think people spend in a lifetime moving house. All of the moving costs. Tens of thousands of pounds. Stamp duty alone, every time you buy a house, is tens of thousands of pounds. Even with the stamp duty, initial stamp duty removed today, you still have the additional 3% as an investor. Tens of thousands of pounds. Now, this is what's happening. They're doing it because they can't afford the house. But it's not that they can't afford the monthly payments. In fact, the monthly payments are often less than rent. What they cannot afford is the deposit. But what we can do is we can help them by us financing it to start with. They rent paid to us. We control someone else's mortgage and then not have to take out our own finance today. Control someone else's debt on a Rent to Own. Now, the first 3 houses I lived in, I never bought them. I had on one of them a guaranteed purchase price. I had the property, a guaranteed purchase price. I could move in today and buy it later. And I had a 12-year option to buy. I still haven't bought that property. It's on a 12-year option to buy. That's like a 12-year fixed rate mortgage from a bank. One of the other deals I did was on a 3-year option to buy. I moved into the property. I had a 3-year option to buy. That property, I sold it without ever buying it. And I made a profit from selling it without ever buying the property through control. You can make massive money through control. We secured it, we added value, and then we sold it. The purchase price for us is locked in today. We can choose to buy that or sell it to somebody else. You have the feeling of security, control of the home. People choose what school they put their kids in because of the school catchment area they're in. And they cannot get to a better school catchment area because they can't afford the deposit. It's not that people can't afford to have the house. They can't afford the deposit to get in the first place. They can afford the monthly payments. With Rent to Own, with tenant buyers, we take care of the deposit bit because there's no lengthy mortgage approvals. We finance them to start with. They pay an upfront option consideration, about 3% of the purchase price, not 10%. And that option consideration is credited towards their purchase. So they get it back when they buy. Non-refundable if they don't buy, but they get it back when they do. And credit problems won't hold them back. They get to go in today and then fix their credit file over a period of time. Now, you can do this. You can do this for your own home, or you can do it to help other people get their own home. I've done it 3 times for my own home. This is a huge, huge strategy. Rent to own is going to be the next big thing. Why? Because rent to rent, a lot of people do rent to rent. A lot of people do serviced accommodation, they do HMOs. Rent to own, with the average age of a first-time buyer at 37, and in London and the Southeast, mid-50s, a solution is needed. Rent to own is that solution. Yvette is one of my students, and she's helping people with rent to own right now. And this is Yvette with one of her tenant buyers. Another happy tenant buyer and an even happier landlord. Happy days all round. Wouldn't it be great if you could do a property strategy that not only allows you to live in your dream home, but you can help other people live in their dream home too? There is nothing better than something like that. If you're liking the idea of rent to own, give me a rent to own in the comments box, please. Rent to own. It's just one more of 12 different no money down techniques. Rent to own is just the third one I've touched on. But so we've got rent to rent, the ultimate cash flow system. You've got lease option for the long-term legacy, and you've got rent to own for your dream home and help other people get their dream home. But what about lumps of cash? Who's interested in buy to flip? If you're interested in buy to flip, say interested in the comments box. Here's the thing. Buy to flip is a great strategy. But there's a problem. It's difficult to make it work in a lot of parts of the country. Why? Because you buy a property. You've got stamp duty. You've got legal costs. You're going to have to take out finance, probably bridging finance at 1% a month to finance the property while you hold it. You got all the holding costs. You got the legals. Then when you sell it, you got estate agents costs. You got to pay back the bridging loans. You've got to have capital gains tax or corporation tax, depending on how you've purchased the property. You often spend more money on the stamp duty and the finance costs than you ever spent on the refurbishment. And what that means is you're offering below market value to the homeowner to try and get the numbers to stack. But my question to you is, why did you buy it in the first place? So why did you buy a property that you knew that you were going to sell in 10 months' time? Why did you buy it? Mostly it's because you thought you had to, but you don't have to. In fact, it actually makes no logical sense to buy something today that you're going to sell again in 10 months' time. Because all you're doing is you're bringing in stamp duty costs and finance costs. Why did you not do an assisted sale? What's an assisted sale, Kev? Assisted sale is this. You agree a price with the vendor. You agree a price with the vendor where they get their money, but they wait for it for around 10 months, 6 months, even 6 weeks. You renovate the property and add value, right? And then you sell at a higher price. The perfect house for a buy to flip is an empty, rundown property. And it is the very same perfect house that you choose for an assisted sale, an empty, rundown property, where you basically joint venture with the homeowner. You agree the purchase price with them. They wait for their money. But instead of them having to take a low offer today, you give them their asking price if they're willing to wait. You can even give them more than their asking price. And how you structure it is you basically say to them, I would rather give the stamp duty money and the finance money that I will have to spend, give the money to the government and banks. I'd rather share that money with you. You profit from the difference between the sale price you agree with them and the end value after renovation. That is your money. You can split some of that money with the vendor. You will refurbish the house for, in most parts of this country, for the cost of the stamp duty. See, a lot of people don't do buy to flip, not because they don't have the refurb money. They don't do it because they don't have the additional costs. The stamp duty, the finance costs, the holding costs, the estate agent's costs. It's all of the additional costs. Quite often in a buy to flip, probably about 70% of your costs are money that you do not need to spend if you have an assisted sale. Your only cost with an assisted sale is the refurb money. There is no stamp duty, no purchase costs, no selling costs, because the owner is still selling the house, meaning more profit. If you are liking assisted sales, give me a yes liking it in the comments box. because this is another phenomenal strategy. Now, I've touched on 4 creative no money down investment techniques. Now, a lot of people come to me and they say, oh, I didn't know what no money down was. Hopefully it's starting to open your mind up to it. But you see, here's the thing. There are 4 techniques, but there is 3 stages to creating a no money down deal. Number 1, you need to find a motivated seller. You do not find these deals on an agent's window going assisted sale available, rent to own available, lease option available. They are not there. Some of them may be on the agent's window, but quite often the best no money, they're not advertised as what they are on the agent's window. It's your negotiation techniques that learn what they are. But mainly no money down creative investment deals are found from motivated sellers, and the best deals are found direct to vendor. I have spent thousands of pounds on marketing for creative deals, thousands on marketing that did not work. I have tried loads of marketing that did not work. Maybe you've tried direct to vendor marketing and it didn't work. Here's the thing. I've also spent tens of thousands of pounds on marketing that has worked. And here's the secret. You quickly stop doing what doesn't work and you scale up what does work. You need a marketing plan. You need to create a marketing plan. You need to know what marketing to do, when to do it, how to do it, where to do it. There is an entire structure and an entire plan. I have spent the last few years perfecting my marketing plan. But I don't care if you're the best marketer in the world. Maybe you're a brilliant marketer. That's great. But stage 2 is you need to know how to negotiate a win-win solution. Because a lot of people do marketing, they get a deal, they get the phone calls, they've got a deal right in front of them, but they just don't know how to structure that deal. That's because you don't know how to negotiate. You need to learn negotiation. I have become a negotiation expert by learning it. I wasn't born it, I learned it. I have learned negotiation from the world's leading experts in negotiation. Why? Because I realized that was a fundamental part of getting a property deal done. Investing in learning how to do negotiation has made me tens of thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds over the last few years. You need to learn negotiation. You need your marketing plan. You need to know how to negotiate deals. If you do that, then you will get the deals. But when you get the deals, you need to make sure that you have got exit strategies and more than one exit. And this is what I love about no money down. There's lots of exits. You see, number 1 is you could hold it to rent. That is a control a property and rent it out yourself. A rent to rent, a lease option, an exchange with delayed completion. That's another no money down technique I haven't even had time to touch on today. You could find an end buyer, assisted sales, planning gain, deal package it to an owner occupier or to an investor. Or number 3 is you could find a tenant buyer, the rent to own program. Now, I'm not going to just sit here and say to you, I'm a negotiation expert, because anybody can say that. What I did was I ran a live deals in the room negotiation day in Progressive last year, where we got Progressive students to come here to Progressive, sit in a room with me, and they brought their leads to that room. And they gave me some details on the lead, and I rang it live. I rang their lead live in a room in front of them. And this is what happened. Natasha, first live call made. 26 minutes later, and a rent-to-buy deal is very likely to be done. David George, oh my God, Kevin McDonald only went and nailed a deal on my behalf at Deals on the Table Live. Sam Holt, Kevin, 3 out of 3 deals so far. 50K off a deal as well. Rob Comer, awesome day, and as Kevin was amazing as always, giving me lots of confidence to just go out there and do this. Becky Louise Perland, what an amazing day at Deals on the Table Live. I thought I was too busy to find any deals, so was just going to watch. Well, a property I found in January on Rightmove was still available, so I thought I'd throw it on the table. What do you know? He only went and got me a bloody deal. Now, what a great day with Kevin McDonald at Deals on the Table Live. Total 8 hours of driving and 7 hours in the room on day 1, but it was worth it. Kevin nailed 10 out of 10 deals live in front of us on the phone of various nature. Rent-to-rent, commercial conversions, assisted sales, rent-to-SA, vendor finance. Not only that, but he practically demonstrated how to talk to estate agents and vendors. Now, these were not my deals. These were those people's deals that they just put in front of me on the day. I didn't know this stuff 10, 15 years ago. I worked as a quality manager in Lang O'Rourke. I'm not sharing this to boast about how good I am at negotiation. I'm showing you that it is a learned skill. I learned how to negotiate. And if you want to be truly successful in property, you need to have a marketing plan and you need to learn negotiation skills. Follow a proven system and success will follow. And there's no more proven system than no money down. But why is it for you? Well, if you're starting with little or no funds, what's your plan? No money down is how you create the money. Because if you got no funds, that you got no other plan. But here's the thing, if you're starting with the money, you're in a much worse position than the ones without. You're in a much worse position because you are going to be comfortable. And what's going to happen is you're going to take your money, you're going to put it into property, and you're going to run out. You're going to end up with 3 houses, no money in the bank, and a job. How do I know that? Because I had 6 houses and I still had a job. If you cannot get more than 6 houses, don't put your life savings into property and get yourself stuck. Learn creative investment techniques today. Learn them today and protect what you've got. It is the quickest way to create the cash flow to free you from your job and have more time to find more deals. What if you don't have deposits to invest? If you do not have deposits to invest, rent to rent to create the deposit pots. Use the cash from rent to rent deals and reinvest that as your properties to buy. How many deals could you do with the right training? Just in the comments box, tell me how many deals you could do with the right training. How many deals? We've got some people saying unlimited, quite a few. Okay, what would that be worth to you? What would that be worth to you? That's only you know that. But here's the thing, what if? What if I've got no money to invest? But if you've got no money to invest, you've got no choice but to learn creative investment techniques. What if property prices drop in value? Not your value. If you're controlling the property, what if you bought the thing and it dropped in value? That's a much bigger problem. You're reducing the risk by controlling it. What if interest rates rise? What if you bought it and interest rates rise? Bigger problem. You're controlling it with no money down. What if I can't find tenants and they damage my house? What about rent to own? What about having tenant buyers? People who improve your property. See, all of these what ifs, they hold you back. When the real question you should ask yourself is, what if I do nothing? What if I do nothing? Where will I be? And when I started off in 2003, I made a lot of mistakes. I started looking at property and I went to Estonia in 2005 and I bought this property overlooking a lake in Estonia. So I bought a 2-bedroom off-plan apartment overlooking a lake in Estonia. I didn't do nothing. I took action. I invested 36 grand in this 2-bedroom apartment overlooking a lake. And if you went there today, you would see this. Nothing got built. I met builders, I met developers, I got updates on a build when I got home. I got updates on a build that was never happening. Why? Because I was trying to do property in an area I didn't know. And I thought I was a professional property investor. And I thought it was going well. So I also bought in Bulgaria and Turkey. And this was my 2-bedroom top floor penthouse apartment in Bansko in Bulgaria. Now, that was a picture from 2009. This one did get built, but there was extortionate management fees. So there was 56 apartments, all owned by English and Irish investors. And we were charged extortionate management fees by the management company. So what we did was we all got together and we held an extraordinary general meeting in the Crown Plaza in Birmingham, and we voted out the management company. Under Bulgarian law, you could vote out the management company. And we voted in our own local English couple that lived locally in Bansko to manage the complex. Within 6 weeks of that decision, the old management company came back to the complex and did this. They ripped out everything. They ripped out the kitchens, the aircon units, even the skylights. They took absolutely everything. Completely valueless. 18 months after walking away from an opportunity to learn how to be successful in property, I had lost everything, plus some. I had invested money that I didn't have on staged payments. So small little amounts of money up front, and then I had to meet the staged payments. To meet those staged payments, I had to take out credit cards and personal loans. It left me in £135,000 of debt. That was the worst thing that ever happened to me. But ironically, it was also the best thing that ever happened to me. Why? Because the very thing that put me in debt was property. But I realized after 10 years of trying to earn my way out of debt, I realized that the one thing that put me into debt was the only thing that could get me out of debt, property. That's the paradox. And property was the only thing that was able in this world that could create the money I needed to get me out of debt. The best thing that ever happened to me was going into that debt, because I had no choice but to get creative. Your biggest challenge sitting at home right now is that if you've got money in the bank, you're focused on that money. You're focused on something that is distracting, because if you do not have enough money in your bank account, you need to get creative. Leave the money in your bank account and focus on getting creative to build your business. Life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. I may have made mistakes, but at least I tried and I kept going. But for me, it was an easy decision to keep going because I had no other choice. Had I lost 20 grand in Eastern Europe, I would have probably earned it up my way out of that in a job, and I'd have spent the rest of my life in a job. The fact I lost so much money meant I had absolutely no other choice. Now, I've done so many rent-to-rent deals that I've opened up our own lettings business. We've got our own business in our town up in the Nottinghamshire in the north of England. I want to give you an opportunity right now. I want to give you an opportunity because you are the subject matter expert of your area. You know your area better than me. I may have the knowledge of these strategies, but you have the knowledge of your area, right? We could do something together. 2021, I promised myself in 2008, 2009, I would never miss an opportunity like I missed back then. I am not going to miss the opportunities that are coming in 2021, 2022. You do not want to miss those opportunities either. And there's an African proverb. An African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's go together. I'm going to give you an opportunity to joint venture with me. Joint venture with me. Partner with me. I will teach you all about rent to rent. Teach you about rent to rent, right? You get my marketing pack to find deals in your area. Potential for me to fund the deals if the numbers stack. So I've got two rules, my 1.5 rule and my 6-month rule. The numbers meet those rules, I will fund the deal, making it a no money down deal for you. Now, you can leverage my knowledge and systems. We've got the office, the letting agents, the back office support, leverage the knowledge, leverage the systems, my brain in your head, replicated in your area. On average, we spend 5 grand on a rent-to-rent deal. The value of this joint venture is 5K per deal. Now, you may decide to joint venture with me on 1 deal, on 10 deals, etc. We're not tied into every deal. Maybe you're doing your own marketing, you're finding 5 deals at once, and you want to do 4 yourself and 1 with me. So long as they meet the rule of 1.5 and the 6-month rule, I'm willing to do that deal. Now, if you're interested in that, just write interested in the comments box right now. So if you're interested, write interested. And quite a few people writing interested. Here's the thing. That's not good enough. I don't want to work with interested people. You see, if you're interested, I'm interested in things. I'm interested in football. I'm not a professional footballer. I'm interested in Netflix. I'm not an actor. Interested is not enough. You have got to be committed. You have got to get committed to this. I want to work with committed people. And for that reason, here's what I'm going to do. There is a Scan Me QR code on your screen. If you open up your phone and go to your camera right now and you point your camera at the QR code, it will open up an Acuity scheduling document. If you click on the Acuity scheduling document, that will bring you to an appointment choosing slot. Choose an appointment time for one of my team to give you a call back to talk to you about this opportunity. You see, you cannot just get this. It is subject to selection. So I want to work with committed people. I want to know you're committed to this. Choose the appointment slot. If you are committed to this, write committed in the comments box. Give me committed in the comments box right now. While you are going there, while you're grabbing that Scan Me link, while you're booking your appointment, here's a quick video from Alexandra. She is committed. She is one of my JV partners. Here's Alexandra.
Hi, my name is Alexandra, and thanks to Kevin JV, I've been able to secure that property, which will cash flow 600 per month. Without his JV opportunity, I wouldn't be able to do that deal.
Alexandra, right, £600 a month, from her first deal that she would not have been able to do without the joint venture opportunity. That's the opportunity that's there for you. This is Deborah.
Hi, my name's Deborah Nibbs. I attended Kevin McDonald's Rent to Rent course, and in doing this course, it's helped me with my property business. I would thoroughly recommend the course because you gain so much knowledge to move your business forward. And also, I'm very privileged to be a JV partner with Kevin on a recent property taken on in Whitehall, London, where we're set to profit £3,000 to £3,500 when fully occupied. Thank you, Kevin, for making this happen.
So that's Deborah, 3K per month from one deal. She would not have been able to do it without that joint venture opportunity. That is the opportunity that you are getting right now. So write committed in the comments box. Now, this is subject to selection. I just want to work with committed people. So you can book an appointment to speak to my team. You cannot get the opportunity. Now, later on in about 30 minutes time, when I cut the end of my presentation, I'll share with you more information about the joint venture and how you can grab that opportunity. So stay with me till the end. Okay, and I will share with you more about how you can get that joint venture opportunity in a few moments' time. We've got a few people saying they can't get the Scan Me link to work. Put your name, email address, and phone number in the comments box. So if you couldn't get the QR code to work, put your name, email address, and phone number in the comments box right now, all in one box, so I know it's you. So your name, email address, and phone number in the comments box, and I'll get, if you're committed to this, and I'll get one of the team to give you a call about how the next stage and how you could become a JV partner with me. So how many deals do you want? How many deals do you want? The opportunity is right there for you. I've mentioned people like Anesh, like Sylvia, these people that are doing deals right now, like Lukey. Here are some more people who are doing no money down deals and what it means to them. The real question you need to ask yourself while you're watching this is, how many deals do you want?
Hi, my name's Steve Bridson. Before I got the No Money Down training with Kevin McDonald, I made loads of mistakes regarding property. And now, after the training, I'm now earning over £9,000 a month purely from implementing the strategies that Kevin taught me on his No Money Down training. So I can't recommend enough Kevin McDonald's No Money Down training. It's absolutely excellent.
Hi, I'm Nilanjana Chakraborty. I didn't have any property experience before doing No Money Down course with Kevin McDonald. But after doing the course, I have done 3 deals which generates £1,500 cash flow for me every month. If you want to get into properties and you do not have a lot of cash to invest in the beginning, this is a very good opportunity, and Kevin McDonald's course is absolutely exactly what you need to learn. I highly recommend it. It was great fun and a lot of knowledge that I have achieved from the training.
I'm Kay Living, and as a direct result of Kevin McDonald's No Money Down training, I have now done 13 deals and significantly increased my income per calendar month. I quit my job 6 months after the training, and I would highly recommend the training to absolutely anybody else there.
My name's Barbara Phil. Before I did Kevin's No Money Down course, I've got no experience in property at all. I've now done 8 deals, and I worked with JV partners, and I thoroughly recommend Kevin's training to you.
Hi, I'm Paul Selman. Before I did the No Money Down training with Kevin McDonald, I had no property experience whatsoever. By implementing the strategies that I learned on his course, I managed to actually do a deal within my first 3 months. He promised I'd be able to replace my income within the first 12 months of his training, and I managed to achieve this within 7 months. My first deal nets me £2,670 per month, and I'm hoping to do more deals as well to that effect. If anybody's looking to get into property but has no experience of how to do it, seriously consider Kevin's training.
So there's some people who've been through the training. The message through that was no experience, deals done, job income replaced. No experience, deals done, income replaced. No experience, deals done, income replaced. Here's the key thing. They're absolutely no different to you. So how many deals do you want? But you know what? More importantly, why? Why do you want them? Because unless you've got a strong why, you're unlikely to take the action because you're going to stay comfortable. Maybe you want the nicer holidays. Maybe you want the 3 holidays a year. Maybe you want to put your kids through the best schools. Maybe you want to give money to charity. Maybe you want to look after your parents in retirement or yourself in retirement. Well, whatever that why is, it's your why. But here's what I will tell you. You need to put that as the forefront of your mind. You need to stick it on your computer screen. You need to put it on your fridge, on your window, somewhere in your house, and you need to look at it every single day because that is the thing that's going to drive you. My reason why right, was I lost my dad back in 2002. And for years, I actually left Ireland to try and prove myself after my dad died. And I actually left my mum, left her behind. So I wasn't there for my dad at the time he died. And now I'm not there for my mum because I moved to a different country. Well, that lady sitting with my mum is what really gave me the why. Because when I said to you earlier today that I was living in a shared house, I was living in a room in a shared house back in 2013, she moved into that property as as another tenant in that property. And we got together while in that property and I fell in love. And I thought, I want to spend the rest of my life with this lady. But why would she want to spend the rest of my life with me? I can't even put a room over our heads. I've got over 100 grand of debt. How am I ever going to provide a life for her? Provide a house for her, provide enough income for a family? It really gave me a strong why. It gave me that strong why to push my business forward. And today we're in our dream home. Just a few years later, we're in our dream home and I can look after my mum through my family from another country. Now, I also became a dad. That's my son. That was his second birthday picture. He's 3 years old today. And I've got a daughter. She's now just turned 1. So when I offer you a joint venture opportunity, I know people earlier will be thinking, that sounds great, but if he's doing so well in property, why would he want to joint venture with little old me? I don't need to joint venture with you. And it is about the want. I don't need to. I have got enough income, but I want to. This is why. Because there's a few reasons. Number one is I spent years trying to be successful in property. I made loads of mistakes and then I went to training after training after training. And nobody backed me and believed in me. And I had my mindset shot thinking, how am I ever going to start? And in 2013, Rob Moore and Mark Homer believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. Maybe all you need right now is for somebody to believe in you. That is one of the reasons why I'm offering you a joint venture. The second reason is for those kids. You see, I've got one fear today and I wake up every single morning with it and I go to bed every single night. And that's that those kids in their 20s will be as stupid as I was. And every single deal that we do together, every single deal is pushing my kids and your kids, my family and your kids, and my family and your family, one further step forward, one further step away from stupidity. And I will work my ass off for the rest of my life to push our families as far away from that stupidity as possible. Because we've got one life and we do not know how long we've got left on it. We are a speck on the planet of 8 billion people that could be gone quicker than you can imagine. Let's make the most of it while we're here. Let's leave that legacy for generations to come. I mentioned earlier that I had a company car and it was the chain that held me in a job. I'm not into fast cars. I'm not into Ferraris and Aston Martins and stuff. I'm not into posh watches. I don't even wear a watch. My phone tells the time. For me, it's all about family. But I do want a nice car. And this is my car. It's a 5 Series BMW M Sport. Now that car is not a car. The reason for sharing it is not to boast about a nice car because it's just a BMW. That car is about 60 grand, but it is not a car. It's a house. That's somebody else's house. That is a rent-to-rent property that brings in 800 quid a month, and that pays for a lease on the car. I lease the car. People go, if you're so wealthy, why do you lease a car? Because you would be stupid to buy a car. The wealthiest people on this planet, remember, they live by a saying, if it moves, flies, or floats, you control it. You buy a 60 grand car, you drive it off the forecourt, it's worth 40 grand. Control it. But I do not pay for the lease on that car from money I earn exchanging my time for money in a job. That car is paid for by money that was made from somebody else's house. A rent-to-rent property that we control that makes 800 quid a month and 582 quid a month goes to pay the lease on that car. Full maintenance package. If I get a puncture, the tire replacement is even paid for. That leaves enough money left over for the diesel. That really annoyed my wife, by the way, so I got her some flowers. I also got her the Range Rover behind the flowers. That is also a lease. Leased car, £522 a month. But you're not looking at a leased Range Rover. You're looking at a house. You see, that's somebody else's property. That is a rent-to-rent property that makes 750 quid a month and 522 of it pays for the car. You are closer to the nice car than you could imagine. One deal, one control of one other person's house can pay for your car. A couple of more deals can pay for your mortgage. You're closer than you think. When I met my wife in 2012, 2013, we were living in a room in a shared house. March 2018, we moved here, our dream home. Now, that's the main house. Then we've got a building next to it, which is the snooker room. Then we've got a gym. And then the in building with the 3 sets of triple doors, that's the swim spa. To the right-hand side, there is a double garage. Now, that property, I couldn't have dreamed of moving into in 2014. Here's what I did back in 2013, 2014. I focused on replacing my income. I didn't chase the big shiny penny stuff, just replace my income. And within 4 short years, I was living in this property. And in May this year, we moved to a new dream home. We've only moved into it recently. I actually did a video before this event standing in the back garden of that new property. So maybe you've seen that, maybe you didn't. I will share some stuff on social media about it in the coming weeks. But the real question for you is, why do you want this? What's your why? You see, when the why is strong and the what is clear, the what is your single let, your HMO, your commercial conversion, your serviced accommodation, the buy to flip. That's what is the strategy. The how is simple. The how is no money down. That is how you deliver what you want to do so you can live your why. So my 3 questions to you is, what is your reason why? Write it down at home right now. What is your strategy? And how are you going to achieve it? But what's stopping you? See, for years, the following 6 things stopped me. Number 1, confusion, overwhelm, frustration, fear, inaction or the wrong action, and negativity. Those 6 words there held me back for over 10 years. Now look at the first letter in those. You see, those 6 things there kill your dreams. They kill your dreams. When the biggest mistake that you can do is to do nothing. That's the biggest mistake. Jim Rohn once said, it's not the direction of the wind, it's the set of your sail. And maybe I set my sail in 2003 and I went in the wrong direction, but at least I tried. Set your sail, but work smart. Get the right people around you. What does the right education give you? It gives you the knowledge. It gives you the insight. It shortens your learning curve. It gives you the skills to identify opportunities. I've shared some deals with you already today. Earlier this morning on the Getting Restarted in Property. There's the skills to identify those opportunities. And then the skills to negotiate the creative deal to secure the opportunity. It is a transfer of confidence and results. I sat at the Progressive Super Conference in 2013 absolutely broken with no idea what to do. I'm confident today. You could be the very same in a few years' time, but you need somebody to transfer that confidence into you. It opens doors for you. And most importantly, it prevents you making the costly mistakes. It is the costly mistakes that set you back for years. Now, later on, I'm going to give you more information about how you can get the joint venture opportunity with me. But first of all, I want to share an opportunity with you. I want to give you an opportunity to change your life through No Money Down. I run a live in the room 2-day No Money Down training. The next dates for those are the 24th and 25th of October and the 7th and 8th of November. Write those dates down right now at home. 24th and 25th of October, 7th and 8th of November. Now, there is limited spaces on those trainings because of COVID. We are limited to 30 people. We've got a limit of the number of people we can have in a room. There are limited spaces on these trainings. There is a number of places. We've just restarted them up. There is a number of people who had booked this prior to March, before the lockdown, who still need to attend those events. So I've got very few spaces available on this. Now, when we offered this training prior to lockdown, right, when we offered this training, if you booked, ring the office at Progressive, if you look to get on this training, it is $3,997 plus VAT. But bear with me, because I am going to make you a phenomenal Property Revolution Summit offer today. I'm going to make you a phenomenal offer, so bear with me for a few minutes. But first, I want to share with you what you will discover on the training. You will discover how to get houses for free. All 12 strategies. We've covered 4 of them today. 4 today. I will share with you all 12 on that training. 9 winning ways to source the deals. The 9 winning ways to find the deals. The marketing, but not just how to find them. I will show you what marketing to do, where to do it, when to do it, how to do it. Master negotiation for confident success and make hundreds of thousands of pounds. I am a negotiation expert. I will teach you that negotiation, and I know you can learn it because I learned how. I was not always an expert. I learned how. I will share with you what I learned, how you can too. Understand options, deal structures, and joint venture structures in real detail. Make £1,000 plus profit per property per month. Per property per month. Live exercise and role plays to help you get results quickly. This is not make you a millionaire in 6 months, but I promise you, you follow this system, you follow what I tell you to do, you can replace your income in the next 6 months. How to replace that income and joint venture and business opportunities as well. On the training, we will cover the entire No Money Down matrix, every single one of those acronyms in detail. Jet has been on the training. Amazing content, right? Content not to be missed. Q&A sessions not rushed through, and every question answered, including via role play to embed the message. Quality notes handed out, and no time wasted trying to rush and copy slides, meaning you didn't miss vital content. If only all courses were like this. I've been the student. I know what it's like to be on a training and what you need from that training course. I've took all of my learnings from being the student and put it into this to make it the very best. James Scollard, Kevin, boom, deal done. Except I had to go to 1350, but will still profit 1450 per calendar month, times 12 months, times 7 years. £121,800 profit from one deal. Just give me a yes, please, in the comments box if you would like to make 121 grand from one deal. And here's what I will tell you. The only way that you will make 121 grand in a deal is No Money Down. And these are the dates for you to find out how to learn that stuff. They're the dates, guys. But get this, right? You're not just going to get the training. When you join me on the No Money Down training, you will also get my 12-month step-by-step implementation blueprint. This is the very blueprint that I followed in 2014 to replace my income. You get my very blueprint to replace your income also. There is some questions coming through, guys. I will take all of your questions at the end. So I will take your questions, so keep them coming through. You will not only just get the 12-month plan, though. You will get my deal delivery marketing pack. You will get my marketing pack, the templates, the leaflets, the letters, the postcards, everything. My entire marketing pack. Stephen has my marketing pack. Kevin's deep knowledge and infectious enthusiasm for mentoring and property have propelled my business to heights I couldn't imagine reaching so quickly. His marketing recommendations alone have helped me raise a large joint venture pot within weeks. Stephen raised over £3 million within a few weeks of the training following just one of my marketing techniques. But you know what? It's not just Stephen. Louise as well has my marketing techniques. Who'd have thought it? The wise teachings of Kevin McDonald actually work. 3 calls just this morning, 3 just this morning from landlords wanting to offload their portfolios. They responded to a direct-to-vendor letter I sent them, which was given to me on the No Money Down course. Now, if somebody's trying to buy a portfolio, there is no way you buy a portfolio with the money in your bank account. You buy it with creative investment techniques. You buy it with techniques like lease options, where you show the landlord how they can save money by spreading the purchases over a number of years, giving them capital gains tax allowances each year. That is a creative investment techniques I teach you on the No Money Down training. But there's more than Louise. What about Mark O'Neill? No rest for me Easter Sunday. I have a viewing at 4 p.m. today. The opportunity was sourced using just one of the direct-to-vendor marketing techniques I learned on the No Money Down course last weekend. This is the quickest way to create cash flow from property, to get the keys to property. So you get my 12-month implementation blueprint, you get my marketing pack. But I said earlier, you could be the best marketer in the world. You need to know how to negotiate the deals. When you join me on the training, I will teach you the negotiation techniques, but you will also get my negotiation technique scripts, the very scripts of exactly what to say. Steph has those scripts. Literally follow the script as it is taught by Kevin McDonald. And as he says, this stuff works. But get this, right? Since I hit my passive income target in December, to support my current lifestyle, I have decided to extend my 6-month unpaid leave for an indefinite period. Yet another person replacing their income within 6 months through No Money Down. So you get the training, the step-by-step implementation blueprint, the deal delivery marketing pack, the negotiation technique scripts, and the bulletproof contracts. You get my contracts. You can go buy your own contracts. That will cost you at least 1,500 quid. Miles has my contracts. Just finished the No Money Down masterclass over the weekend. I checked that the management agreement was suitable with Kevin yesterday. That was on the Monday. On Tuesday, 2 days after the training, we have our first County Rooms rent-to-rent HMO in Mayford Woking. The agreement was signed with the owner for 6 years. He even paid cash for a new kitchen. Why did the owner pay cash for a new kitchen? My negotiation techniques. You did promise it would be intense, Kevin. Thanks for your help. If you're buying property, you'll take 2 to 3 months to get through solicitors. Miles has the keys to a house within 2 days of the training. I'm very proud of people like Miles, people like Anesh, like Sylvia, like Darren, like Paul that we spoke to through this training. I'm very proud of the community. When you join me on the training, you get lifetime access to that progressive community. Lifetime access. So what are you going to join me on the training? What exactly do you get? You will get the 2-day no money down training. You will get the 12-month implementation blueprint. You will get my deal delivery marketing pack. You will get the negotiation scripts. You will get my full business in a box. Everything you need to make yourself successful in property. You will get my deal analyzers. You will get my training manual, a 400-page training manual, step-by-step instructions on how to implement each strategy. You will get access to my power team, my solicitors, my mortgage brokers, my power team. Your network is equal to your net worth. You can tap into my power team, my network. You get the bulletproof contract and the support. Everything, total value, 11,678 quid. But I am going to be making you an event-only offer today. But bear with me, because there's even more. I am going to make this completely risk-free for you. I am going to give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Follow my system, and if you do not get your money back within 12 months, I will personally hand it back to you. I will come to your town, wherever you are in the country, 12 months after the training, I will come to your town, right? If you have not got your investment back, and you should be thinking 121 grand from one deal. You shouldn't be even considering your investment back. You should be considering much bigger than that. But should you not, having followed my plan, get your investment back, here's what I will do. I will come to your town by 9 o'clock in the morning. I will personally hand it back, and I will spend the rest of the day with you in that town replicating my 24-hour no money down challenge. Now, what's my 24-hour no money down challenge? I went to a town that I'd never been to before, and I spent 24 hours finding deals in that town. And I secured 2 deals within the first 12 hours. 2 deals. I'm going to show you later today the 24-hour no money down challenge, a clip of 17 minutes from that challenge I'm going to share with you, so you can see exactly what I will replicate in your town. I'll share that with you at the end of this talk, okay? So I will replicate that, meaning any deal, not only will I give you the money back, you keep the contracts, the scripts, the marketing, you get to keep everything, and any deal that we find that day, you get to keep that deal as well. That is a phenomenal 100% money back guarantee. So what's been holding you back? What's your biggest challenge? So here's the thing, you're not a tree. If you don't like where you are, you can move. The facts are you can do this. Other people are doing this. People like Nicholas, right? The opportunity, the skills and tools you have are incredible, which is the reason I've secured 2 deals, an assisted sale and an option on delayed completion. There is also a lease option waiting to be confirmed. Also 2 more looking very likely next week. 5 deals at once. How has Nicholas found 5 deals at once? My marketing pack. You get that very marketing pack that's found him 5 deals at once. Now, Miles got a deal within 2 days of the training. What about Mark Conroy? Busy few days after the weekend's no money down training, I now have the keys to my first property. Numerous people getting the keys to their first houses within days of the training. Look at Camille. Results don't lie. Thank you so much, Kevin McDonald. What you have taught me in such a short amount of time has made it possible. In January, I was made redundant. In March, I'm on track to making my yearly salary in a month. You can do it too. She means you. You need to listen to this guy. She means me. You can do this too. Hashtag no money down. The facts are other people are doing it. You don't need lots of money to start. In fact, if you're focused on the money in your bank account, you'll never build a big enough business, because what happens is you become the statistic of the 2 million landlords that got stuck on one house. If you want to build that large property business, you need a plan to do deal number 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that plan is no money down. You do not need to be full-time. You can do this part-time. I got to 10 grand a month while working for Lang O'Rourke, and they worked me 60 to 70 hours a week. If you can commit 5 hours a week, 8 hours maximum, you can do this. You can absolutely do this with the right plan. It's about working smart, not hard. You do not need a mortgage. You can control other people's properties through lease options, through assisted sales, through exchange with delayed completions, through rent to rent. You can control other people's properties through tenant buyers. You do not need experience. In fact, I prefer if you've got no experience whatsoever. Here's why. Because if you've got experience, you want to use a bit of your experience and a bit of what I say. If you've got no experience whatsoever, you've got no choice but to follow exactly what I have. Learn to invest in yourself first. And this works everywhere. There's only one place that this will not work, and that's in your head. If you're in the comments box right now, and I know some people have, asking, will this work somewhere in England? Will it work in Scotland? Will it work in Ireland? Will it work in Europe? This works absolutely everywhere, so long as you're willing to work. Okay, it'll work everywhere. Follow a system for success, and there's no more proven system than No Money Down. These are the dates, guys, 24th, 25th of October, 7th and 8th of November. The office price, if you ring the office, it's $3,997 plus VAT. That will not be the investment. This is phenomenal. You can join me on the No Money Down training for just $1,997 plus VAT. Now, bear with me because I've got even more to offer you. I've got even more, so bear with me. What you'll discover, remember, is how to get houses for free, the 12 strategies, the 9 winning ways to source the deals, master negotiation for confident success and to make hundreds of thousands of pounds. Understand options, deal structures, and joint venture structures. Make £1,000 plus profit per property per month. Live exercise and role plays to get results quickly. We role play every scenario in the room to make it as live as possible. How to replace your income, not make you a millionaire, replace your income. There is 3 steps to success. Number 1 is know what you want and why. Number 2 is find a system to get it. And there's no more proven system than what Rockefeller spoke about 150 years ago. Control of other people's assets. And you get up and go for it now. So bear with me for a moment because I am going to give you a very special opportunity. You get the No Money Down training. You get the 12-month plan. You get the negotiation scripts. You get the marketing pack. You get the contracts. You get the full business in a box, the deal analyzers, the training manuals, the access to the power team. You get the 100% money back guarantee should you follow the system and not get your money back within 12 months. But also, I mentioned I want to work with committed people. The joint venture opportunity. When you secure your place on No Money Down today, I will also include the joint venture partnership opportunity. I will teach you all about rent to rent. I will get you my marketing pack. You use my marketing pack in your area. I will fund the deals so long as they meet the rule of 1.5 and the 6-month rule. I'll teach you how to find the very best deals. Leverage my knowledge, my systems, and replicate it in your area. The joint venture is worth on average of 5 grand per deal. That's the average we put into the deals. So this will be the entire offer. You will get the No Money Down training for $19.97, the 12-month implementation blueprint for free, the deal delivery marketing pack for free, the negotiation scripts for free, the deal analyzers, the training manual, access to my power team, absolutely free. You will get my bulletproof contract free. You will get my lifetime support from the community for free. You will get a 1-day initial rent-to-rent training. So to give you the lifetime joint venture on rent-to-rent, I need to teach you and make you an absolute rent-to-rent expert. So I'm going to include an additional day's training, a day's training specifically on rent-to-rent. I sell that training separately at $2,197 plus VAT. I am going to include it today only. I'm going to include it for absolutely free. So there will not be a 2-day No Money Down training. There will be 3 days of training. 3 days of training. 2 different training courses. A 1-day rent-to-rent and a 2-day No Money Down. Now they're here in Peterborough, so you don't have to come here twice because some of you will come from Ireland and around Europe or from the north of England or south of England. So what we'll do is I'll put them together. We'll do rent-to-rent on day 1 and No Money Down day 2 and 3. So we'll do 3 days together, meaning you only have to come here once. I'm going to include the lifetime rent-to-rent joint venture. Valued at $5,000 per joint venture deal, I'm going to include that absolutely free. So anyone who said they were committed to the joint venture, you get that automatically included in this training. anyone watching right now who wants this opportunity, you get that included as well, absolutely free. Now, these are the terms. The lifetime joint venture is free for everyone who secures their place in the next 30 minutes only. Why? Because I want to work with committed people. I want to know you're serious. If you're serious and you're committed to this, go grab that opportunity in the next 30 minutes, right? And it is everything, the entire thing. So you've got till 1 p.m. 1 p.m. to close, to secure your place, and then it's closed. $19.97 plus VAT, but there's more. Life Our Business Partner second person gets a 50% discount. And I am going to make the entire thing a commitment fee. Because I said I want to work with committed people, those of you that joint venture with me, and you've got a choice, you can do it yourself, but if you want to joint venture with me, and even if it's only on one deal, the first deal that you joint venture with me on, I will give your entire commitment fee back. So the $19.97 plus VAT commitment fee back on the first deal. So you get a 100% money back guarantee if you follow the system and do not get your money back within 12 months. And you get a 100% money back guarantee if you follow the system and do get a deal and JV with me on it. So either way, you get a 100% money back guarantee, making the entire offer a commitment fee. That is phenomenal, guys. You got 30 minutes till 1 o'clock. Go grab that place right now. Here's the link. The team will put the link in the comments, in the screen for you right now. bit.ly/NMD2009. Go right now and grab that place. We have got limited places available on that. The October date, there is only 6 places left on that date. Right? There's hundreds of people watching this, guys. There's only 6 places left on that October date. If you want to get October, you got to go right now. Got to go right now. The November date, we're on limited numbers, guys. We have got 12 places left on the November date. You have got to get October. There's only 6 places. Go get that right now. So we start immediately. If I really want something, I'll find a way. If I don't, I will find an excuse. This is a phenomenal opportunity to learn all the creative techniques to get you doing no money down single lets, HMOs, SAs, commercial conversions, buy to flips, but without buying them. Everything via bit.ly/NMD2009. But right now, some of you are at home making excuses. I'm going to take away everything for you. Here's what I'm going to do. Life Our Business Partner second person gets a 50% discount. When you go to the link, secure one place, then come back onto the feed on the thread and write, because there's only a secure in one place, and just write, secured your place. I want to know who my JV partners are. I want to know who secured the place. Just write secured in the comments box. Here's what we will then do. When you write secured in the comments box, what I want you to do, guys, okay, very clearly, is say partner, please, and put your name, email address, and phone number. One of my team will ring you tomorrow to book your partner on for the 50% discount. So just buy one place today and then write partner, please, with your name, email address, and phone number. And one of my team will ring you tomorrow to get your partner booked on as well. So the partner gets a 50% discount. If you cannot make either of the dates, October and November, secure the price right now. We will get you on another date later in the year or into 2021. Secure the price. It is a phenomenal opportunity. It is a business expense. You can run this through your business as a training expense, and you can claim back the VAT. So you can claim back the VAT and claim back the entire cost of the training as a business expense. Here's the entire offer. You get the No Money Down Masterclass, $19.97. The link, guys, bit.ly/NMD2009 is on your screen. You get the 12-month implementation blueprint for free. The marketing pack for free. You get the negotiation technique scripts for free. You get the deal analyzers, the training manual, the power team, absolutely free. You get the bulletproof contract for free. You get the lifetime support from the progressive community for free. You get the one-day rent-to-rent training included, absolutely free. 3 days of training, not 2, 3 days of training. You get the lifetime joint venture with me, valued at $5K per deal, absolutely free. Everyone who secures their place in the next 30 minutes gets that, and it's just $19.97 plus VAT. And you get your full commitment fee of $19.97 back on the first deal that we joint venture on. And the Life Our Business Partner gets a 50% discount. That, guys, is a phenomenal opportunity. So a little bit more on the joint venture. Anyone who wrote committed in the joint venture earlier, by the way, and you booked an appointment with the team, grab this opportunity now, because that appointment is just for a phone call with my team. It does not guarantee you a place on the JV. This guarantees you the JV. When you have that call, there is still a commitment fee. This is the best possible price to get your place on the training. This is a phenomenal opportunity. And today only, I am giving you a 100% money back guarantee on that commitment fee. And I'm giving you a 100% money back guarantee should you follow the training advice and not get a deal within your first 12 months. I will come to your town and I will replicate my 24-hour challenge. What is that challenge? I'm going to show you exactly how I do that in a few moments. I'm going to show you a video of my 24-hour challenge. That is exactly what I will do for you in your town with you should you not get a deal done in the first 12 months. Now, that is a huge, huge opportunity because any deals we find that day, and I will work my ass off to get them, you get to keep those deals. That is phenomenal, guys. Phenomenal, phenomenal opportunity. So any questions? We got questions from the team. Amanda is in. Lucy is in. Tej, I've secured Kev, not sure which date yet though. So we have got 2 people in at least for October. Amanda and Lucy's in October. 4 places left in October, guys. You got to go right now. Tej might be doing November. He's not sure yet. He has secured his place. He's unsure of his date. So if he takes October, there's only 3 places left in October. Should he decide November or another date, then there's 4 in October. Grab one of those places before they're all gone. We have got around 18 people already saying they want to join venture. They're committed to the joint venture. Guys, I cannot believe every one of you does not want the joint venture opportunity. This is about us going far together. But if there's 18 people committed to the joint venture, guys, and I got 6 places in October, that is a lot of people looking at the joint venture. So go grab the opportunity as quickly as you can. Go to the link bit.ly/NMD2009. Come back and let me know you've secured your place. What I'll also do is for everyone who's secured your place, October, November, it's a few weeks away. Send me a message on social media. So Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, either of those platforms, send me a message saying you've secured the No Money Down training and the joint venture, and I will send you an immediate action list to get started. We need to connect with each other anyway because we're going to have a JV. So I will send you an immediate action list to get started. So we start immediately. Now, I will be checking to make sure you have secured your place, obviously, but send me a message once you've secured your place. And on my social media, Kevin McDonald on LinkedIn, Instagram, or Facebook, send me a message saying you've secured your place. I'll send you an immediate action list to get started. So guys, that is a phenomenal, phenomenal opportunity. Some people have asked, how exactly does the JV work again? So very simple. We give you the 1 day's rent-to-rent training. That's to get you together so I can download my brain into your head. You get my marketing. I'll teach you the negotiation. We drop my marketing in your area. I show you exactly what to say, to who, where to put the marketing, when to put it out, the whole structure, the entire plan in your area, okay? You find a deal in your area. We structure it as a rule of 1.5 of the 6-month rule. So long as it meets those 2 rules, I fund the deal, okay? You get your entire 1997 commitment fee back. Why? Because you don't have to JV with me. You might decide to do it yourself. I'm giving the commitment fee back as a thank you for joint venturing with me. I've got a vested interest in training you as much as I possibly can, as best I possibly can. Because the better I train you, the more likely we are to JV together. Now, like Nicholas earlier, who found 5 deals at once, Nicholas has the freedom. We're not tied into a JV. Nicholas has the freedom to do 4 deals himself and 1 with me. And that's absolutely fine. Why? Because Nicholas will do 4 himself and 1 with me. He's got 5 done. I'll do 1 with Nicholas, but I'll do 1 with Amanda, 1 with Lucy, 1 with Tej, 1 with Paul, 1 with Suzanne, 1 with Mohammed. I will end up doing 6 deals. I don't need to do every deal with you. So long as mine meet the rule of 1.5 and 6-month rule, I'm happy, okay? It is about you doing whatever deals you want yourself and then doing ones with me. Maybe you have got enough money to do 3 yourself and you're going to otherwise let 2 deals slip away. That would be ridiculous. Joint venture with me on the ones that you cannot necessarily do yourself. Phenomenal, phenomenal opportunity, guys. So what questions have we got coming through? Steve says, how do I get my first rent-to-rent deal? Steve, first of all is you come on my training, you learn how to do No Money Down. I will teach you the techniques, and then we start by getting the marketing out. You follow my 12-month plan. We get the marketing out there. We get the phone ringing. and then we negotiate the deal. So there's a whole process to negotiation. There's a whole process. There's 6 steps to result in negotiating a deal. Number 1 is you got to build rapport. And empathy is number 2. 3 is work out the owner's situation. 4 is fully understand the situation. 5 is learn the best solution for them. And 6 is spend the time with them. 6 steps to a result. We will go through the detail of that, Steve, on the training. And how to negotiate the deal. You've got to arrange a meeting. You've got to build the offer. You've got to make the offer, and you've got to close the deal. We will go through the entire detail of that on the training. I've had just an hour with you talking about No Money Down for the last hour. This is 3 entire days. David is asking, are there payment options available? Are there payment options available? Yeah, I hadn't planned payment options, David, but here's what I'll do. I want to make this as accessible as possible for you. So what we will do, if the team can do this, because I've got nothing on a slide or anything about payment options, if the team can do this, if they put the phone number for the office on the screen, if you call the office, David, if you call the office, we will do a payment option. So we can do a payment option if you call the office. Call them now. Now, there's people in the office right now. Call the office right now, and this payment option, I'll make it available. So you don't even have to invest the entire $19.97 now. You can secure it on a payment option. Spread the payments. Call the office right now. That was David. Anne is saying, can I bring my husband? Absolutely, Anne. Secure one place right now. Secure one place, and then tomorrow, just write your name, your email address, your phone number in the comments box, and say payment or business partner, please. Business partner, please, or life partner, please. And if you say life partner, please, in the comments box, one of the team can give you a call back either today or tomorrow to book your partner on for the 0.5. So you need to secure one place now online and then get the second half price. Okay? Alice is saying, what contracts do I need to be legal? Alice, there is a load of contracts you need to go through. So the marketing for rent to rents is completely different to the marketing for a lease option or an assisted sale. The contracts for each is completely different. On the training, Alice, I will go through each strategy, how to do the marketing for each one, how to negotiate each one, because the negotiation is different, and the different types of contract for each type of deal to make sure that we keep legal. That is a critical part. We got to make sure we're keeping legal. When you're controlling property, you need to make sure that the property is on the right type of mortgage. You need to make sure all of that stuff is in place. And it scares me where people try and go off and do these strategies without professional education, because they make massive mistakes that cost them a huge amount of money. You need things like power of attorneys. You need restrictions. You need charges. You need all of these types of things in place. And people don't have a clue you need this stuff. I go into the detail, Alice, of all of this stuff on the training. The whole point of the 3 days is I cannot teach you all of this detail in 1 hour. So get on the training, Alice, and I will go through every single thing to give you the entire business model over the 3 days we spend together. Mark, I still don't get why a homeowner would let me take their property on a rent-to-rent basis. Why would they not go to a letting agent? Here's why, Mark, because some letting agents trash their houses. I got a property off a landlord and the property was completely trashed. Think about this, Mark. I don't know what part of the country you're in, but let's say somebody owns a property in Birmingham and the landlord, the owner of the property, lives abroad or they live in another part of the country, and they give it to a letting agent in Birmingham. And the letting agent, if the rent's $2,000 a month, the letting agent charges them 12% plus VAT, which is probably 300 quid a month. So they're not getting $3,000 a month, they're getting 17. Then there's maintenance costs. And the letting agent maybe charges them a couple of hundred quid on maintenance. So they're not getting 1,700, they're getting 1,500. And then there's voids, and the letting agent charges them every time they find a tenant. And if they move the tenant out to find another tenant, they charge them again. And the letting agents don't look after the property. Some do, apologies to those that do. Not every letting agent is good. And a lot of letting agents will agree with that. Not all of them are good. But the landlord, the agent, the tenant pays the agent $2,000. The landlord doesn't receive $2,000. The landlord receives about 1,400 quid, knit in their pocket. We say to them, we will give you more than you are putting in your pocket, not less than the market rent. So we will get the property for about 1,600 a month and then multi-let it. Why does the landlord not do it themselves? They live out of area. They've got a busy job. They might live in the area with a busy job. They don't want it. They want the baby, not the labour pain. Why would they give it to a letting agent and not give it to you? They give it to the letting agent, they make 1,400 quid. They give it to you, they make 1,600 quid. And they've not got their property marked. They've not got their property in a letting agent's where the agent also manages 700 properties. With you, it's the personal touch. The letting agent looks at that property every 3 to 6 months. You view it at least twice a month. That's why, Mark. I hope that answers your question. That not everybody will, but many people will. This is about the right people. We focus on a 1 in 10 batting average. If you speak to 100 letting agents, you'll get at least 10 deals. It's a 1 in 10. What else have we got? So just want to make it clear, guys, the booking of an appointment earlier. So any one of you, so a number of people booked appointments earlier for the phone call from one of my team about the joint venture. That phone call, right, is to have a conversation with my team about whether you're committed or not. We could reject you on that phone call. If we don't reject you on that phone call, there is a commitment fee to pay. The commitment fee is more than the one you're seeing on the screen right now. You guarantee the place right now for $19.97 plus VAT, no interview. You guarantee the joint venture because you're proving you're committed. Plus, you get an additional day's training. Plus, you get the commitment fee back on your first deal. If you wait for the phone call, you do not get the commitment fee back. You get the commitment fee back today. Why? Because today, this is part of Progressive. They've asked me to do something really special for the Property Revolution Summit. This is a phenomenal opportunity. So if you have booked that phone call for a chat via the link earlier, grab the opportunity right now. You are not in. That phone call has not got you in. I want to make that very clear. Secure the place right now. If you need a payment option, ring the office. The phone number is on the screen. Give the office a ring, 01733, the number's on the screen. Give them a ring and secure your place right now on a payment option. Somebody's just said the phone lines are busy. So yes, they are. The phone lines are busy. The phones are ringing. There's people ringing the office. So here's what you need to do. Keep trying the number. Keep trying the phone line. If you're struggling to get through, then put your name, email address, and phone number in the comments box right now and say payment option, please. And we'll get the team to ring you back when the phone line's quieting down. However, you've got till 1 o'clock to secure your place. So keep trying that number. It is a little frustrating. I get that. Sorry if you're frustrated, but the phone line is busy. There's a lot of people looking to ring this. So go ring, keep trying a phone number, but at the same time, put your name, email address, and phone number. What I will do for you, if you put your name, email address, and phone number and payment option in the comments box now, I will hold the price for you so long as you put your name, email address, and phone number in before 1 o'clock. That'll confirm you're in the first 30 minutes. The link and the phone number that you need to ring is on the bottom of your screen. bit.ly/NMD2009 to secure it. If you want to ring the office, the number's on the bottom of the screen. Put your name, email address, and phone number in the comments box and say payment option, please. If you want to bring a life or business partner, put your name, email address, and phone number in the comments box and write life partner or business partner, please. And the team will also ring you back to secure the second person at a 50% discount. What else have we got? So I really like the idea of rent-to-rent, but I don't have a clue on marketing. Tina, we will teach you the marketing on the training. Just to confirm, Fred, I get the JV partnership if I buy the course now. Absolutely, Fred, 100% you get the JV partnership if you secure it right now. You get everything in that offer. Guys, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you. I promised you a 100% money back guarantee. If you follow this system for the next 12 months and you do not make your money back, I will come. You should be looking at 121 grand from one deal. But if you follow the system, do not make your money back within 12 months, I will come to your town in 12 months' time, and I will get there by 9 o'clock in the morning, hand you the money back personally myself, let you keep everything in the entire offer, and spend the rest of the day with you, replicating my 24-hour no money down challenge, mentoring you for free. I'm going to show you that 24-hour no money down challenge right now. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Here's what I'm going to say to you guys. You have got until the end of this challenge video, but I'll give you, because you're going to watch the video, I'll give you 10 minutes directly after watching the challenge video to secure your place. I've been Kevin McDonald. I'm going to go to the video. You have got till 10 minutes after the video is finished to secure your place. bit.ly/NMD2009. Watch the video. Then we're going to take a break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. We're going to go to the video now, back at 1 o'clock. So enjoy the No Money Down Challenge video, 24-hour video. Watch it and secure your place, because that is the commitment that I'm going to be giving to you on this training. Speak soon. Need the phone to ring. I need something quite urgently. Get in. This is one. Ready? But I gotta write this guy's number down before I forget it. That was a disaster. "24-hour no money down challenge." So what you're telling me is I've got to get a deal in the next 24 hours. No money down property investing. What is it? It's where you can build a multi-million-pound property business using literally none of your own money. Now that might sound crazy to you, but it's exactly what I've done to build a multi-million-pound property business, and what many other people in this country have done too. You just need to have the knowledge to know how to do it, and that's exactly what I'm going to show you how to do. So I just got to get a deal for no money down 24 hours, like a lease option, a rent to rent. Hang on a second. It's 6:30 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
So I don't have 24 hours, because how am I going to get a yes at 2 a.m.?
That's your problem, Kevin.
So agents close at 5:30. So I've got 11 hours plus whatever I can do this evening after the agents close.
And the clock started at 6 a.m. this morning, Kevin.
It's got to get to my area. It's got about an hour to get there. Should be there before the agents open around 9 o'clock. I mean, I'm the no money down guy. I can do this. I can get a deal done by the end of the day. I'm very confident.
One thing before we start, you got some rules.
Okay. No contacts. No gold mine area. So I'm not going to my area. And I'm not allowed to use any money whatsoever.
Yep, has to be no money down.
If I'm not going to my area, where are we going?
So we are going to Norwich.
Where's Norwich? Putting together a plan. So I'm just taking down the phone numbers of all the estate agents, so I've got all their numbers to ring them. I'm thinking about putting it out on Gumtree, thinking about just going on Spare Room and arranging viewings of some landlords' houses for rooms, and then offer them guaranteed rent while I'm there. I'm thinking about putting it out on Facebook. Join requests. I can't join. I've got to wait for somebody to accept me. Oh man, I'm struggling there. Are you buying breakfast? I don't like English sausages. I'm beginning to get a little bit stressed. I don't know the town. I don't know the agents. So I know where to start. We're going to start with agents, but which one? And yeah, it's a bit tougher than I thought it'd be. I've just found a house on Gumtree. My name's Kevin. I've seen the ad for the two-bedroom flat in Tuxwood available for sale. I was wondering if it's still available.
Yes, it is, yes.
Would it be possible to arrange a viewing? Should we say maybe 12 o'clock?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Get in. He's going to be talking to me forever. I was just going to say, stick it in this. I'll stick it in the sat nav, but let somebody talk if they want to talk. The problem is, I don't have a while. I need to do the deal quickly. Sounds like Peter could be somebody. Keith, even. I called him Peter. The stress. I called him Peter. It's Keith. It's 9:15. But I've got one viewing in the bag for a private sale house. If I've got any chance of getting a viewing with an agent, I need to book the viewings now. So I think we should do some view agents.
In person,
have a chat. Few in person, then ring a few. I'll go in here first. Will I just go then? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got 3 or 4 agents. I'm in. It's Kevin.
Nice to meet you.
Just having a look really about, well, a couple of things.
Yep.
One is, do you do corporate lets?
So we're not in there because he's got to be a new investor, and if he's got a bunch of cameramen following around, that's just going to give the game away.
1 or 2 bed apartments, or else a sort of 4-ish bed house would be ideal. But I'd like to try and view stuff today if I could.
Right, okay. I would look to see if there is anything.
Would a similar thing work with them, where we could go in and refurbish it for them?
It's definitely worth speaking to them and see if it's something.
If you could, that would be great, yeah. First agent's done. 2 potential assisted sale deals. She's going to ring me back. An assisted sale is where we can secure a purchase price today. We'd go in and refurbish the property and then sell it on later without ever buying the house. I would call that a positive meeting in the first agents. I've got a viewing at 12 o'clock. got 10:30 viewing at 12 o'clock. I've got 90 minutes to get another couple of viewings. So I was wondering if you have any landlords that would be open to long-term corporate lets.
Kevin's in agent number 2, trying to figure out some deals. Things are sounding surprisingly good.
Okay, that looks ideal, to be honest.
That is a really nice property, actually.
5 potential deals. One of them is a 5-bedroom house, $1,250 a month rent. I've just offered $1,100. She seemed really positive. Thought the landlord was very interested. I love the floor plan because it's got 5 bedrooms, but it's also got the potential of 2 extras. It's got 7. Really good opportunity. But there's also 4 others that she's just said to me the landlords are open to corporate lets on. She's speaking to the landlord right now. She's going to give me a call, let me know if it's done or not. She's happy with the offer. Let's see what happens.
None of our landlords are going to be interested in that.
Okay.
I'll tell you that now. So, yeah, sorry.
That was a disaster. I explained what we did, and he basically just said none of our landlords will be open to that. But I think he kind of knew at that point that I was blagging it slightly because I didn't know my area well enough. I think he thought he understood rent to rent, but he didn't understand the actual benefits of rent to him or to his landlords and didn't really want to listen. Is that common? It can be. So I always say 1 in 10. You can't get every agent. We've been to a few. There's only one that said no so far, but it winds me up when they still say no. I'm not moving quick enough. It's 11 o'clock. I've only got the 1 viewing booked in, 1 offer in. Agents close in 6 hours, so I'm going to go back to just ringing them. I don't have time to walk the streets and speak to them. I need something quite urgently, so would you have anything with the landlords that are looking for a quick sale?
Yeah, I can't sort of think of anything we've got.
That was a disaster. This man is stressing. Real life, baby. This is how it is.
We need to make a move. We've got viewing at 12 o'clock. Gotta go. Oh. This is one.
Yeah, I've just seen your advert online. I'm just calling to get a bit more information on how this rent to own works.
Basically, looking for people who we're trying to help get on the property ladder. So anyone who really wants to own a home, but is currently, say, struggling to get a mortgage or maybe don't have a big enough deposit. So we're a company that helps them get started on the property ladder. Because what you do is you rent the home today, but buy it over a period of time. You're looking generally around 3% of the purchase price as a deposit, where banks generally look for 10%.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, if we were to find something where 2K would get you in, would that work for you?
In the next couple of weeks, yes.
In the next couple of weeks, that'd be fine. Okay.
Cheers.
Okay, right. So now I've got a pot of 2 to 3 grand that I can put down on a house that I know that I've got in my pocket from a potential tenant buyer. We are in the game.
It's a great result, Kevin, but you need to be in a viewing in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know, but I got to write this guy's number down before I forget it, and then we can run to the car. I know I'm already late. Let's go.
Run.
I've got 2 to 3 grand. I'm meeting Keith.
Not Peter.
No, not Peter. I called him Peter, didn't I?
Or is it Pete? Here we go. Hold on.
Oh, geez, that's my car you're driving around on that. We are 4 minutes late to my first viewing of the day, and I've got a rule of thumb. Never, ever, ever be late for a viewing. How are you supposed to show somebody that they can rely on you, they can trust you, when you can't even be able to make it on time? I blame the driver. One of the things I do is, I'm actually an investor, but we are not like most investors in terms of we don't have tenants. No. What we have is what we call tenant buyers. 170 you're looking for. They pay the 170. They pay it in 3 years' time, but they pay, say, 3 grand up front, 4 grand up front, but there'd be no letting agent fees, no maintenance costs.
I think I really want to go another 2 or 3 years
right
down that road again.
No. I had really good hopes for that. Here's the challenge, right? That didn't actually go that bad. The problem is, he said himself, if we had been here last year, it'd have been a yes. Going to ring me in about 2 or 3 months' time saying he's still interested. The problem is, I've got to get a deal today. They've just shut my spare room account down for one message.
Just based on the messages
but which you have sent,
Yeah.
we would be unable to open your account up.
So the fact that I've been with Spare Room for about 15 years and never did that wrong before is irrelevant.
Yeah, it's sort of in a
Excellent.
case of, I mean, you could not do anything wrong and have a criminal record, but then you go and do something pretty bad, you would still be arrested. Type
I
thing.
know, I didn't murder anybody,
the
but
way
I get it.
works, Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Kevin, how confident out of 10 do you feel you can get a deal done?
-1. This'll do. Nobody's getting back to me. I've got loads of positive replies, but nobody's actually getting back to me with a deal. Not feeling confident right now. Would you have any landlords or homeowners that may be open to agreeing a purchase price on their house, but letting somebody rent it initially and then buy later?
No, we haven't really got any properties like that at the moment.
Yes, it's not something that we do, unfortunately.
I doubt it.
Is this the most stressed you've ever been in your life?
Yeah. Do I need to view to make an offer on it, or would you?
Yes, you do need to view.
Would the landlord be willing to take a yes subject to viewing?
I mean, no, we literally have to have someone view, unfortunately.
Right. I'm wondering if you've got any landlords that may be open to a long-term corporate let.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a great deal that wouldn't be, to be honest. It's full guaranteed for normal rentals.
Absolutely. Yeah, the landlord would be definitely open to a long-term let. No problem whatsoever. Oh no, sorry, you have to view. We can't take any offers without a viewing, and we can't let you view till Friday. It's Monday, and I've got till 5 o'clock, not till Friday. It's like up, down, up, down. Is there any possibility of having anything where I could actually view today?
Unfortunately not.
The biggest challenge isn't finding a tenant buyer. The biggest challenge isn't finding a tenant. The biggest challenge isn't even finding a house. The biggest challenge is you've given me a day. Need the phone to ring on some of these that we offered on. Missed a call. Right. Give me a second. Ring back. Hi, I just got a missed call.
Hi there, is that Kevin?
Yes, speaking.
Hi, 30 apartments coming on this week. We're just getting to talk over this week.
13 apartments.
Yes.
Right. That sounds really good, to be honest. Generally what we do is we look after all of the maintenance and the management.
So you would be signing a contract and you would pay the rent directly to us?
Yes. Yeah. It's something that we'd potentially be open to working on.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Brilliant.
Shall I give you my email address?
Yes, please. Yeah, that's great. Get in. 4:48 in the evening, towards the end of the day, and finally got a yes. 13 apartments directly from a developer. The developer is open to corporate lets. The agent's open to corporate lets. She just wants me to send the contract through. She's happy to review the contract. And I've got something else. Hang on.
It's a verification call about the minor car accident that you had in the past. I hope you remember that.
I know. Thank you for calling. That was really quick. The accident was only about 20 minutes ago. We've got more. They're coming through now.
So where are we going right now, Kev?
We're going to view a property. Diane, who lives in this 3-bedroom property, is really open to selling her house, but where she can rent it initially and sell it over a period of time. I'm interested in the rent-to-own. I've got another tenant buyer. Give me a second. Let me ring him now. Hiya, I've just had your text about the interested in the rent-to-own program. Do you mind me asking what you do, Natasha, for a living?
Yeah, I work in a shop and my partner catches chickens.
Oh, wow. Okay. So like what we'd be looking at, say, is if we were looking at a sort of a 200 grand property, we'd be looking at sort of 6 grand.
Okay.
Is that something that sounds reasonable?
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Another person with at least 6 grand ready to go as a tenant buyer. 6 grand's enough. We've got a potential tenant buyer there. That's 3 tenant buyers today, just from one ad.
I'm the owner, yeah.
You're the owner. Okay, excellent. Right. I've got a viewing now at 5:30, so I could do any time after that, to be honest.
Okay, to 6 o'clock?
So can we do 6:30? Sorry, would that be okay for you?
Okay, 6:30.
Brilliant. Cheers. Thank you. I've just missed a voicemail again. They're all coming in now. Listen. New message.
Hi, a message for Kevin. It's Alex. Give me a call when you get the message.
Hi, Alex. I seem to keep missing you. Yeah.
The flats I have in mind, It's quite a bit tricky because we have loads.
You got loads. Would he be open, the developer, to a long-term rental then?
Yes, 100%.
100%.
If they want a 2-year, 3-year lease, 5-year lease, I can do that.
Oh, brilliant. That would be awesome. So we could get a 3 to 5 year lease on one of the flats. We could do a purchase later as well.
100%.
We've got another deal. There's a deal done. 3 to 5 years secured. Alex, I fucking love you. We have still got another viewing to get another deal. I'm not giving up yet. Oh, we've got 2 viewings booked in now. I forgot. The calls are coming in so quick. And I'm still waiting for some callbacks from other agents as well.
Hey, are you ready, Kevin?
Ready. That dog's got a big stick. He does have a big stick. Hi.
That's a big stick. We started at 6 o'clock this morning. It is 7:15 in the evening. That's just over 12 hours to secure the deals. One for 13 apartments, one for one property. I'm shattered. I'm done. Boys, let's go home. Welcome back, everyone. So that was the 24-hour No Money Down challenge. For those of you joining me on the No Money Down training, you get the training, you get the 1-day rent-to-rent training, you get the 2-day No Money Down training, you get the lifetime rent-to-rent joint venture. If you follow the plan and don't get your money back within 12 months, I will come to your town and replicate that 24-hour challenge. So you get your investment back, and any deals I find for you on that day, you get to keep them as well. That is a phenomenal, phenomenal opportunity, guys. There's payment options available as well. So call the office, speak to the team right now, secure your place. Everyone who booked, I said they were committed to the joint venture and booked in a call, you got to make that call right now. Ignore the appointment from earlier, secure the place right now for the best possible investment on that offer. Absolutely phenomenal opportunity, guys. I'm looking forward to working with you. A few people have already have put their names through. So can you also add your name to saying you're in? So say I'm in once you've secured your place. So I know you've got your place secured. I want to know who my JV partners are. Anyway, we've got to move on. So our next speaker is someone who I've got to know quite well over the last few years. And he is the UK's leading expert in deal packaging, sourcing property and selling them on to other investors. He's got a multi-million pound property business. But here's what's unique. He's got £3 million of equity in his portfolio. £3 million of equity in his portfolio. He doesn't need any more houses. He's just doing it for fun now. He's sourcing properties and selling them on to other investors, and he can show you how you can do that too. He's got a 6-figure sourcing business, one of the biggest sourcing businesses in the UK. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Mr. David Siegler. So David's going to share with you now how you can do deal packaging from your mobile phone. David, can you hear me? I'm going to hand you over immediately.
Kevin, I can hear you loud and clear. How are you today? Okay, so he went very quickly. Hi, guys. I'm just going to dive straight in. So for the next hour or so, this section that I'm with you this afternoon, this is absolutely vital to you, because this section is about cash. It's about deal packaging, and deal packaging is different from every other property strategy, but it encompasses every other property strategy. I'll come back to that. But we are, for the next 60 minutes or so, going to be talking about money. We're going to be talking about cash. We're going to be talking about your cash, how you can generate enough cash in your life so that you can have your property business, you can build your business, you can do whatever you want. So deal packaging is the number one cash strategy in property today. And in these troubled times, cash is so important. I was watching the TV news this morning while I was having my Wheatie Puffs, and they're talking about cash. They're talking about going forward, cash is king. The preservation of capital is key, right? And if you're going to work with investors, because as deal packagers, yes, we need deals, but we need investors. Here's the truth, guys. People with money, your investors, are worried about their money. They're worried about keeping it in the banks. People with a lot of money, and there are millions of people out there with a lot of money. There are, guys. They're concerned because if they put their money in the bank, they're only protected up to £85,000, right? And they might have a lot more than £85,000. A lot of people have. So they're chasing round, looking to open new bank accounts, looking for other safe investments where their capital is guaranteed. Because if it's over 85 grand and the bank goes bust, they might lose their capital. And they're completely aware of what happened in Cyprus in 2013, where the government went to the banks and took all the money out of the accounts for people who had more than 85 grand. More than 85 grand was lost. So here's the truth. This is a perfect storm for us now as deal packagers, because going forward, there is going to be a clatter of property deals. We're going to be able to pick up properties at money that we haven't been able to do it for 5-10 years now, right? Plus, we've got investors who are holding cash, who are worried about their cash. What are they going to do with their cash? You can help them with their cash. So how did I get into deal packaging? Because as Kevin rightly told you, I am at heart a single let buy-to-let investor. And when I and the present Mrs. Siegler decided to get into property and build our property investment, we had to do it on our own. There was no property education then. There were no great webinars like this. There was no networking groups where we could come and ask questions and move ourselves forward. We had to learn how to do it ourselves. We had to learn from our mistakes. We learnt from the school of hard knocks. And this is how we did it, team. Would you like to hear how we did it? Don't worry about typing in the question box. Just give me a shout. I can hear you coming through the airwaves, team. Give me a yes if you want to hear how we did it. I hear you, brothers and sisters. I hear you. Not all of you, but I do hear you. Okay. This is how we did it. We saved up a deposit, went to the bank and got a mortgage, went and bought a house, put it in our property portfolio. Do you want to know what we did next? Saved another deposit, got another mortgage, another house, right? And if I'm honest, it was a bit slow. It was, right? And the other thing about single let buy-to-lets where we were investing in the northwest of England was that single let there, buy-to-let, set and forget about £200 a month net. That's what we were earning from our houses. I don't know about you guys, but I need quite a lot of £200 a month to make my world go round. So we were able to augment that a bit by doing the occasional flip. We flipped a property, sold it on into the market for a profit. But in 2008, everything stopped. Everything stopped. The last financial unpleasantness. The banks withdrew for the market. I could not get a mortgage. It wasn't about me. It was that the banks weren't lending, in particular on property at that time. So at 2008, I couldn't move forward with my property business, so I just stopped. I kind of retired for 4.5 years. And what I didn't know was at that very time, the founders of Progressive Property, Rob Moore and Mark Homer, were setting out on their journey, and they were buying hundreds of properties, hundreds of deals, using other people's money, using investors and family money, buying properties for investors and taking fees. The huge business that we know as Progressive Property today, its foundations were built on portfolio building, that is deal packaging. But they were great marketers, so they called it portfolio building. Sounds so much better, doesn't it? I call it deal packaging, right? And I didn't know you could do this stuff. I sat at home. I did nothing. I watched daytime television. Joined the Indoor Bowls Club. Got a bit down, if I'm honest, a bit depressed. Because I was all on my own. I had nobody to talk to. And then, 24th of January 2014, I came to Progressive Property in Peterborough. I attended a multiple streams of property income event, and I was blessed because on the Saturday afternoon, 25th of January 2014, Rob Moore himself presented the section on deal packaging. How to earn big chunks of cash for a tiny, tiny investment. And that was what I needed. I needed cash in my life. And I ran to the team and I said, team, please, can I join the deal packaging family? And they said, David, you can. So I did. And this is what happened. Year one, I did from a standing start, 38 deals, invoiced and was paid 142 £148,000. Forgive me, 17 deals year one. I've got to get this stuff right, guys, right? I'm jumping ahead. Year one, 17 deals, 142 grand. Year two, at the end of year two, in total, I had packaged and sold and been paid in total over the 2 years, £268,000. Here's the truth, guys. At that point, I've been working 40 years. 40 years. I've done all sorts of things over the 40 years, but I had never, ever, 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 in an 18-month, 2-year period, put together in a bank account £250,000 plus in cash that I could invest, spend, do whatever it was that I will. So this is absolutely important. This is absolutely key to your success, because maybe you want to be a property investor, but maybe you're just starting out, or maybe you don't think you've got the cash, or maybe you don't think you know how to do it, right? If you want to be a property investor and you haven't got the cash, why don't we package a few deals, get some fees coming in? You can use the money either to fund your lifestyle or to build your deposit pot, and you can go out and buy all the houses that you want. Deal packaging is the gateway to the property business. It doesn't matter what strategy you think you want to follow. Maybe it's service accommodation, maybe it's rent to rent, maybe it's commercial conversions, maybe who knows, right? I honor that, I respect that. What I am telling you is the skills you learn as a deal packager will catapult you on that journey wherever it is that you want to go. And Progressive, we talk about the 70-20-10. Maybe Kevin's mentioned it this morning. Here's the thing about the 70-20-10. 70% on your main strategy, 20% of your time and assets on your secondary strategy, 10% on your third strategy. In there somewhere has to be deal packaging. Doesn't have to be your 70, but it can even be your 20 or your 10. But if you want cash flow to keep you upright and perpendicular while you are building your property business, deal packaging is the way to go. And I work with young people, and I'm going to introduce you to some of them who have absolutely done that in this presentation today. And of course, being a packager, it gives you the opportunity, while you're out looking for deals for your own portfolio, to sell the deals that don't actually meet your criteria. What do you mean, Dave? Maybe those deals are out of your area. Maybe you want to invest in a particular area. The deals are somewhere else. You can package them. Don't throw them away. Package them to investors that do want to invest in that area. Maybe the deals you find don't meet your really tight criteria because you're educated, you're special. You're here on this Sunday spending it with us when 65, 70 million people out there in the rest of the United Kingdom are not here. So you're going to be educated. Your criteria are going to be really, really tough to beat, right? Maybe you'll meet something that doesn't quite meet your criteria, but that doesn't make it a bad deal. I'm not saying we tell bad deals. I'm saying we sell good deals to people who can't find them. So sell the deal to somebody whose criteria it does meet. So deal packaging. Why should you do it? Where should you start? Let's start now. Like the guy sitting on the slide there, you can see him on the slide on the beach with his laptop. And here's another beauty of deal packaging, right? When I started, I didn't have an office. I didn't have a team. I didn't have any expenses at all. Now, I didn't do it from a beach, but I did it from Sainsbury's. I sat in the cafe at Sainsbury's. They had Wi-Fi. I could get a cup of tea. They had these nice leatherette. We used to call it leatherette. What did they call it today? Vegan leather sofas. We could sit and have the papers delivered. It was zero costs to me. I used their Wi-Fi. I met with estate agents there. I met with investors there. I ran my business with no money. So if you've got no money and you want to start a business, or maybe you've got a business and you want to add something on for no money, deal packaging is the way to go. So I'm going to get going now. I'm going to jump on this. I'm going to show you what I do, how you can do it too. Stay with me, team. We're on our way. Deal packaging, what is it? I shall tell you what it is. I've drawn up a deal packaging blueprint that you need to know how this rolls so that you can build your deal packaging business. And this is it from start to finish. This is how we go. Number one in the blueprint, find an investor. Number two, find a deal, put the two together, and number 4, take your fee and get paid. And it's so much easier to find the investor first. It's really, really important you find the investor first. And you might be sitting there thinking, well, David, I don't know any investors. How am I going to find the investor? Stay with me. I might be able to help you with that. Because what happens is I spend a lot of time up at Peterborough in the progressive community there. And our friends come to me all the time. All the time they come to me and say, David, I found a deal. I found a deal. Can you sell my deal? It's a fantastic deal. Can you sell my deal? And I look at the deal, and sometimes it's not a deal. You know, sometimes it's just a house for sale. So what is a deal? A deal is a property that's going to increase the wealth of the investor, right? It's going to give them more cash flow. It's going to give them capital growth over time. It's something that's going to make your investor more wealthy. But if you haven't got the investors, what's the point of finding a deal? You haven't got anyone to sell it to. So find your investor first. I'll show you how to do it. Why do you need it now? Because you need cash in your life. I don't care who you are, myself included. We need cash in our lives, and deal packaging is about cash. So what do you want? What do you want? Do you want to replace your income so that you can, in the next 6-9 months, put yourself in a position where you can give up your job and go full-time into property? I've seen people do that. People in the deal packaging community at Progressive Property have replaced their income. They've run their property business alongside their employment. And then it's 9-12 months down the road, they've got the choice. They can, if they love their job, they can keep doing their job, but they've got their property hobby, which is doubling their income, or they can give up their job and dive into property full time and move forward exponentially. And you can build a 6-figure sum income from deal packaging. How do I know? Because I've done it too. I've done it, but I'm not the only one. Other people have done it too as well. And I'm going to introduce you to them in this presentation this afternoon. But there are dozens of people who have done it now. Deal packaging, the fastest way for you to get 6 figures from your property business. It's also the single strategy that transcends all levels. What does that mean? I'm going to tell you right now. On the screen, you can see the Progressive Property Pyramid of Prosperity team, and there's deal packaging on the 2nd level. Why is it on the 2nd level? Because it is the only strategy on that pyramid that works with every other strategy. What do I mean? I mean, if you look at the pyramid, you can package, bottom line, you can package buy to let. You can package buy a refurbish, remortgage. You can package flips. You can package rent to rents. Kevin's been talking about rent to rents. Why don't we package rent to rents? And we can package rent to rents for HMO, it's another strategy, or we can package rent to rent for serviced accommodation. We can package them. We don't have to run them ourselves. We can package them to investors that want those for their property business, or we can keep the best ones for ourselves and package the other ones on. I worked very recently with one of our deal packaging training delegates. She was a very smart young woman, and she wanted to build a rent-to-rent for serviced accommodation business. You heard Kevin this morning talk about rent-to-rent. You're going to hear Kevin Paneskis later today talking about serviced accommodation. So she combined those two strategies with deal packaging, and in month 1, 25 grand in deal packaging fees. She sold 5 rent-to-rent SA deals to investors and they weren't bad deals. They just didn't meet her very strict criteria, nor were they in her area. So deal packaging is so exciting because it doesn't matter what strategy you want to do long term. I respect and honor that. Why don't we package a few deals, get some money coming in so you can do it? Right, the next few slides, Progressive Property give you some ideas of why they think you should do deal packaging, or why you might want to do it. Can I tell you why I love deal packaging? Give me a yes, team, shout it out. Okay, I hear you. Not all of you again. You've got to do the shouting thing, right? What is it about deal packaging that I love? First of all, it's fast and it's free. It's virtually free. Let me cover this off. Because people say to me, well, it's not actually free, is it, David? Because you have to be compliant Of course you have to be compliant. If you work with me, I deep dive, give you everything you need to make yourself straight and legal and compliant as a deal packager. But here's the truth, guys. I've been working 40 years before I came to deal packaging. I'd set up businesses all over the place. I once bought a retail franchise business. I bought the franchise. I had to get premises. So I took on a brand new shop property that was a shell. I had to fit it out. I had to fill it up with stock. I had to take on 7 or 8 staff. It was a big place. Before I opened the front door, day one, I was in for £100,000. And here's the truth, guys. Ultimately, that business failed and I lost my money. Took a bit of time to fail, but it did fail. Deal packaging is the only business in life that I've ever come across where for a tiny investment, I mean, we're not talking £100,000, we're talking several £100 to become compliant, several £100 to build a business that cash flows from day one. You don't need any stock, you don't need any staff, you don't need any premises, you just need your mobile phone and a laptop and some Wi-Fi. It's virtually free. You should get involved as well. Plus, here's what you don't need. Write these down or take a screenshot as I get to the bottom. You don't need money to package deals. Your investors are going to produce the money. You don't need any mortgages or loans. Your investors are going to take the mortgages or loans. You don't need an application. You're not going to make an application for a mortgage or loan. Your investor's going to make that application. Credit checks. Here's the truth, guys. I know life happens. I honour it. I respect it. Maybe you're sitting there thinking, I'd love to buy property. I'd love to be a property investor, David, but I haven't got any cash. And here's the thing, I might not get a mortgage at the moment because my credit rating is a little bit battered and bruised. I hear you. I get it. I honour it. I respect it. Life happens. As a deal packager, you are not going to be credit checked. And here's the truth, guys. Why don't you work with me? Package a few deals. We can get some fees coming in. And over time, your credit rating will repair so that then you can go and buy the investment properties that you want in your life. Deposits. You don't need a deposit. Your investor's going to raise a deposit. And here's my favorite thing, tenants. As deal packages, we don't get any tenants. We don't. Now, let me qualify this. I might be in a slightly different position to you because I have tenants in my life. I have enough tenants, if I'm honest, right? And I don't want any more tenants in my life. I want the cash. I want the cash. You, if you're just starting out, or maybe you're already on the journey, I get that, you might want more tenants in whatever strategy. So I hear you. But as deal packagers, we don't have to worry about the tenants because the investor is going to work with the tenants. So if the property is empty, we've got a void. I don't have to worry about it. It's the investor's problem. If a tenant starts getting clever with the rent and goes into arrears, I don't have to worry about it. It's the investor's problem. And then every time a tenant moves out, you've got to give it a lick of paint and some new flooring. You don't have to worry about that. If you're a deal packager, your investor is going to have to do that. So you don't need any of that in your life. How much do you want to earn? Type it in the question box. Type it in the question box. Shout it out. How much do you want to earn in a year from your deal packaging business? Shout it out. I can't hear you yet. I'm hearing 15. I'm hearing 20. I'm hearing 25 grand. Absolutely sensible figures. Why can't you do that? So this is my biggest ever packaging fee. That building is just outside Wigan in Lancashire. And my biggest fee was earned by selling 9 apartments. I was direct to developer. He rang me up one day. I have worked with him before, but I can show you how to meet those people, right? He said, David, I've just bought this development. I've got to finish it off. Will you sell the flats for me? It took me six months. 6 months from that phone call to the final phone call when the final investor went over the line and the developer was as good as his word and paid £75,000 fee for selling those apartments. 6 months work. And that was not the only deal I did during the 6 months. I can show you how to do this stuff. So I'm telling you, this is real. You can do it. I can show you how. Why don't we work together? Let's move on. How quickly do you want to earn your money? How quickly do you want to get up and running? So let me introduce you to a really smart young woman called Jessie Marsh. Jessie Marsh worked with me a couple of years ago. She's still working with me today. She's building a fantastic property business. Her husband, Simon, is now in the business as well. They're doing blocks of flats and commercial developments and all sorts of things going on. But her roots are in deal packaging. That's where she learned her trade. That's when she learned how to do what she does today. And she's still packaging deals today in the southwest of Wales. So she did our training in the autumn. Her very first deal earned her £14,000. In the January, she sold a further 3 deals. In the first 8 months of her deal packaging adventure, she sold 20 deals. Average fee was £5,000 a deal. That's 100 grand. There's your 6 figures right there. First 8 months, over 100,000 fees, £100,000 worth of fees in the first 8 months. Plus, there is a massive need for great deal packages. Now, why have I got this picture up? Because this is a picture of me a couple of years ago now when I joined Progressive Let Sourcing in Peterborough. I've now been working with Progressive Let Sourcing for a couple of years. And I put this video up. It's not going to play. It's just a screenshot. I put this video up into the Progressive community because I wanted to share with people what I was doing. And here's the truth, guys. There are so many bad sources out there. So many terrible sources. Maybe some of you are on the list and you get sent deals every week from some sort of mail shop or email shop. And you look at the deals and it says they're all 20% below market value. And when you really look at the numbers, none of them are below market value, right? And it's just a complete waste of everyone's time. No, right? That's not what we're going to do, right? I want to make you a great deal packager because deal packagers who do a great job for their investors, they are rare and they're worth their weight in gold. They are. And that's what I want you to be. So when I put this post out into the community, I got 152 direct messages to me for people who wanted to find out more. I couldn't even get through 152 messages. Maybe you were one of those people who messaged me. I'm really sorry. I got through about the first 10 or 12, and then I have more than enough business to keep me going for probably 2 years, right? That's how it rolls. So if you're good at deal packaging, you've got an income guaranteed to you. If you can find great deals and serve your investors, you've got a fantastic business opportunity ahead of you. Right. So how are we going to get started? Especially, are we at home? Are we not at home? We don't really know. Depends. People out there in different parts of the United Kingdom. I don't know if you're at home or not. But if you're at home, it doesn't matter because deal packaging can be done from anywhere. And this corona crash, this terrible virus that's affecting our lives in so many ways, is completely changing the landscape. And deal packaging over the next couple of years, it's going to be the best time to get into the business so that you can make your mark and build your property business, build your contacts, learn your trade. You are going to do so well in the next couple of years because the world is changing, but you've got to get in now so you're ready. And an estate agent during the week said to me, I said to him, because he's been really busy because he hasn't had many properties for sale and everyone's paying the asking price, right? And it's difficult, to get a value deal from him. And he said to me, David, no, I haven't got anything for you today, but, come back in November and December. He said, I'm going to need you then. I'm going to need you then. That's what he said. He's going to need you as well. So people are going to need you more than ever. And don't forget, all the investors with cash are frightened about where to leave their cash. The world has changed. You need cash investors to work with. If you're sitting there thinking, hey, I haven't got a cash in, you keep banging on about cash investors, stay with me, team, I might help you. Selling deals in a downturn is just a joy, right? So over the last 10 years, we've been working in the steadily improving property market, depending where you are in the United Kingdom. That's going to change, and it's going to change imminently. We're on the cliff edge. Towards the end of this year, everything's going to change, and we will be selling for the next 18 months or so deals in a downturn. great value for our investors. It's completely different to what we've been doing before. You need the new skills and you need them now. This is a key moment. This event today is a key moment in your property career. Some of you are going to grab one of these opportunities. Some of you will get left behind. And now is the time to take some action, because we're on the cusp of something really, really big and you need to get involved. So I'm going to talk to you about building your deal packaging business online at home. Now, this presentation is about you working from home. And I don't care how new you are. I don't care if you've got no experience at all. If you're absolutely new, you can build a great cash flowing business at home on your laptop, just wearing your pants. And if you're not new, if you're more experienced, it's even easier for you because you've already got those relationships out there. You've already been working with agents and local building teams and all of that sort of thing that you need for your property business. You just got to rekindle those relationships and you can have a fantastic income generating business from deal packaging as soon as you commit to it. So there is a simple two-step system to success. All you need are deals. And where do you find deals? Deals come from sourcing. We're going to talk about sourcing for the next few minutes or so. We get to, so where do we source? We source from estate agents. I've done a lot of work with estate agents over the years. And at the moment, the best deals are coming from direct to vendor. No question in that. I've seen it in my own business. Many deal packages out there seeing it in their business too. So two-step system. You need deals and you need the money. Where do we get the money? From investors. Investors who want to invest in property. They're worried about their cash. They want to buy property. Now, how do we find them? We used to find them face to face at some time. I'm an optimist, team. All of this is going to pass at some point. Don't know when. At some point, we will be face to face with investors again. But for the time being, let's just talk about online, promoting our deal packaging business online. That's what I'm going to talk to you about today. We are going to focus on direct to vendor deals and finding investors online. How do we do that, Dave? I'm going to show you. There must be 50 ways to find a direct to vendor deal online while you're at home just using your laptop. But I'm going to focus on two today. My favorite two. They're very powerful, but there's another, however many there are. And you know, if you work with me long time, we deal all of the strategies. We deal with them all. So the first one I'm going to talk about is direct mail. I love direct mail. Why do I love direct mail? Because direct mail works, team. It absolutely works. Who do we send the letters to? Okay, we look for properties that have been on the market for 90 days or more. Why? Because they're sticking, and there's a reason they're sticking. And property is a people's business to the extent that the vendor might be more pressured after 90 days than they were at the beginning when they first listed their property for sale. So properties after 90 days, properties that have been reduced by 15% in the asking price. Maybe they're a bit run down. And the ones that I really like are properties that are for sale or to rent. For sale, what does that tell me? What it means is that it might be a lease option opportunity. Now, Kevin spoke to you this morning about the power of being able to rent a house, do a rent-to-rent deal on a house, and add on the opportunity but not the obligation of buying it at a fixed sum agreed today at some point in the future. You can package those, guys. You don't have to get involved running the house, working with the tenants, actually exercising the option or fretting over whether you should or not. Just find them for investors. It's got to be the most powerful strategy now. We're moving into a downturn. And also, you're keeping your investors safe. Why am I keeping my investors safe, David? I'll tell you why. Because it gives them an opportunity to try before they buy. So if you find them a rent-to-rent deal with the opportunity but not the obligation to buy, a lease option, right? They can rent the property out today. They can find out what sort of tenants they get. Is it in a good area? Does the rent come in? Does it all work, right? And then when they've tried it, they can make the choice to make the purchase later on. Or if they have difficulties with it, they don't have to proceed with it. So it's a fantastic strategy for you to package. Keep the best ones for yourself. The ones that net £1,000 a month or more, keep those for yourself. But, you know, if it's only £800 a month, and those are pretty good deals, right? Package them out to your investors. So top tips for direct mail. Number one, top of the shop is on the bottom right-hand corner. Who knew? Make your letter personal. Make it personal. And here's the accepted wisdom, guys. Don't question it. Don't worry about it. It just works because we're doing it all the time. You have to use yellow paper and red ink and have the letter handwritten. Here's the truth, guys. You don't have to handwrite those letters. When I started, me and Mrs. S, we sat for hours handwriting letters. I thought you had to do it, right? But no, there are many fonts you can put on a printer now. Put the red ink into your printer, print it off onto your yellow paper. And here's the key. After you've done all that work, make sure you handwrite the envelope yourself and put a stamp on it. Don't have it franked because it starts to look corporate again. Or if you want to send the letters out, but you don't want to do any of the work, I'm going to help you with that as well, because my co-trainer at Progressive, Katie Wilson, is a machine. She is the queen of direct mail and systemization. And I want to share with you some of her results. So the thing is, what you have to remember here is that Katie loves direct mail, and you'll find out why when I share the numbers. But she doesn't like doing direct mail, right? So she's outsourced everything. And you can work with her outsourcers. There's no issues with that. She's outsourced, so she never has to write a letter. She never has to stuff an envelope. She never sticks a stamp on. She never walks to the post box and posts them. Her systems are set up so it's all done for her and the leads come in. So this, you can see a screenshot here. This is a screenshot of one of her direct mail campaigns. And these are people who responded. Now, for those of you that have done a bit of cold calling, cold letters, whatever in the past, I will share with you that Katie gets regularly, and this is measured over a period of time now, a couple of years, an 11% response rate to a cold letter. That is huge. That is huge in the industry. The letter that she sends is an Exocet letter that has been honed by some of the best deal packages over time. She sends out and she gets 11% response rate. She sends out, without fail, 200 letters per month. 200 letters, she gets 22 phone calls. They are leads at this time, they're not deals, okay? But 22 phone calls come through our answering system. She doesn't even answer the phone herself, right? From those 22 leads every month, she averages over a couple of years now 1.5 deals per month. Average fee for a deal these days got to be on the way to £5,000. What she's doing in and around Nottingham. So 1.5 a month. You're talking over £7,000 a month now, just from sending out 200 letters a month that she doesn't send out. This is genius, guys. You can do this. It's completely hands off. You can replace your income just from direct mail. I can show you how to do it. Let's move on. I promised you one more. I'm going to talk about direct to vendor leads from Facebook. And when I say Facebook, you might be sitting there thinking, oh, he's going to talk about Facebook ads now. There's nothing wrong with Facebook ads. You've got to know how to do Facebook ads. But you're going to invest some money to set up Facebook ads. I only want to show you free stuff on Facebook. So I'm going to a much maligned and ignored part of Facebook, Facebook Marketplace. Facebook Marketplace. You will find in Facebook Marketplace, it's a bit like Gumtree and Open Rent and Spare Room, okay? People who want to sell houses, people who want to rent houses out. The people that we want to work with, right? So there's landlords, okay? You can help landlords if they're getting distressed and fed up and they want to get out of the business, and vendors. That's the sort of page you can see. It's just an example page on the Facebook Marketplace of what you see. You put on the left-hand side your criteria in, and Facebook just throws up all the details. This house is for sale on Facebook, and they even give you, bottom right hand side of the screen in the red box, they even put you in direct contact with the vendor. You can message the vendor through Facebook Marketplace on Messenger and have a conversation with him. How easy is that? And this costs nothing. You can start doing this tomorrow. You can set it up in your own area. Here we go. There's another page just to illustrate the point, the criteria down the left side. Facebook throws up all the properties for you. So, what does deal packaging mean for you? What will it do for your life? This is what it will do. It will bring you in money. It will bring you in cash to cash flow your life or your business. You can earn big chunks of cash, totally risk-free. Why do I say it's totally risk-free? Because you're not buying the house. The investor is buying the house. So the investor buys the house, we've been paid, right? The investor, if the house price goes down, it's the investor's problem, not your problem, right? If interest rates go up and the mortgage becomes less affordable, it's the investor's problem, not your problem. If they have tenant problems, it's the investor's problem, not your problem. Now, I'm not saying we don't sympathize and we try and help, of course, maintain those relationships, right? But I can't tell you guys how much better you're going to feel as you come to rest your head on your pillow at night when you don't have to worry about that stuff because you've been paid and your money is in the bank. So it's big chunks of cash, totally risk-free. And what do you want? What do you want from life? What do you want? Now, there was a time where we could travel freely. And so many friends at Progressive, they wanted to set up their business so they could travel. Maybe you want to travel. I believe those times will come again. Not sure when, but I'm sure that we'll be able to do it at some point. So if you want to travel, let's get your business set up so that you're earning 3, 5, 8, 10 grand a month, and then you can travel to your heart's content. Or maybe you love shiny stuff. There's nothing wrong with shiny stuff. We all love shiny stuff. So what shiny stuff, David? Cars, aeroplanes, helicopters, watches, handbags, shoes, jewellery. There's nothing wrong with loving shiny stuff. We all love shiny stuff. Rob Moore and Mark Homer, the founders of Progressive Property, they love their cars. They have their Lamborghini and their Porsche and their Ferraris, right? They love their cars. I have an Audi. I quite like my Audi. You know, it's got everything I need on my Audi. It's got like music and stuff on it, you know. And in the scale of what I'm doing in my deal packaging business, never less than 6 figures a year over the last 6 years, right? £400 a month for a lease for that Audi. It's very, very affordable. So what do you want? What shiny stuff do you want? Maybe you want time back in your life. Maybe you're working 50, 60, 70 hours a week for somebody else, trying to build their dream when you want to be building your own dream. Add on time for commute. And do you really want to commute today? Do you really want to go on the train into London and work on the underground, go through the underground to get to your employment? Do you want to do that? Another 10 hours a week? If you tot it all up, you're doing 80, 90 hours, get home, you're fit for nothing. So maybe you want more time in your life, or maybe you want to give back. Property people are the most generous people I have ever worked with. They're the ones. They want to give back, and they want to give back strong. But in order to give strong, you've got to be strong. So set your property business up so it works for you, so you can give back. Or maybe if you're like me, what you really want, what you really, really want is a really big fuck-off house with electric gates and Dobermans prowling in the grounds. Or maybe you want the cash. Maybe you just want the cash. There's nothing wrong with wanting the cash, right? It's cool to want the cash. Change your life and get yourself plenty of cash coming in. So I was honoured, blessed. I was invited at last year, 2019, the Progressive Property Super Conference at the O2. I was invited to attend a roundtable event hosted by one of the founders of Progressive Property, one of my property heroes, the wonderful Mark Homer, and from America, Grant Cardone, a big inspirational, positive attitude property guy. Some of you will have heard Grant Cardone, and he was a bit late, and he burst into the room. Huge. He was big. He was go big or go home. And I thought, I don't want to go home, Grant. I want my round table. I'm here to learn. That's what I want to learn. So the way it worked was, he sat on the table and he went round us one at a time. He eventually got to me, and I can't do his accent, but he said to me, David, how can I help you? I said, well, here's the thing, Grant, this is what's going on. I showed him the same figures that I showed you, 6 figures a year in my packaging business. How can you help me? How can you help me increase that? He said, yes, David, I can help you. He said, what you need to do is to 10x your business. That's his thing. For those of you who are not aware, Grant Cardone, you've got to 10x everything. What you need, David, what you need is a 25-year plan to 10x your property business. A 25-year plan, Grant. Are you sure? I'll be 90 years old. Why would I need a 10x business when I'm 90 years old? No, I tell you, please help me with this, Grant. This is how you can help me today. Help me with this. Could we just 2x? That's quite a lot of money for me. I'd be very happy if we could 2x, but that would be absolutely fine. He didn't speak to me again in the whole afternoon. He just moved on to the next delegate. Anyway, I was clearly a disappointment to him. So why do you need deal packaging now? How many deals can you find? Where are you going to find them? I can help you with that. How many deals can you sell on your own? Who are you going to sell them to today? You need cash investors. Where are you going to find them? What if I could help you with that? Now, here's an opportunity for very few of you listening this afternoon. You could become a joint venture partner with my co-trainer at Progressive, Katie Wilson, and myself. You can join our partnership program. We are prepared to work with very few people, but because there's going to be a certain amount of one-to-one tuition, one-to-one mentorship here, because what's going to happen is the first deals that you find us, if you join our partnership program, are not going to be great, and they're going to need fine-tuning and tweaking. So Katie and I, over the last 18 months, have put together an investor database. It's brand new. The people are alive and they want to buy property. Plus, there is a significant number in there who've got cash, and they want to buy cash because they're worried about leaving their cash in the bank. And they're also concerned about their return on their cash. So Mrs. S, this week, got a letter from a high street bank where she's got some money in a deposit account, cutting her interest to, excuse me, 0.2% to 0.02%, something like that, okay? From nothing to nothing. So we're hearing about certain banks, I understand Metro Bank has already done this, introducing negative interest rates for people with savings in the United Kingdom. People are worried about maintaining their money, keeping their cash together and not let the ravages of inflation over time eat away at what they're doing. So they want to get into property. Now, we've put together a list of over 3,000 people who are ready and hungry to buy deals. Okay, if you want to work with Katie and myself, join our partnership program. I'll give you the details in a minute. However, there is a commitment fee. Stay with me, team. I'll tell you how it works in a second. Okay, this is how it works. You partner with us and we joint venture together. You go and find your deals, send them to us, and we sell them to our database. We split the fees 50-50, but your investment, your 2990, comes back out first on the very first deal. Okay, let's explain how this works so you've got it absolutely clear. We need a commitment fee for you to work with. Why? Because we've learned over time that it's only committed people who make the difference and who stay the distance, right? Kevin, I think, spoke to you about this morning. So, sometimes people can be a bit flaky, right? So it's deal packaging today and it's something else next week and it's Bitcoin the week after, whatever, okay? I want to work with people who want to build a fantastic property business from the roots of deal packaging. So the commitment fee to work with us is 2,990. The very first deal that comes out, so maybe it's one of my HMO deals, a 10 grand fee, right? The first 2,990 that comes out goes straight back to you. That's your money. From that point onwards, the fee is split 50-50 for every single penny after that. So you get 50%, Katie and I get 50% between us. We are doing over half the work for you, because the difficult thing for you as a new deal packager is to find investors that want to invest cash in you because you're new and you haven't got a track record and you haven't got the credibility. We've done that. We've taken the sting out of it. So if you want to work with Katie and myself, and we've only got 8 spaces, right? I've agreed to work with 4 people. Katie's going to work with 4 people to coach you through your first few deals. For 2,990, what you can do is scan that where it says scan me on the slide now. Get your phone out and your camera, and if you go and scan that in your camera, you will click on it and you will note that it gives a diary where you can book a call with one of our team. And you can speak with one of our team and talk about why you want to join us in the joint venture. And we will consider your application, and then maybe we work with you going forward. We would love to work with you, but we've got to get the right people. So for the first 8, so you get to scan it now, because I think we're going to get more than 8 this afternoon. Scan it now, make your appointment, book your call now with one of our team so that you can work with Katie and myself, and we will sell all your deals for 50% of the fees going forward. I'll leave that with you. Why would you learn your deal packaging at Progressive? Because we work with hundreds of delegates now, thousands of people in my own case, and hundreds of them have built great property businesses. We know it all, we've done it all, we'll share it all with you, we'll have you up and running before you know it. What you're going to learn, here it is, the Progressive Property Deal Packaging process. It's a 9-step process. You can take a screenshot of that, but please don't put it out on social media. Use it for your own reference only, okay? I haven't got time to deal with all the 9 boxes this afternoon. There's a couple I'm going to deal with because I think they're going to be a front and center of your business, because they're front and center of mine. Don't worry, it's coming back again. I'm going to deal with that orange box there, finder's fee. A finder's fee is where maybe you've sent out your direct mail, you've had a lead come back, you've spoken to the owner, you've gone to see the house and you've agreed a price. Then we can sell that to the investor. That is a finder's fee. Depending where you are in the UK, fees for that, £3,000 to £5,000. Inside the M25, a lot more than that. Okay, but for most of the United Kingdom, £3,000 to £5,000. I'm going to show you a finder's fee deal in just a few minutes to show you what one is. And secondly, I'm going to show you a PPD, pre-package deal. You will know it is next to the finder's fee. So what is a pre-package deal? It is a finder's fee plus. Maybe your investor hasn't got an accountant. Maybe your investor needs a good letting agent. Maybe they need a solicitor. Maybe they need a finance guy. Maybe they need a broker. Maybe they need a local builder. Just for introducing your investor to your power team, and I'll come back to that, you can exponentially grow your fees. So instead of 3 to 5 grand, it's probably, it says 5 to 6, but 6 to 10 grand, I think, is the sensible figure. And I'm going to show you a pre-package deal in the second one of ours, where the fee was £18,072. Now, again, you might be sitting there thinking, I haven't got a power team, Dave. I don't know any brokers, solicitors, accountants. Stay with me. I can help you with that. Okay, so here it is, a finder's fee deal. It's a single let, buy-to-let in Peterborough. Our fee was £5,000. This deal is done and dusted. It's a 3-bed buy-to-let with a tenant in place. There's some pictures of it. It was a really solid little house. It was warm, dry, safe. People were already living there. Very solid investment for somebody. We checked the comparables because we needed to know we were paying the right money. How do you know you're paying the right money? You look for similar houses in the area, around the block, down the road, that have been sold. There's one here at 119,500 and another house with exactly the same footprint, the same structure house, sold within a quarter of a mile at 120 grand. So we know the value of this house is around 120 grand. However, the purchase price we negotiated for the investor was £92,000. That produced an approximate equity uplift on day one of 20 grand. You have to accommodate all the costs of buying it as well. I'm going to go through the numbers now. So the investor was 20 grand ahead day one by buying this house at £92,000. The annual rent, so the monthly rent for the house, £725 per calendar month. The tenant paid on the button every month because they've been in the house some time. That's £8,700 a year. The total cost of purchase, right? So we got the 92 grand plus legals, plus stamp duty, plus deal packaging fee of 5 grand, plus all the costs of buying the house come to a total of 101,475, which meant that the gross yield was 8.6%. Let me explain. Gross yield, for those of you who are new, you need to know what gross yield is because it's an industry used metric and you need to know what it is. So what it is you take the gross annual rent, in this case 8,700, and you divide this by the total cost of the acquisition with all the costs in, okay, which was 101,475. The gross yield on this was 8.6%, but it gets better. Let's talk about some net figures. And working out these figures is really important. So, try and make some notes on this. Now, we know the gross rent was $725 per calendar month, but after all the costs of ownership, mortgage, lettings, repairs, voids, etc., we were left in the pot, the investor was left in the pot about $375 a month net after all costs, which added up to $4,171 per year. That's the net rent. That's the money the landlord actually gets and puts in their pocket. They bought the house with a mortgage, so the total amount of cash they committed to buying the house, the money left in, was £32,600. Now, to get the return on capital employed, which is a key metric for any experienced investor. So a new investor will look at gross yield, but an experienced investor will look at return on capital employed, which is the net return on their money before tax, okay? So on this house, it was 12.8%. We took £4,171, divided it by 32,600. 12.8% before tax. Mrs. S is getting nothing in her high street bank deposit account, nothing. And by buying a property and putting in a tenant, we haven't even done anything clever. The tenant was already there, right? By buying that property, return on capital was 12.8%. The only other deduction is going to be tax, right? So look at how we are serving investors. You can find houses like that. We can sell them to our investor database all day long. That is not a difficult sale team. The packaging fee for that, £5,000 plus VAT, which makes this young man very happy. But he's going to be even happier in a minute because now I'm going to go through the pre-packaged deal, which was an HMO conversion, so a little bit more advanced, but stay with me team, the numbers are equally more advanced. The total packaging fee here was £18,072. So here it is. It was a fantastic family home. This is after the rip out, right? It didn't look like this when we bought it. In Peterborough city centre, and we converted it to 6-bed, all ensuite HMO. I love this house. I loved it when we started. I loved it when we finished it. You can see some work being done there. First fix going in. Now, when you get near completion, you can see a shower room on the left. Kitchen with 2 ovens. Need 2 ovens. So the amenity standard in Peterborough for 6 people living in an HMO is 2 ovens. That's why we have 2 ovens. The irony is those ovens are as pristine and new as the day we put them in. It's been occupied now for about a year, right? Nobody uses them. Now the microwave gets hammered, right? But ovens, nobody uses the ovens. There's a few rooms completed. You will understand that we had no difficulty renting these rooms filled really, really quickly. So let's show you the numbers. Gross rent from 6 rooms, £3,400 a month, which is 41,000 plus per year. This is gross, right? The running costs of 1722 a month meant that we got £1,700 per calendar month net profit, net before tax. Okay, that is over 20 grand a year from one property. The landlord was netting 20 grand a year. The house will revalue at about 350 grand. This is the juicy bit. The finder's fee for a 6-bed HMO, we charged £9,500 for that. Plus we took 10% as the refurbishment management fee. We oversaw the refurbishment and all the building works that were put in place. So that was 85 grand and we took 8,572. So our total deal packaging fee for that was £18,072. How many of those deals do you need to do to change your world, guys? And you can do them really quickly. The single let ones we can get into straight away. By the spring, we can take on HMO deals if you join me today. So why is deal packaging for you? How many deals could you realistically do in a month on your own in the time that you have? How many of those deals would you need to replace your monthly income? So depends what you're earning. But if you do 1 deal a month, a single let buy to let, it's 5 grand a month. If you're earning 5 grand a month, that's £60,000 a year. If that's what you're earning, we can replace that income with 1 deal a month. And you might say to me, oh yeah, but David, I'm on PAYE, I'm going to get paid, you know, whatever happens, right? I might not do a deal month 1, month 2. No, you might not, right? But we build it up. You're building a business here from scratch. And by 6, 9, 12 months down the road, you're going to be in a completely different place, okay? How much time would them free to do more package deals? Because here's the truth, guys. If you do 40 hours a week on your deal packaging business, you will have more deals and more investors that you can possibly deal with, right? You do not need to do it full time. Or maybe you're setting up your property so you can do more of what you love. What do you love? Go and do more of what you love. But how many deals could you do with the right training, the right contacts, and the database of buyers? What would that be worth to you? And how can you make a start today? So I am going to invite you, anyone listening this afternoon, to join me on the Deal Packaging Online Cash Flow Intensive. It is an exclusive UK online training course. I know it's exclusive because I wrote it. I put it together with Katie Wilson. There's nothing like it anywhere else in the industry today. You can start to build a 6-figure property business now with no money. And the office price for the training is 2297 plus VAT. But stay with me, team, because I'm going to make you a fantastic Property Revolution Summit offer this afternoon. I think you're going to be very, very happy. We have limited bandwidth on this, so get ready to move because the offer is going to be sensational. You're going to love it. I love it already, but I know what's coming. So what do you get? Here's what you get. You get the course valued at 2,297. Now, what is the course? There are 4 modules on the course. There's one about finding investors, because you can work with our investors if you want, but at some point you're going to get fed up with Dave taking half of your fee, and you will start to build your own investor database, right? And you should do that. You should make yourself independent. So there's a module about finding investors. There's a module about finding deals and analyzing deals. There's a module about marketing, because we are marketers really, and all the marketing you need to bring leads and deals into your business. And there is a 4th module called operations. And in there's some really, really important stuff, like there's a deep dive into compliance, how to make sure that you are straight and legal and set everything up and with everything you need to know. So there is over 12 hours of content there from Katie and myself, online, 4 modules, 3 hours per module. Here is what you'll learn. How to source any type of property. Remember, we talk about every single strategy. So any sort of type of property in every possible strategy. How you can package any deal to earn between £3,000 and £20,000 per deal. I've already shown you a couple that meet those criteria. You're going to get the nuts and bolts mechanics, all the scripts and legals explained. What's a script, David? What do you mean by script? What do you say? What do you say? The first day of your deal packaging business, your first visit to your very first estate agent office, what do you say? What do you say that they know, so that you know you're professional, that you are credible, and you're someone who can do business and they don't just push you away, right? We tell you exactly verbatim what to say. You can practice it in the privacy of your own boudoir before you go out and see the estate agent and perfect it. How you can package and sell to different investor profiles. So we've got cash investors who really, really want to get their cash out of the banks and into properties. And about half our investors buy with a mortgage. There's nothing wrong with buying with a mortgage. Estate agents will expect your investors to buy with a mortgage. We show you how to make sure you work with the mortgage company, the broker and the mortgage company. Make sure the money comes out when you want to complete the deal. That's really, really important. All the systems to minimize your personal time input. Katie Wilson, my co-trainer, is the queen of systems. She loves systems. She outsources and systemizes everything. She'll show you exactly how to do it. She'll even give you her contacts of people who are working for her so that they can do it for you as well. That woman does nothing. She does no work at all. She's just bought, she told me, one of those robot hoovers, so that when she goes out, it goes around the house, hoovering the house. She doesn't even hoover the house. She does nothing. She can teach you how to earn big money doing nothing. How to complete a virtual viewing of a property. Now, are we going to be locked down? Are we going to be out and about? Who knows how we're going to do it? Katie and I have perfected a process to do a virtual viewing of any property you view. We take you through step by step. It's on the training, how you can do it. Now, before somebody actually buys the house, I do recommend that the investor goes and views the property they're buying. I think you should do a physical viewing. But to get into the process, to get to that point, to start the ball rolling, if you follow our virtual viewing system, you will know enough to honor your investor and move the project forward. How you can replace your current income in 30 to 90 days. Don't tell me that can't be done. Too many people done it now. I'm going to introduce you to them. 2297 plus VAT. But you know there's a deal coming, guys. Stay with me for the deal. So you get the training. What else do you get? You get the Deal Packages G Drive resource. It's huge. It's magical. It's mythical. It's a monster, and it's online, and it's always updated to bring you the latest ninja tricks and tips to keep your deal packaging business at the cutting edge. Now, anyone that does the training with us gets the link to the Deal Packaging G Drive resource. It's so big that we had to put it online in the cloud. But the real advantage for you is that we're constantly updating it. So it doesn't matter when you check back in, right? You might not look at it for 2 years, right? Say you did the training with us now and downloaded everything, and then you wanted to check on something 2 years' time. You have the latest version of everything in there because it's online. So it never goes out of date. Fantastic resource. What's in it, David? Let me tell you. You've got marketing packs to present the deals to your investors. Whatever strategy that you're working in, the marketing pack is there for you to send your deal out to your investor database. All the remote deal analyzers, whether you're doing buy-to-lets, flips, HMOs, service accommodation, commercial conversion. If you've never done one, we have updated all of our deal analyzers. They're all on the G Drive. They work and they're brilliant and they're approved now. And I love them. And, you know, I'm a grammar school boy. I used to do them on paper with a pen with a bit of paper, right? Our deal analyzers are the best anywhere, and you get access to them. All the scripts you need for investors, landlords, vendors. So we've spoken about estate agents already. What do you say? What do you say to investors, landlords, and vendors? All the scripts are on the G Drive. You get all of our sourcing templates. You get exclusive video training modules. So let's say you want to brush up on a certain part of the course. On the G Drive, there are videos of me. You can see an example in the bottom left corner, and of Katie, refreshing parts of the course. Plus, you get videos of me showing you how to stack a deal. How does a buy to let? What numbers do you have to hit? What HMO numbers do you have to hit? What service accommodation numbers do you have to hit? And you can see bottom left there how I'm going through the numbers, and you can watch it again and again and again till you get your head around it. Okay, so you get exclusive video training models. They include my stacking a deal, Katie's how to systemize your deal packaging business from day one. She doesn't want to do any work. You don't have to do any work either. Just follow her process, use her people. It's all on the G Drive, how you should do it. How you can set up your own direct mail campaign without doing any work at all. Of course, we deal with it on the training, but it's on the G Drive. You can watch it again and again, and there is so much more. So you get the G Drive, you get all of that. Plus, you get all the legal packs and contracts you're ever going to need in your deal packaging business, right? And there are contracts in there that I have paid money for when I started out on my deal packaging career. There's a contract in there that I paid with the VAT, nearly £2,000 to the solicitor at the time. That's in there as well. So any contract that we've ever come across that you need for your deal packaging business is in the G Drive. How to leverage social media to build your profile in the industry. All the online tools that you're going to need to build your own investor database. They're all on the G Drive. You can watch them again and again and again and implement them. So what's all this worth? I mean, it's just massive. Progressive put a value on of 7,365. In my view, it's worth so much more than that. So you get the course, you get the 4 modules, you get the G Drive, plus, and I'm upset about this every time I talk about it. I've never offered this before. Only through the pandemic have I felt obliged to offer this. And it is my most powerful resource. What is it, team? You get it with the training. It's David's little black book of contacts. There it is. Now, again, it was supposed to be a proper physical book clad in vegan leather, right? But it went to the printers just before lockdown and we haven't seen it since. So you're not getting that one, you're getting this one. It looks exactly the same. It is, the content's exactly the same. It's an ebook. You can download it. Once you've got the G Drive, you can download it. What is it, David? It is everything you need to know to maximize your deal packaging fees. Valued by Progressive at 4,995. It's my whole life's work in there. Worth way more than that. So what exactly is it? It's access to all my top contacts, built over decades in the industry, the professionals that I've worked with to run my deal packaging business. So do you remember I told you the difference between a finder's fee and a pre-packaged deal is introducing to the investor your power team. What I'm giving you here, guys, is your power team in the little black book. Okay, you can use them to build your own portfolio. That's totally cool. Or you can let your investors do work with them as well. So who's in the black book? There are solicitors, there are accountants, there are mortgage brokers, there are commercial lenders, there are bridging finance specialists. There's experts on systems to help your investors run their new property portfolio, right? If they're new, your investors, they're going to have to run their property portfolio. All the systems they need are in the black book. Crowdfunders, landlord leasing specialists. If it's an HMO, they're going to have to provide furniture. Where do they go for the furniture? What's the most cost-effective way? There are leasing specialists in the black book. There's instructions as to how to find your favourite estate agent. Obviously, I don't know every estate agent in every town all over the United Kingdom, but you get my gist, right? And how to make sure you get the right builder. Here's the important thing. Everyone in that black book knows that they are going to be working with you, right? And here's what I've agreed to with them. If you work with them, not only do you get first-class service because they're in the black book, but also they are prepared to share with you, right? They will, on an affiliate basis, pay you for introductions to their business. So you can exponentially increase your deal packaging fee once again by guiding your investor to work with the professionals who are tried and tested. The black book, not that one, but that one. You get it all on the G Drive, everything you need to maximize your fees. So you get the course, you get the G Drive resource, you get the little black book of contacts, total value £14,657. But you know I've got an event only offer that I'm going to share with you, but not yet because I'm not quite finished. I'm going to talk to you about your package, 2 deals, or get your money back guarantee. Here's how it rolls, guys. Come and join us, do the training. Learn what we teach you, implement it, do everything we tell you to do. And if at the end of 12 months you have not packaged 2 deals, remember the average fee for a deal in the UK today is about 5 grand. If you haven't banked 10 grand from your deal packaging fees, you can have your money back, right? Totally de-risks it for you. You can keep all the material because you've already got it, right? And it takes any risk out of this process whatsoever. So I want to make it easy for you to get involved and build your property business. Some people who have gone before you. Sean Forsey, friend of mine working in South Wales. He now has 7 staff working for him, and he's got a great deal packaging business. Steve Ford, lovely big cuddly teddy bear of a man. Over £500,000 now in deal packaging fees. Makes my efforts look puny, right? And what Steve's done, what motivated him, he started his own charity to house the homeless. I told you, people give back strong. Laura Muse, 18 months she's been doing this. 18 months. She's packaged dozens and dozens of deals based in Sheffield. She's raised, now her investors have been so impressed with her work that they're now lending her money. They're lending her money on a fixed return, right? Probably for 4 or 5 years, so that Laura can go out and use that money to build her own property empire. She's already got passive income in 18 months of 5.5 grand a month. She tells me when the current deals go through that she's doing, she's going to be able to retire in her early 30s. She's not going to retire, but she never dreamt how far deal packaging could take her in 18 months. We can show you how to do that too. Katie Wilson sitting on the stage with me. In her first year of deal packaging, she earned £53,000. In her second year, £103,000. But that's not the whole picture, because the best deal she didn't package. She was finding deals that were so good. She's in that period of time, that 2 years, bought 8 houses herself. The last one she bought was hand on heart, 41% below market value. You can't package that for a 5 grand fee. So she buys them herself. Otherwise, her fees would have been much higher. Derek Pate done over 200 deals now based in Hartlepool, 3 grand a deal. You can do the maths. Sam Spencer, very bright young man based up in the northeast. Rick Cusimano, top right. Rick built a packaging business regular, month in, month out, was producing 6 grand a month in fees. He's now built himself a massive property business. He's into all sorts of big property deals now. He's not that far ahead of you on down the road, but he actually made the jump and started. You should make the jump and start too. Karen Hodkinson, bottom left, the queen of direct to vendor. She loves working direct with vendors. She's building a great property business in and around Sheffield. Jessie Marsh, I've already shared with you, working in Welsh Wales, what she's been up to. And bottom left is Ben Chambers, who's been working with me for a couple of years. Did my training in the last 12 months. He has packaged, let me get this right, 27 deals earn over £150,000 in deal packaging fees. 27 deals in 12 months. You can do it too from a standing start. So what do you get? You get the course. You get the G Drive resource. You get my little black book of contacts. Absolutely priceless, that is. Total value 14,657. And I've got an event only offer for you. So now is the time, team. Open a tab at the top of your laptop because we've got limited numbers. I don't want you to miss out. I've seen there's loads of questions coming through from you, but I'm going to deal with this first. I'll come to the questions in a minute. Don't worry about that. Event only offer. Open that tab because the offer is going to get better. I did tell you, okay? 1395 plus VAT. 1395, less than you're going to earn on your very, very first package deal, even if you send it to Katie and I and we send it out to our investors. 1395 to set you on the way to build your property business. I'll tell you what I love about deal packaging. When I see people coming in new and starting off in the first time and it's all new and fresh and a bit scary. The transformation of people like Jesse Marsh and Rick Cusimano and the others that you saw on the slide as they turn into proper property professionals over time, but they still keep packaging deals because they know how powerful deal packaging is and how influential it was in building their business. So go now. Where you're going to go, I'm going to tell you right now. Here we go. Visit this link now to register. If you've got the tab open at the top of your screen, this is where you have to go. Okay. https://bit.ly/desktop2009. See what we did with the date there. Okay. Now, I checked it out. I know the link works. You've got to get in there quick because there's something else coming, team, and you want this. Go and open the link, put it in there. I know it works. I tried it on Chrome. I tried it on Internet Explorer. I know the link works. If you're on Chrome, you can do the short version. You can start with bit.ly/desktop2009. Go in there, go in the link, get yourself signed up, and in the questions, in the comments box, put I'm in, so I know that you're in, right? Make sure you're in. Chris Carpenter, he took that journey and he said, we've just made £44,000 from sourcing deals in September. There is nothing like a success story. It's true, Chris. We all love a success story. I can hear some of you thinking, what if I haven't got any money to start? You don't need any money. The investor's going to put all the money in. You don't need any money. I've no idea how to negotiate. We are going to teach you how to negotiate with vendors, with estate agents, with investors. You'll know everything you need to know to negotiate. I've got bad credit, won't get a mortgage. You're not going to take the mortgage. The investor's going to take the mortgage. Don't worry about your bad credit. We'll take the fees and over time repair your credit rating so you can get a mortgage. I haven't got the funds for deposit. You don't need any funds. The investor's going to raise all the funds. I haven't got any of the paperwork or contracts. In the G Drive resources, every bit of paper and contract and terms and conditions and all the compliance stuff, everything you'll need for your deal packaging business, you are going to get access to that if you join the training. How do I protect my deal? Yes, you've got to protect your deal. We teach you how to do that on the training. This is something people say to me time and time again. I haven't got the time. Well, I think you've got the time now, guys, because we're spending more time at home than we ever had, working from home, all of that sort of thing. You've got the time, or I haven't got investors. Really, you haven't got investors, so you can't set up your property business. It's going to change your life over a period of time. So I'm going to help you with that. Do you remember the joint venture opportunity with Katie Wilson and myself? You partner with us, we joint venture together. We sell your deals to our database and we split the fee 50-50. There is a commitment. There's a commitment to it. You can join our partnership program for $2,990. And some of you did scan the barcode, and I appreciate that. And we'll be talking to you later. But if anyone scanned the barcode, listen to this. You can leverage our Black Book contacts. And for the first 8, and it is really only 8, so there's 4 will be dealing directly with me and 4 will be dealing directly with Katie. For the first 8 this afternoon, and it can only be 8. If you want to work with Katie and myself as a joint venture partner going forward so that we sell your deals to our database, the first 8 will get that joint venture absolutely free, included with the training. You can be a joint venture partner with us. So what do you get now? You get the course. You get the Deal Packages G Drive resource. You get my little Black Book of contacts. You do. Plus now, for the first 8, you get the joint venture with Katie and myself. Total value, well, it's worth way more than that. I mean, it's just a huge, huge offer for this afternoon. 1395 plus VAT. Okay, where's the link? Boom, here it is. You can register now, bit.ly/desktop2009. Go and put the link in, get yourself signed up. The first 8 of you are going to get the joint venture with Katie Wilson and myself. Got a few questions here. While I'm giving you just a minute or two to do that, let's have a look. I'm 17 years old. Can I still do deal packaging? How should I get started? That's a really good question. Really, really good question. So if you're 17, it is probably the only way to get started in property, because you can't get a mortgage until you're 18. Buy-to-let mortgage as an investor till you're 18. So I've worked with a couple of young people. You know, one of them, you know, we even asked his mum and dad if he could join the training, and they said yes. Right, but he's really smart and really, really motivated. So if you're 17, it's the best way to start, and you can learn so much. Where's the best place to find investors to buy my deal packaging? Well, this afternoon, team, find them with me. Go on to the link now, bit.ly/desktop2009. Get in there now. The first 8. I'm being asked, are there payment options? So if you're not in a position to pay in full this afternoon, 1395 plus VAT, here's what you should do. I think there's a phone number going to be traveling across the screen. We've got friends sitting in the office waiting to help you and talk to you. So if you ring 01733 898 557, 01733 898 557. Talk to the team. They'll be able to help you if you are looking for a payment option. Okay, let's see how we get it on. Anyone that joins, I want to see an I'm in loud and clear in the question box. Make sure you're there, and make sure anyone join for the first 8. And actually, what I'm seeing in the messages coming through is 1 or 2 people struggling with the link. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do, because the link works. I know it works because I tested it before I came on. But what I'm trying to avoid is people who are at the front of the queue. They did the right thing. They were committed. They got the tab open, and then they stumbled because the link didn't go through properly, and they might have lost their place. I said that we would only work with the first 8 for our joint venture partnership program. However, because I don't want anyone to get upset because the link let them down, if you go to the link now and go in now, until the close, and it has to be by the close of this event this evening, about 6 o'clock, I think. The close of this event this evening, anybody who invests in the deal packaging training, and I will honor this and I'll sort it out with Katie, okay? Whoever invests in my deal packaging training by the close of business tonight, and it's got to be today, team, it has to be, you will get the joint venture with Katie Wilson and myself, we will sell your deals to our database absolutely free. Okay, now that's not something I do very often, right? But I can see that people are stumbling trying to get through the link. If you would prefer to ring the office, you're going to see the phone number at some point go across the screen, but you can ring the office now. If you prefer to ring the office, 01733 898 557. 01733 898 557. So let's recap. What do you get? You get the course, you get the G Drive resource, you get the little black book of contacts, and anyone this afternoon, anyone that joins before 6 o'clock at the close of this event today will get the joint venture with Katie Wilson and myself. That's absolutely priceless. We're doing more than half the work for you guys. Because if you've got investors, you know what you want to buy, and you just got to go shopping, really. So that is massive value. Open the tab and type it in now. For just one, you get all of that. Just 1395, 1395. Here is the link again. bit.ly/desktop 2009. Another question through, David. I've got a business partner, but they're not on the webinar. Can the business partner join me? I'll tell you what I do, and I have to do it for everyone that's listening. Right, anyone that's listening, if you've got a business partner or you've got a life partner, or maybe you've got a son or daughter who you think would really benefit from this, and they ought to have this knowledge, and you want to give them this platform to launch into property at such a great age to do it. If there are two of you, right, we will honor the price. Go and sign up now. bit.ly/desktop 2009. If there's two of you, we will honor the price for two of you. We'll do 2 for 1. Two of you, but you have to be connected somehow. So business relationship, life relationship, whatever it is, 2 for 1. We'll do 2 for 1, two of you, and you also both get all the resources. So you don't have to share. You don't have to sit over one laptop, right, going through it together. You'll both get the same resources. I've already promised the joint venture, so you'll both get access to the joint venture, but you have to go now, and you have to do it before 6 o'clock this afternoon. Questions? Got a few time for questions. David, are all the deals that you sell below market value? No, right, and I deal with this on the training in some detail, right? So people love below market value. Absolutely, they do. But why don't we add value? So that second deal that I shared with you, the HMO conversion in Peterborough, we added a huge amount of value to that, and the valuation came in at 350 instead of what would have been 250. So it doesn't have to be below market value. We can add value as well. What percentage of the property price? This is a good question. What percentage of the property price is ideal to charge for deal packaging? So I wouldn't do it as a percentage of the property price unless it was a really large scheme, and I haven't really referenced those this afternoon. I think you should have a set scale of fees. For most of the United Kingdom, for a single let, 3 to 5 grand. For an HMO existing, £5,000 to £10,000. There are industry norms for the fees. I can talk you through that when we get to know each other a bit better. So you get all of that. Total value, way more than that. The event only offer, 1395. Get a tab open now. Plus, we're going to get 2 for 1. So if there's two of you, you get 2 for 1. Whatever I just did with my fingers. I meant 2 for 1. That's what I was trying to do. If you're in a business relationship, life relationship, friends, whatever. Here is the link. https://bit.ly/desktop 2009. Okay. Kevin, are you there? I'm right at the end. I'm going to leave the link open so that people can see it. That is the link. Tap the link in. Kevin, are you there? And,
yes, David, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Cheers. That was awesome, David. Thank you very much. So, guys, that's a phenomenal offer by David. Deal packaging. I've known David for a number of years now, and his deal packaging business is massive, and he's helped a lot of people get started in property with deal packaging. So, really, really awesome opportunity to learn it from your own home by doing the deal packaging online with David. It's a brilliant, brilliant opportunity. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes. After the break, I'm going to be back, and I'm going to share with you about how we can help you overcome any challenges you've got at the moment. So if you've got any questions for me, what I want to do is take some time and talk through your questions. So have a think about any questions you might have, anything you might need help on, anything you want any clarity on, and not just about property, but also around your money, mindset, beliefs, challenges you might have. Because the reality is that actually probably 80% of success is up in your head, if not even more than 80% of success. So what I want to do is spend a bit of time with you, helping you overcome your challenges. And I'm not going to tell you I know the answer to every question, but what I do know is that I have faced challenges myself in the past, and I've overcome challenges, but I've also coached and mentored other people to overcome their challenges as well. So I'll see you back here in about 5 minutes time. Take the break, grab a coffee, but also write down any questions, put them in the comments box. Anything you're thinking of, no question is a silly question. I'll take questions for the next period of time. And we still have lots more to come this afternoon as well. We've got Kevin Paneskis talking about serviced accommodation. We're going to be helping you with your 90-day plan later on today. And also I've got some giveaways for you during the day as well. So get your questions to me, put them in the comments box. Remember, there's people listening in on Facebook. There's other people listening in directly off the website. So whichever platform you're on, then just put your questions in the comments box within your platform, and the team will get the questions to me, and they'll send them over to me on my mobile phone, and I'll answer them in the next section. So see you back here in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Kevin McDonald here. So hopefully you've enjoyed the day so far. We've had a number of different things we spoke about during the day. Getting restarted in property this morning. Then I spoke about no money down property investing. So lease options, assisted sales, exchange delayed completions. We talked about rent to rent, so different strategies. And then David Siegler was on last speaking about deal packaging. We've still got lots more still to come. Now, I promised you a number of giveaways today. On your screen now is a link to go to my ebook, The 7 Biggest Mistakes When Starting Out in Property and How You Can Avoid Them. So tiny.cc/7 mistakes. Still to come, we've got the property lead magnet. So we'll be giving you a copy of the Progressive Property Lead Magnet, 6 stages to a lead magnet. That's to come later on as well. But for now, what I wanted to spend a little bit of time with you is taking your questions and taking your questions around property, but more importantly is taking your questions around mindset. Because I've seen for years, when I started in property, I tried to do property alone, and my mindset was all you had to do was buy a house. And if you just bought a house, you'd make money. And I quickly realized that actually buying property it doesn't necessarily make you money. Buying cheap property doesn't necessarily make you money. You buy cheap property, what you get is cheap property. It's about buying assets that are valuable, buying value and being able to add value. And I lost a lot of money. I got held back for years. I put my head in the sand and I believed that everything I touched would go wrong. So I went believing anything I did would go right to anything I do would go wrong. Same person, different mindset. And it was only when I started getting mentored by Rob Moore and Mark Homer and Progressive Property and the VIP program that I started to push forward and start to change my mindset and change the way that I looked at property investing. So I'm not going to say I know the answer to every question, but I thought it was important today to just spend a little bit of time taking your questions, help you with your questions. And I know a number of people have been putting questions into the chat box all day, either on the Facebook group or on the main online website, which is where most of the questions are coming through. And there's the chat form, the Progressive Help as well. So a lot of people have used the bit.ly/Progressive Help. So the bit.ly.Progressive Help form. So what I've done, I've asked the team in the break to compile all the questions from each of the 3 locations. But also, if you have any other questions, if you've got anything you want to ask, I want to spend a bit of time now helping you with your questions and challenges to help you maybe overcome them, get around them, through them, over them, whichever way possible to get you moving on your journey. I'm not going to say I know the answer to every question. I don't. I'm smart enough to know that I'll never know everything about property. I used to think when I started the journey in 2002, 3, 4 that I knew everything. I quickly realized that actually I don't know everything, and it's about having the right people around you that have got the answer. Because if I want to know something about serviced accommodation, I ask Kevin Paneskis. If I want to know something about deal packaging, I ask David Siegler. If I want to know something about commercial conversions, it's Mark Homer. I speak to the people who've got those skill sets, and vice versa. They speak to me if they want to know about lease options, about assisted sales, etc. So it's about having that right team of people around you and knowing that you don't need to know everything. A lot of people in property, they don't get started because they're trying to learn everything before they start. They're continuously reading books, listening to podcasts. The answer to everything's on Google, but the answer to everything's not on Google. Google, 50% of it is correct, 50% of it's incorrect. And it's very difficult to work out what's right and what's wrong. You could download different reports of things and you'll get different answers to the same question. So having people that walk the road before me has been fundamental in the way I've changed my property journey over the last few years. So I said, I can't promise you I know the answer, but all I'll do is I'll answer your questions that you've sent through from my experience, from my knowledge, and from what my beliefs are. So some of those questions said the team have compiled all the questions from the Progressive Help, where people are putting questions in, from the Facebook group where people send questions in, and from the main website where this is the main platform that this has been screened from. So wherever you are watching, we have got your questions. If you've got any other questions you want to put through, then put them through as well. The team are sending them to me on my phone so I can have a look at them and go through them because we're social distancing. So question from Will. How can I make money in property without money to start? Well, Will, that is a really good mindset question because I read a guy posted during the week as well saying you need money to make money. That's another saying. Now, that's the sort of stuff I grew up with. You need money to make money. No, you don't. You need knowledge. There's 3 things that you typically need. You need time to go look for deals. You need the knowledge of where to find the deals, and you need the money to invest in the deals. But you don't need to have the money. The reality is, if you are starting with no money, you're starting probably 135 grand better off than I was, because I started in negative money. Now, when I started my journey originally, I had time and a small bit of money with no knowledge. That set me back for 10 years because I didn't have the knowledge and I made mistakes. Many people in this world have got either time, they've got knowledge, or they've got money. Very few people have got all three. But what happens when we have no money? Will you pedestalize the money? You're pedestalizing the money as the most important thing. The reality is the money is not the most important thing, because a person with money, what do they pedestalize? They pedestalize their time. You see, poor people, what happens is they spend their life, they spend their time trying to save money. Wealthy people, they spend their money trying to save time. Now, if you have the right knowledge, you can gain the knowledge. We've given you opportunities today to gain the knowledge. You commit the time you've got available. And don't tell me you don't have time available, because you do have time available. You commit the time you've got available, and then you find other people with money. People with money. In Progressive, when I mentored, I found my first JV partner at the Progressive mentoring programs. I found my JV partner in the room. Why? Because wealthy people come here to learn as well. Now that's very smart, because a lot of people think, people with money, how do they find me? If I'm going to go get the knowledge, how would the person with the money find me? The person with the money is in the same room. I mentioned earlier today that 60+ million pound a year is joint ventured within Progressive VIP. Here's why. That money is joint ventured within Progressive VIP, because if you think about it, if you were wealthy, if you're a smart business person, if you've made quite a bit of money in business and you're looking to put it into property, but you're looking to find a joint venture partner, what you're not going to do is just give the money to anybody. What you're not going to do is give the money to somebody who tells you that this is the right thing to do. You see, what people that aren't educated do is they give money to maybe somebody that goes away and looks for a property deal for them, and that person tells them it's a good deal. That is dangerous. Smart people, wealthy people, they've already made money from business. They understand that even if they're not going to go find the deal themselves, if they're not going to put their time into finding the deal, what they do want to be is they do want to be educated in terms of being able to have that conversation with the person. So Will, you might go and do a training, get in a room around like-minded people to learn the knowledge, to use your knowledge and time. A wealthy person is in the same room because they want the knowledge so that when they're investing their money with you for your time and you're having a conversation with them, they need to know that what you are telling them is correct, which is why they get the knowledge. So hope that makes sense. Well, you need to work with other people. Work with other people, joint venture with other people. You can do creative techniques like rent to rent. You could have took the opportunity to do joint venture on rent to rent earlier today, where I would fund your deals. You don't need money for that. It's your time, my money. That's why it's a perfect JV. So there is opportunities out there. Mazhar is saying, what's the best way to use 20K to start in property? Mazhar, I get asked that question a lot. What's the right way to spend 20K to start in property, 50K, 100K? And a lot of people are shocked by my answer, which is like, you use 20K, Mazhar, to invest in property. You've invested 20K in a single let, buy to let, or even in a HMO. Now you've got one property, you got no money, and you're stuck. And now you're relying on raising more, getting more money out of your job, or making income from that property to try and build up another deposit pot to buy another house. You're stuck. You're stuck, Mazhar. You're stuck because you focused on the money in your pocket. The 20 grand you've got in your pocket right now, Mazhar, is a distracting and essentially worthless resource. It's worthless because it's not enough. It's just not enough. You need to have hundreds of grand if you want to get started in property, if you're looking to buy property. So here's the best thing you could do with your 20K. Don't put it into property. That's your safety net. The best thing you could do is package some deals, do some rent to rent, do some lease options, create more money. 20 grand is not enough money to start investing. Create more money, attract money to you through joint ventures, private investors, raise more money, Mazhar. 20K, not enough money. If I was trying to start off negative 135 grand, and even if I was 20K, you're 155 grand better off than me. I had no choice. And I said earlier, the worst thing that ever happened to me was lose all my money in Eastern Europe, plus some. The best thing that ever happened to me was the very same thing. Why? Because I had no choice but to think outside the box. What a lot of people like you do, Mazar, is you take your life savings, that 20K, you chuck it into a property, and then you come back and you try and look at how to do things the right way. Learn how to do things the correct way today. Learn creative investment techniques. That will move you forward on your journey. Zoe, what do you think will happen to interest rates? Zoe, they're at the lowest they've ever been. They're 0.1%. What do I think will happen? I think they'll go up. Interest rates, of course they're going to go up. They're the lowest they've ever been in history. The question is, when will they go up? Because a year ago, 18 months ago, interest rates were the lowest they'd ever been in history as well, which was 0.25%. Then they went up a little bit to 0.75. Now they're back down to 0.1. New historic record. They'll go back up. What level will they go back up to? Who knows? Can they go back up quickly? Very unlikely. Why? Because if they did, there'd be riots on the street. So they'll go up gradually over a number of years. It's kind of irrelevant because a lot of people go, what do you think? What will happen to interest rates? The cost of money is never important. Access to the money is more important, because the cost of money is, again, poor people are looking at the cost of money, trying to save money. Wealthy people look at the ability to invest that. What can I put it into? Because interest rates could be 10%, but if you can invest it in something that's making 15%, 10% is cheap money. But if interest rate's 1% and you're investing in something that makes 1.2, that's expensive money. So the question is, what are you investing it in? So interest rates for me are kind of irrelevant. What I'm interested in is that I can make more money on the money I borrow at X interest rate. I can put it out there to work for me at Y income and make more. So Y makes more than I'm paying out on X. That is the key. Don't worry about interest rates. A lot of people are going, oh, I'm not going to invest in property because interest rates might go up. Okay, waste 10 years. Spend 10 years wondering if interest rates might go up, because interest rates have been low since 2009. That's 11 years. And I spoke to people back in 2009, 10, 11, and the fear of interest rates will go up, interest rates will go up, has been going on for over 10 years. And they've wasted a decade of their life. I know what it's like to waste a decade of my life. 10 years of my life. Imagine if I only lived to be 60. I wasted 10 years of my life. If I only lived to be 60, that is a huge percentage of my life. Huge percentage. You've got to start now. Irrelevant what interest rates are. Fix them long term if you need to. Get in now. Or control property with the interest rates, not yours, with strategies like rent to rent. Hope that answers your question, Lucy. Zoe, sorry. Paul, do you have any recommended property solicitors? Yes, Paul. There's a number of different progressive approved property solicitors. Gary Daz is one. Michael Primrose is another. There's Andy Sawiak. That's Sawiak. Apologies to any other progressive approved solicitors if there's others out. Kara Rawdon. Kara Rawdon is another one. Apologies, Kara, nearly forgot you. There's a number of others possibly as well. If you go to the Progressive Property Facebook group, Facebook page or Facebook community, they will, and just ask for progressive approved solicitors. They'll give you more of them in there, but that's a good starting point. And no, the solicitors does not need to be in your town. They're too busy to meet you for a coffee. I see people post all the time online going, anybody know a solicitor in Southampton, etc. You don't need to be. You don't have to meet your solicitors for a coffee. They're too busy doing paperwork. So just find a good solicitor, not a local solicitor. Nora, will taking a bounce back loan affect my future mortgage applications? So I don't know if you did take one or not, Nora, but I advised right from the start not to. I didn't take any mortgage holidays, especially. Bounce back loans, yes. Mortgage holidays, no. Here's why. Bounce back loans, it's good to have the money just in case, and you can pay that loan back. It is a loan. But if you took a mortgage holiday, hopefully you didn't. Hopefully you didn't need to. You take a massive risk that a lender won't lend to you again afterwards. Because really what you're saying to a lender is, I couldn't afford. So in March when the lockdown happened, people took mortgage holidays. Now, imagine if you had a buy-to-let property in January, February, March, and then as soon as lockdown started in April, you immediately have to take a mortgage holiday. But your tenants are still potentially paying the rent. Most of our tenants continued to pay the rent during the lockdown. When I say most, about 99% of them. So why did you need the mortgage holiday? the reality is what a lender will do is they look at it and go, this person's got an unstable business, because you're supposed to, as a buy-to-let investor, be able to handle voids and non-paying tenants, etc., should that happen. So if you've got a strong business. So immediately applying for a mortgage holiday at the start of the first problem is a sign you've got an unstable business. Lenders could look negatively on that. Bounce back loans, that's not a problem because that's a loan rather than a mortgage holiday. Now, how you use the bounce back loan is very important. You got to read the small print because you are self-certifying for that loan. You're self-certifying. So you've got to be very careful because you need to be able to prove a number of things. So make sure you read. Different banks have got different criteria. Make sure you read the criteria. That do you need that loan? And remember, that money got to be paid back at some point. It's got to be paid back, and it can only be used on certain things. So check it out and make sure you're using it in the right way. Don't go in there and just go, oh, I'm going to take a bounce back loan and buy a house, because that's not what the bounce back loans are for. You don't need to do that when you can do it. 6 months ago, 12 months ago, people didn't have bounce back loans and they still did property. You don't need bounce back loans to be able to be a property investor. What you need is the knowledge to just become a property investor. You need to go out there and do the deals that everyone was doing at 6, 12, 9, 12, 18 months ago. Go do the same thing. The fundamentals of property, the strategies that I've built my business upon over the last few years, they still work today and they'll still work next year. Whether a bounce back loan is available or not, those strategies still work. The problem with your bounce back loan is you take that money, you put it into one house. It's going to take you years to get that money back out. You got to pay the loan back. So let's learn how to be a smart property investor instead of taking cheap money. What have we got next? Hopefully they find this helpful, guys. If you are finding it helpful, just put a yes, helpful in the comments box, just so I know. The team will let me know. And keep bringing your questions through to me. Mark, when should I use an LLP as opposed to a limited company? So a limited liability partnership. So a limited liability partnership, Mark, is obviously needs two people. A limited company could be one person. It could be more than one person. So minimum, limited company could be one person. Limited liability partnership needs a minimum two. There's no maximum on either. Why would you use an LLP? It depends. If you want to run company cars through a limited company, you're going to get hit with benefits in kind tax, big tax. If you run them through an LLP, you've got a tax efficiency on a company car. But the LLP has to be a business that makes money. Second thing is, an LLP, you are taxed on your personal rate of tax. So Mark, if me and you were business partners in an LLP, I would pay my personal rate of tax on my share. You'd pay your personal rate of tax on yours. So I'm a 45% taxpayer. I'll pay 45% tax. You're a 20% taxpayer. You pay 20% tax. In a limited company, we pay 19% corporation tax, limited company tax. I have limited companies. I prefer limited companies. But it is for you a choice. I would get independent. So I'm not going to say to you which one's better or not, because they're different. Each person, it depends on your personal circumstances. You need independent tax advice. I'm a property investor, not a tax advisor. I hire my tax advisor and I pay him a lot of money to keep me safe and to keep my property structure the most tax efficient. But here's what we need to do first of all, Mark. Just create the tax problem. Just get some deals done. Wouldn't it be great if you could create a problem for tax that you could hire a tax advisor to solve for you? Let's make some money. I'd love to pay £1 million a year tax. That is one of my aims in life. I want to pay £1 million a year tax. Why? Because how much money am I making? I always hear people go, oh yeah, you make £800 a month on a house, but what about the tax? Yeah, let's stay in a job and pay tax anyway. I mean, it's ridiculous. But next question. Christopher, if you were starting again right now, what would you do? So if I was starting again right now, Christopher, this is what I would do. I would do two things, right? Number one, I would be looking to control other people's property. Take over the baby, but not the labor. Take on people's baby. So they get to keep the baby, but you take over the labor pain. You control their property. Do lease options and rent to rents. Secure their property. Help them make money from their property. Help them make money and you will automatically make money. I would focus on that. And at the same time, I would focus on marketing myself to attract partners. Joint venture partner is raising money. So deals that require funds, other people's money. Deals that you can do yourself, your money. Your money. Lucy, what's going to happen to the new build prices? They'll probably continue to be extortionate like they always have been. I don't invest in new build. They're overpriced. It's like buying a brand new car. They're overpriced. You drive it off the forecourt, the price comes down. How do I know? So, John, how do I know you really do property? John, you must be Irish. Are you Irish, John? How do I know you really do property? Okay, it's a good question, by the way, because I'm some dude behind the camera who knows do I really do property. Here, well, let's go, John. So, you can fake a plane, right? You could hire one. You can fake a private jet. You can fake a boat. You could hire one. John, this is for you. So there's some bank accounts. Don't know if you can zoom in, but I'll click on that one. I'm not going to give you my passcode. 1111. Kidding. There's 5 different limited companies there. 5 different limited companies. There is 37 odd grand in that one. There's about 10 in that one. There's 13 in that one. Oh, by the way, why have I got so many limited companies? Joint venture partnerships. Joint venture partnerships. Each company is different. So JCK, I'm the K on that one. My kids are in that one. So JZRB, that's my kids' names, Ricardo and Bella. The RB. KMD, that's me. The McDonald, second half of that one, that's me. So different companies, different people. Okay. So I really do this stuff. Different companies. I've got 10 different companies. I'm just going to NatWest. There's some different companies there in NatWest, right? Different amounts of money in each one of these companies. I'll try and hold it still. There's about 17 grand sitting in that one. These are all property companies, by the way. You can see property income coming into those companies. Property income. Now, we mentioned joint ventures. I mentioned Alexandra Pugacheva earlier. She was on the JV video. That is Alexandra and me, 300 quid each shared this month, right, from a deal. So that deal is making positive cash flow every single month after all the initial money was paid back out of the deal. But I want to show you something else. So am I actively making money today? Do I really make money today, John? I don't know if you're satisfied yet, John. So let's just show you something. Right, this here is live. Don't know if you can see that. Live 23rd of September. That is today, 20th September. Is that today, team? That's today. So we've had 2 tenants pay income in today. That was Saturday. But look at Friday. Friday is this one here. Friday is all of those. Is this camera below working? Yes, no, it's fine. Oh, the one I'm using is fine. That's all Friday. If I go down there, down through Friday, through Friday, through Friday, through Friday, all of those are different tenants that just invested in Friday. That account on Thursday night had 24,491 in it. Thursday night. This, since Friday, all the way through, it's gone from 24,491 to 36,441. So since Friday morning, £6,000 of tenants rental has gone in there. That is from no money down investing. That's from rent-to-rents, from lease options. That is all tenants rental income. You can fake. You can fake a really nice jet. You can. You could sit in somebody else's helicopter. That was a live bank feed. You can't do it with that, John. So hopefully that confirms I really do property. And that's the opportunity that people have invested into today that we're looking to joint venture with me. That is 3 days, guys. That is 3 days. 3 days. I'm going to go back and take some more questions. So what else have we got? John, you cynic. You cynic. What else have we got? Ross, at what point does commercial conversion become a realistic prospect for me experience-wise? Start small, think big. Think big, Ross. Start small. Get your first couple of deals done. Get a few deals done. Get a couple of singlets. Get some HMOs. Start small. Get your experience. And there's no reason why you can't scale up to commercial conversions. I've done a number of commercial conversions. They don't need to be the skyscraper on the moon. I bought a pub. I showed it to you earlier. We converted it to an 8-bed HMO. We bought a bowling club. We converted it to a 12-bed. We bought a little church, converted it to a 6-bed. Small projects, doesn't need to be 100 apartments, etc. So Rob Moore and Mark Coleman are doing a 99 apartment commercial conversion in Peterborough at the moment. 99 apartments in one building. They didn't do that back in 2006 when they met. They're doing it after 14 years after meeting each other. 14 years, okay? They built the foundation of their business. And I see the shiny penny chasers all the time. They chase the next shiny penny thing instead of focusing on getting cash flow into their business. My entire focus is on cash flow. Take smaller deals, right? But numerous smaller deals. And I wonder who will be further ahead in a few years' time. You see a lot of people with a huge, big commercial conversion, one quick selfie in front of it showing they've just bought it, and you never see the finished article. You do not need to do massive commercial conversions. You can do smaller commercial conversions. Commercial conversion is a commercial building into a HMO, a commercial building into single-let flats, a commercial building into SA, smaller projects, but let's start small then and think big. Now, if you do want to do commercial conversion, you would be taking a huge risk to buy that building and then apply for planning permission. You would control it on an option to buy subject to planning, which is what we will be teaching you on the No Money Down. Craig, do you still get the same buzz from property deals as when you first started? Of course I do. I get a massive buzz from it. Here's the thing. I love property deals. That I don't know if any of my tenants are listening because this is online and I can't check, but I don't necessarily love my tenants. I like you, if you're watching, I like my tenants, but I don't get a buzz out of my tenants. I get a buzz out of securing the deal. I get a buzz from securing the deal. The tenants, we have staff to manage, because once I've got the deal done and a tenant moves in, then I need my buzz again. And the next buzz is get another deal done. And that's why I do joint ventures as well, because I can get my buzz out of getting a deal done by you finding the deal. That gives us a buzz. So absolutely, I get the same buzz. I'll never stop doing property. I'll be doing property until the day I die, and I hopefully it's in 60 odd years time, because I love the buzz. I love the game. I love the negotiating of the deal. So good question, Craig. Urim, how long would it take for the market to bounce back once it dips? Who said it's going to dip? Who said it's going to dip? How long will it take for it to bounce back? How long is a piece of string? How long is a piece of string? We've got no idea if the market's going to dip. We think it might dip. We've got no idea. Everyone's got an opinion. I've got an opinion. But the reality is here, if you're trying to time the market, there's two things that Mark Homer, I read a post from him recently. He said, I think I might get the words right, but he said there's two things that two types of property investor. One, those that know they have to time the market, those that are trying to time the market, and those that know that you can't time the market, right? And I know that you can't time the market. If you're trying to time the market, if you're waiting for the dip, you're going to miss the boat, because there's no way, impossible to know when the bottom of the market is. It's impossible to know where the top of the market is. All you can do is play the game. You want to be in the market all the time. It's called pound cost averaging. You buy on the way up, you buy on the way down, but you buy for cash flow. If you're buying for capital growth, and I always spot the amateur, they're going, oh, you got to wait till the properties are cheaper, because when they go up in value, I make money. I make money the day I buy. I make money the day I buy from rental income, from cash flow, right? Where the income coming in is more than the money going out. I make money the day I buy. And from cash flow, and I make money from capital appreciation, not capital appreciation, forced appreciation. I make money by forcing the appreciation. You turn the old pub into an 8-bed HMO. You turn the old bowling club into a 12-bed HMO, and you force the appreciation. You push the value up by buying at the right price and changing something. The market's irrelevant. We're buying property right now. I still think there's going to be a dip. I do, right? I think there'll be a dip when furlough comes to an end, when everything like next year, when there's a lot more unemployment. I think there'll be somewhat of a dip. But here's the thing. I'm still buying property right now. We're still taking on rent to rents right now. We're still doing lease options right now. Why? Why are we doing that right now? Because that's what I do. I'm a property investor. I'm not a time the marketer. I'm not a wait for the market to drop her, because you're going to miss the boat. I spent years trying to time the market. I spent years missing the boat. Now I'm a property investor, and I invest in every market. I invest on the way up. I invest on the way down. I invest in every market, but I invest for cash flow. If you want to make money in property, you need to learn how to make money in any market, not just make money in a rising market. You got to make money in any market. If you're the person who's sitting at home right now worried about a property market dropping and thinking I can't get started, now's the right time. You can't be that person. Your mindset's all wrong. Your mindset's all wrong. You're missing opportunity. Somebody else is buying the opportunities in your streets right now while you're sitting there worried about a market crash. And then when it happens, you'll sit there and go, maybe it'll drop some more. And then it won't drop anymore and it'll start going back up. And then you'll sit there and say, I missed the boat. Now I have to wait. It's ridiculous. Got to get started, Aram. Let's get you started. Sarah, what would you say is a sensible loan to value ratio across your portfolio? So good question, Sarah. So when I started in property, I wanted to stretch my loan to value as much as possible. So try and leverage as much as possible. And I was looking at the time, more 75 to 85% loan to values, 75, 80, 85% loan to value. Long term, I want to run my portfolio at less than 60% loan to value. This is why. So I don't buy, refurbish, refinance, pull the money out, then refinance, pull the money out, refinance, pull the money out. That's bad advice. I see people advising you to keep pulling money out of your property to go do another deal. That's because you've only got one trick, a one-trick pony. Pull equity out of something to buy another deal. And all the time you're increasing your debt and reducing your cash flow. You're killing the goose that laid the golden egg. You're killing the goose. Here's what I do. We buy, refurbish, refinance to pull our initial investment back up. We never touch that deal again. We never pull any more money out. Then we start paying it down and letting the capital growth take care of it to create that equity. We want 60% loan to value. Why? Because if you're running at 60% loan to value long term, you'll get the cheapest finance. Very cheap long-term 5 and 10 year fixed rate products. Very cheap long-term finance at 60% loan to value. If that's making sense, guys, give me a making sense in the comments box. It scares the life out of me when I see people advising that you should pull your equity out of a house and invest in another house and pull more equity out. You're increasing your debt. And as the Americans say, Uncle Sam is going to come calling, our cousin Lucy in the UK. They're going to come calling. You got to pay that back at some point. So get your initial investment out, then leave that deal. Go do the next deal. When you're doing creative techniques, when you're doing assisted sales, lease options, rent to rents, when you're packaging deals, you do not need to have to pull out your equity. Why would you increase your debt and reduce your cash flow? The whole point is reduce your debt and increase your cash flow. Reduce your debt, increase your cash flow. That's where you need to be. What else have we got? How to cope with people that bringing us down. I just figured out that my partner is against my property business and he thinks I will fail and it's a waste of time. I don't want to keep wasting my life working for another 40 years for 40 hours a week and struggle to pay my bills. I need a change, which he doesn't want. I'm extremely disappointed. Divorce! I'm kidding. Right. When I met my wife, I'll share this story. So when I met my wife, we were living in a room in a shared house, separate rooms, obviously in a shared house. And we got together and I was trying to get into property at the time. So we moved into that property in 2012. And I moved in first, she moved in then. And she moved in around September, October 2012. And it was around the following September 2013 that we got together. Now, just before we got together, I kind of liked her for a year before she knew I liked her and she didn't like me. You know, one of those scenarios. I'm used to it. But I went to the Property Super Conference at Wembley in March 13. So she moved into the property in September 12. March 13, I went to the Property Super Conference. And I sat in the room at the Property Super Conference and Rob Moore brought all of the successful progressive VIPs up on stage. And he was handing the mic around. And he handed the mic to a guy called Cam Devady. Now, Cam Devady I had met in a property event in London in around 2007 or 8. And we had sat next to each other in an event in London. And he was in massive debt. And he actually kind of made me feel good about myself because I think he owed more money, around 150 odd grand or something. He was in more debt than me. So I thought, cool, I'm not in that much debt. 2013, when I went to the Property Super Conference, Rob Moore brought his successful VIPs up on stage and handed that microphone to Cam Devady. Cam Devady took that mic and said he was earning over 8 grand a month from property. He got rid of all of his debt. He had built a multi-million-pound property business. I'm sitting in the room with 1,000 other people, still in massive debt, still in a mess. But seeing Cam Devady on that stage somebody who I had met at an event and knew was in debt and knew he hadn't gotten any experience just a few years earlier, gave me massive belief that I could do it too. And that's when I finally invested in myself and when I finally started to take action. But I went home. This is leading somewhere, don't you worry. When I went home, so I started looking at property and started trying to do property. But my wife now, was girlfriend at the time, Linda, she didn't love property. She was similar to your situation. And she started telling me I was wasting my time. There's no point in doing it, that I should be focused on my job. And our free time together should have been our time to go to the cinema, to go for walks, to go out for the pub, etc. And I was spending some of our free time, most of our, like 8 hours a week, 10 hours a week, probably a bit more maybe because I was getting obsessed. I was spending our free time, our Saturday and our Sunday, trying to build my business. And she seen property as the thing that was stopping us from working. And I knew, though, that property was the only thing that could make us work. And I risked for a while, a few months, probably 4 or 5 months, I risked losing her to build my property business and to prove to her that this could work. But I knew that if I didn't do that, long term, we would never have worked anyway. Long term, we would have fallen apart. So I had to risk it. Now, here's the thing. She loves property today. Why? She fell in love with it because she fell in love with the results. Focus on spending some spare time on your business. Now, if your partner doesn't want you to invest your life savings into property, great, because you don't need to. Do creative stuff. Do rent-to-rents. Do lease options. Use other people's money. Joint venture. Build your business and prove to him it works. You don't need to invest your money. I didn't have any money to invest. What you're probably saying to me now in reality is, my husband's not willing to invest our life savings into the business. Good man. I'll back him on that. Don't let him. You don't need it. What you need to do is you need to think outside of the box. You don't need yours and your husband's life savings. You need to think outside the box. All you need him to commit to right now is allowing you to spend some time. Spend some time to build your business. And then let's prove to him that this stuff works. Because I promise you, it is the easiest hard work you will ever do. If you're willing to put the effort in, if you're willing to put the time in, promise you, it's the easiest hard work you'll ever do. And he will fall in love with it. He will absolutely fall in love with it. Because he'll fall in love with the results. He'll fall in love with the results. What else have we got? Would you buy now or wait for things to be clearer as house prices could crush 10%? I'd buy now. I told you I'm already buying now. I'd buy now because what if they don't? What if they go up 10%? And if they go down 10%, just buy more. But what you might be saying again is, well, I've only got one pot of money to buy. If you've only got one pot of money to buy, what's the point in waiting? Because here's what you're going to do. You've got enough to buy one house. So whether you buy now or buy in a year's time, if they drop 10%, you're still only going to have one house. You're still going to be in a job. You're still going to be stuck. So you're missing the whole point. If you want to own 40, 50, 100, 500 properties, the only way to do it is to do it differently, is to do it creatively. So you're not going to do it. Package some deals on. Do some rent-to-rents. Do some lease options. Package some stuff. You're waiting. The answer to your problem isn't, do I wait or do I start now? Could it drop 10%? The answer is, you need to do more stuff. You need to be more creative. Because buy one house, you got no money, one house, a job, whether you save 10% on it or not. I bought a property back in 2007, just before the biggest crash in history. The first one I bought here in the UK. That property, right? That property, my cash flow went up massively because the interest rates dropped significantly. Now, the rent, I held that property. That went into negative equity, went down into negative equity, probably 20 grand in negative equity. Didn't matter. Why? Not selling it. Not selling it. Here's what I'll tell you. House prices might drop 10%. They probably will. They could. But I'll tell you that in 10 years' time, they'll be higher than they are now. What can you do in the market? You can secure deals now knowing that in 10 years' time, they'll be higher than they are today. Secure it for cash flow. You make the cash flow while the market's down. My first property dropped about 20 grand in equity. I kept the property. I made cash flow. It's only relevant if I was selling. I still own the property. I haven't sold it still. It's irrelevant completely. It's gone back up again. It's gone back up again. Now, I could have pulled the last of my hair out while I watched it go down in value, but I understood the fundamentals of property. Long term, it will go up and down, but over time, it'll always finish up at a higher point. That is the fundamental of property, and that's why you should always be buying now. What else have we got? What is the best way to start building a portfolio in serviced accommodation if I have 15K and want to scale a big business? So Kevin Paneskis is going to be coming on sharing about serviced accommodation later on today. So I'm going to hold that one for him because he is the serviced accommodation legend of the UK. So Kevin can take that question later today. I have 2 properties in my name. I'm planning to sell one as it can release 150K cash. And I want to buy 2 properties under limited company. Is this a good idea, or should I keep the 2 properties in my name? It depends on your tax position, but here's what you're going to end up with either way. You're going to sell one, right? You got 2. You're going to sell one, release cash, and buy 2 in your company. You're going to have 3 properties now. What's your plan to get the 4th one and the 5th one and the 12th one and the 19th one? What's your plan? Because all you're focused on still here is the money in your pocket. There's not enough money in your pocket. You got to focus on attracting money. Why have I got so many joint venture companies? Why? Because wealthy people fund property deals that we do together. Their money, my time and knowledge to scale the deals. You have time. You have time. You can learn the knowledge and then you can attract the JV partners. We can show you how. Kevin, you are great inspiration for myself. Thank you. But this is not about me being inspiring you. This is about you taking the action from the inspiration. I love your positive energy and action-taking attitude. Thank you. You're more than welcome. But my action-taking needs to be your action-taking. I need you taking the action. I need you taking action. Kelly is asking, is making it in property easy? Kelly, no, it's not easy, but it's much easier than a job. Much easier than a job. And most people quit too soon. Most people quit because they want the millions without the work. The reality is it'll take some work. But here's the thing. You work hard for somebody else all your life. You work hard in a job to get by. Well, average salary in the UK, 25 grand a year. Do you know what that actually means, 25 grand a year? That's 1750 a month take home. 1750 a month times 12 months for 40 working years means you'll earn just over 800 grand in your lifetime. To make $1 million, you've got to be earning 35 grand a year. 35 grand a year, right? That in a lifetime is 2250 a month take home times 12 months in a 40-year working life is £1,080,000. £1,080,000. Before you put any crazy, stupid clothes on your back, before you drive a car, pay for the car, put fuel in the car, before you put a roof over your head, before you put food on the table, before you put the kids through school, before you spend a single penny. The system is set up to fail. 35 grand a year to make $1 million in your lifetime before you spend a single penny. And the average salary in the UK is 26 odd grand. That is nuts. That is nuts. So Kelly, is making it in property easy? No. But is it worth it? Absolutely yes. And it is easier than a job. We work hard. I worked hard for 14 years in a job and I built a debt. I worked smart for a few years in property, solving other people's problems. Solving landlords' problems who don't want to manage their own houses through rent to rent. Solving people's problems who are looking to sell their properties quickly but can't sell them by taking control of them on options. Solving people's problems who've got properties that they're trying to sell on that are run down and they need some work but nobody wants them because they're run down by doing assisted sales. Solving other people's problems. That's exactly what David Siegler does with deal packaging. He solves other people's problems. He finds property deals for investors who don't want to find their own or don't know how to find their own. Solve other people's problems and you'll make the money. Is it easy? No. Is it difficult? No. It is easier, much, much easier than a job. It is the easiest hard work you'll ever do. Easiest hard work you'll ever do, Kelly. What else have we got? Samit is saying, is it easier or more difficult to get tenants in this market? I would say it's the same, because the last time I checked, people still want to live in houses. People are still living in houses. The last time I checked, people have not run off and living in the streets. They're living in tunnels. They're living in houses. The same amount of people needing accommodation, same fundamentals. There is a housing shortage in this country, and it's going to get bigger as the population continues to rise. And the population will continue to rise, not drop. COVID or no COVID, the population is going up in this country. By 2025, there's going to be a few million more people on this country, and we're a small island. What does that mean? Fundamentals for house prices, higher rents, need for accommodation. No difference really in terms of are we finding people for accommodation. Everyone still lives in houses. It's a mindset thing. Michael, how do I stop caring what other people think of me? I let other people's opinions ruin my life. I used to do that, Michael. Reality is they're not going to be at your funeral the day you leave this planet. They're not the people you want to be hanging around with. You need to not worry about other people. Do you think Donald Trump's got a few haters? Oh, absolutely. He's got a few haters. There's not a successful person on this planet that does not have haters. I've had people post against one of my I did a video online, and I had people come in going, he looks like a deck chair. Somebody else said he should be hit with the deck chair. Somebody else came in and said, how can you trust a bloke like that? He wears a shirt. There's no way somebody with a shirt like that could do property investing. Yet you just seen 6K live into my bank account in the last 3 days from tenants paying rent just this week. How can you form an opinion of somebody by a shirt? See, wealthy people don't form opinions about people because of the shirt they wear. Poor people do. Here's what I would say to you, Michael. Don't worry about what other people think of you. You need to focus on you and your family and putting bread on the table for your kids. The neighbors don't matter, right? They're nice. Go around and have a cup of tea with them. Don't talk about your business plan with them. They're your neighbors. They're not your business partners. They're not your mentor. Your family. I love my family. They don't love property. I love property. I don't need them to love property just because I do. I want to be strong for my family, right? They don't need to be strong. I need to be strong for them if they ever need me. They do not need to love property. Michael, start hanging around with people who love property, who can get you out of that group that you're in, because the reality is you're hanging around with the wrong people, and you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Get a new group of people. You don't need to lose the old group of their family. You still have the cups of coffee and the tea and the go on holidays with them and all that sort of stuff. But you don't share your business plan with them. You don't talk about property with them. Just talk about family and kids with them. I hope that helps. What else have we got? Dean, I am exactly the man who done it all wrong by the sounds of things. I saved to buy a buy-to-let cash and a house in Eastern Europe cash, which didn't really appreciate. I hope it didn't go down in value like mine. Where do I go now? Dean, where do you go now? You need to, so you've done really well, to be honest. You bought 2 properties cash. You got to tap yourself on the back, first of all, because you've done really well. You've done a lot more than most people. But you are the exact example of you've proven that it's too slow. You haven't said what age you are, but I reckon you haven't done that by 21, right? You've proven that it's too slow. You need to be leveraging other people, leveraging other people's money, leveraging other people's experience, and scaling your property business. Now, where do you go? Get yourself a mentor, get yourself accountability, get yourself support. And Progressive run a VIP program. It's not something that they've offered since before the lockdown. But get yourself a mentor. I don't. Is Callum? Yeah. Are you? Are we allowed to talk about the VIP program?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so Dean, Progressive run a VIP program, which is a mentorship program, which is it's a 12-month mentorship accountability program. So you get one-to-one mentoring, you get support, you get accountability, and it's group. It's your one-to-one mentor has an individual mentoring session with you every single month. Then you have group accountability, so you network with other people in the room. And it's here at the main Progressive. So I'm in the studio at Progressive. It's in the Nix building, which is just over to the side of me. And it's twice a month. So it's the first Tuesday and third Wednesday of every month. Now, it is an application process to join the VIP program. You do need to apply for that program. You do need to get accepted into the program. But what it is the high achievers, the action takers, pushing and shoving each other to success. I mentioned earlier, over £60 million is joint ventured within that community every single year. You get minimum, hundreds of millions have been joint ventured over the years. You get access to a private VIP community. The main Progressive property community, the main Facebook community, has got about 32,000 people in it. The VIP community's got about 1,400 people in it. the 1,400 action takers, the people who are giving the right answer to your question. Every month at VIP, you get your one-to-one mentoring session. On that mentoring session, you get an accountability pro forma. Now, that accountability pro forma is action steps that you get for your mentor every single month. So the mentor sits with you, looks at your progress, looks at your actions, and then allocates you new actions for the coming month. So you get held accountable. Every 2 weeks after the VIP mentoring session, there's an online coaching by Progressive's Master Mentor. So Roy Inman, Progressive's Master Mentor, runs the online coaching 2 weeks after the VIP session. Now, Roy, when he came to Progressive, he had more property than Rob Moore and Mark Homer, and he still came here. Why? For the network. He invested in the VIP program. He came for the network. There's 2 levels to VIP. There's the Rob and Mark level, which is a high level. That they're not taking on any more people. So at the moment, Rob and Mark level are not taking people on. And if they were, it is invite only. So literally, to get into the Rob and Mark VIP, you have to be invited into it. The gold level, there's 20 other mentors, all high net worth individuals, all people who have built successful property businesses, 40, 50, 60 plus properties. They're all there mentoring you, supporting you on the journey. And typically people, Rob and Mark, they run their mentoring separately. They invite people up to be mentored specifically by them. The Rob and Mark mentoring level, you're looking at 40 grand minimum, but it is the invite only. I'm currently mentored by Rob and Mark. I was invited for them to mentor me. And I hopefully will be mentored by them for the rest of my life because of the value I get from it. But the gold level, and the gold level for VIP is $17,997 is the office price. Now, it's not something that we have offered at all during the lockdown. I'm just talking to you about it in case it's something you may want to do at some point. Now, you got the keynote talks every single month as well. So a speaker will come in and do a keynote talk. They'll talk about, maybe it's a tax advisor, a mortgage broker, a capital allowances expert, somebody who comes in and shares a keynote topic. So you've got your mentoring session, you got your accountability pro forma from that mentoring session, you got the touch point every 2 weeks, you got access to the online Facebook group, the online community, which you've got daily access to VIP only Facebook community. You have got a help desk. So you can literally message the help desk at any point of any day and get a response back to your questions. Now, Derek Pape, a former VIP member who's now a mentor on VIP, and he's built a massive property business up in Hartlepool. Derek Pape mans that hot desk. Huge knowledge of property. But what Derek does is he answers your questions on that hot desk, and if he doesn't know the answer, he passes it on to the other mentors and people in the community who can get you the right answer to your question. So you're tapping into the network of mentors. 20 high net worth individuals within and one message from you at any point for any question you may need to have. Twice per year. So that said, this the VIPs on the first Tuesday or third Wednesday. Twice per year, the 2 VIP groups come together for a VIP joint day. Now that's in August and December. And in the VIP joint day in December, there is awards. You get the VIP of the year, the joint venture deal of the year, most deals done in the year. There's different awards that you get. And the newcomer of the year award. And only a couple of years ago, a couple of guys who joined VIP in October won the VIP newcomer of the year by December because the amount of rent-to-rent deals they had done between October and December. They just absolutely smashed it. So newcomer of the year awards, VIP person of the year awards, and there's loads of different awards. So we create this peer pressure within the community. Positive peer pressure where you're challenging each other and supporting each other at the same time to drive your businesses forward. Also, twice per year, there's an Elite Cash Flow Accelerator event. So this is for everyone who's ever been a part of VIP. So if you joined VIP 10 years ago, you're welcome to come back to the Elite Cash Flow Accelerator event every single year. So that event is every single year forever. 2-day event forever, twice per year. And that's in March and September. So that's a little bit about VIP for anyone who's interested. And I've got people asking, I have a question about deal packaging. Could you answer it in a question about? I could, but you've not said what the question is, Matthew. You just said you've got a question and could I answer the question? You've not said what it is. A couple of people have said, how can I join VIP? So it is application only. It is application only. The applications we've not took applications. Progressive, we used to take intakes for VIP from their multiple streams of property income live event. during the lockdown, we've not offered VIP. Callum, am I able to offer people to apply for VIP?
Yeah, you can do application.
Okay, so if anybody is listening and they want to apply for the VIP program, then there is an application process which you have to apply. You can't get in. You can't, not guaranteed by applying that you're in. If the team can put a link or something or details on the screen about how people could apply for the VIP program, then what you could do is fill in the application form, and somebody in the office will give you a phone call, have a chat with you around why you've applied. Why is it that you want the success? What is it that you're looking to get? Why you want the fast-tracked results? Why you should be a member of the VIP program? And then following that phone call, if you get accepted into the program, then you can join the VIP program. So it is an application-only process. I want to stress that if you do apply, it is not getting in. It's just applying for a phone call. So you're applying for a call from one of the team who will contact you and talk you through why you've put the application in. Now, this is really important because not anybody can join the VIP program. And the reason not anybody can join the program is because on the VIP program, we need to make sure that we've got the right people who are going to take action, people who are going to be positive, they're going to support each other, they're going to drive each other, they're going to push each other. You can't have the bad egg in there, the person who's not the action taker, not willing to do anything, they're just there going to impress me. It's about what you get out of it, what you put into it. The support structure is there, you get out what you put into it. Now, the VIP program is usually $17,997. That is the office price of VIP. The last time that I ran the VIP VIP offer back in March, so it's been over 6 months since the last time there's been any ability to apply to join VIP. The last time I did an application for VIP, the investment, we did an offer at the Multiple Streams of Property Income event, and the offer was $6,995 plus VAT. $6,995 plus VAT. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give it to you at that investment. So not $17,997, $6,995 plus VAT. So that is for VIP, the whole 12-month program, the one-to-one mentoring, the keynote talks, the online mentorship, 2 weeks in between every mastermind, with every VIP session, 2 weeks later, an online mentorship, the access to the online Facebook community for life, the Lead Cash Flow Accelerator 2-day event for life, the joint VIP days, the help desk, everything. Now, anything on that, because I've talked through it quite a bit off the cuff here, I wasn't expecting questions about it. So when you apply, if you've got any questions, the team will talk you through the detail. Remember, you're just applying for a conversation. The team will talk you through the detail of when it is, when it starts, what exactly you get, what the full support structure is on the VIP program. It is structured and set up to guarantee your success, to take you from the knowledge to get the actions implemented to get the results. There's a number of other things. There's a dragon's den, so an angel's den, where you have the opportunity to pitch deals to Ray McLennan that I mentioned earlier. He will help you with structuring your pitch to angel investors, how to put your deal, your pitch together to be able to raise the money for your deals. That's something else that happens in VIP. So there's a number of different things that happen that I might not have mentioned right now because I was off the cuff from a question that I think Dean was that asked. So put the application in, speak to the team, and then if they feel you're right for the program, if you feel you're right for the program, then the team can take it to the next stage. So get your application in for the program. Remember, it is application only, and that's just applying for the phone call. I've just said I'm happy to go at what the investment was earlier this year. The last time we offered it, it's $6,995 plus VAT. It's never been offered since. It is the first time it's been offered. It wasn't on the agenda to be offered today. So here's what I'm also going to do. We had payment options. So on the VIP program, there will be payment options. So speak to the team about the payment options and spread your payments out. You could secure the VIP program, then get a couple of deals packaged or get a couple of rent-to-rent deals done, do a no money down deal like a lease option or an assisted sale, and use the income from that deal to pay for your program. That's the smart thing to do. So secure the no money down or the deal packaging and VIP for the accountability, and get your first couple of deals done and use the income from those deals to fund your investment in your mentorship. So huge opportunity. I'll go back to some questions. That is the VIP program, guys. Put your applications in today, and I'll keep it open until the end of the day. So what we'll do is we'll keep it open till the end of the day. You can apply up till the end of the day, and you are applying for a phone call. The team in the office will give you a call and talk you through your application. Now, to make it as fair as possible, what we'll do is we will do those phone calls in order of receipt. Now, the earliest, if you did get accepted into the VIP program, the earliest you're likely to be able to get a place on VIP would be November. It is impossible to get on it in September. It is impossible to get on it in October. The earliest would be around November. Remember, it's with social distancing, with the people on VIP already, people have to finish that program before any more people can come in. There's only a certain number of people they can have in the room with social distancing. So there will be a waiting list to apply. So once you apply, the waiting list to join and get in the program. Now you can get access to the online community immediately, access to the help desks and stuff. We'll talk through the team with them on the phone about how quickly you can get access to those things. The detail, they'll speak you through on the phone. So I don't know if that's immediate or not, or when that would be. Speak through with them on the phone, that detail, because I wasn't expecting to go in to talk about VIP right now, so I don't have the entire specifics on it. But it is a program that is phenomenal. It's changed the lives of numerous people, and the most successful people in property in the UK. And Progressive Property is the biggest property education company in the UK. Some of the most successful property investors in the UK came through the Progressive VIP program. Many of the other trainers and coaches in the industry came through Progressive VIP program. So huge opportunity for you to get on that program. Remember, it is application only though, so get those application forms in. What else have we got? Rosie, I set up a business back in the early 2000s and it's failed. And since then, I haven't had the confidence to try again like that again. Can you do this? Can I really do this? Rosie, of course you can. I started in property way back in 2003 and I failed. I made every mistake possible. I was probably one of the stupidest property investors in the world. And I got back on the horse and I built a property business. Here's the thing. Most successful people, you see a lot of millionaires, a lot of billionaires, they went bust once. The thing that you have that many people don't have is you've got experience. You know what not to do. You know what went wrong to make sure you never do it again. You need to bounce back, and the second time you will bounce back stronger because you've got that knowledge. And to not bounce back, you're denying yourself a massive opportunity because you will always come back stronger the second time. I came back way stronger the second time than the first time I tried it in property. Way stronger the second time. You can too. But I tried to do it the first time, possibly like you, Rosie, with no support. That's why if you are looking to get into property for the first time, then make sure you've got people around you that don't let you make the mistakes, that don't let you fail. The job of the VIP, the job of the mentors is to get you on the horse. It's to then keep you on that horse, and it's to push that horse forward. And if you fall off, it's to chuck you back on again. It's to hold you accountable to your actions, and it's to keep you safe. Rosie, yes, you can do this. You've got to get back on that horse. Sally, I have no experience with marketing. How am I supposed to advertise deals? Sally, you could just do a post in Facebook. You could come to a meeting, a networking event, and offer it. You could put an ad in the local newspaper. You could stand on the street with a big sign saying deal for sale. That's what marketing is, Sally. I don't advise you do the one in the street with the sign, although it will work. But here's the thing. Just get yourself out there. Post on Facebook. Everybody, when they start, have no experience. But you have to start to be great. You don't need to be great to start, Sally. You got to start to be great. So let's just get the marketing out there, Sally. Let's get started. You know this stuff. You know what to do. Any other questions? Everyone is looking for an experienced person to do JV with or to let them to manage their property. How do I start with no experience? How to convince owner to give me a property on a rent-to-rent, for example? You could have took the joint venture opportunity with me. You could borrow my experience. So on the joint venture with me, immediately you can say, me and Kevin McDonald are looking to take on your property. Expert Property, one of the biggest property companies in the UK, are looking to take on the property deal with you. Our head office is in Nottinghamshire. and I'm the local contact. So you don't need experience. You can borrow my experience. And you've said everyone is looking for experienced people. I'm not looking to work with experienced people. I'm looking to JV with you. Why? Because you've got drive. You've got ambition. You want to change your life. Because if I didn't have somebody to back me when I was in 100+ grand of debt, when I was broken, if I didn't have somebody broken financially and emotionally, if I didn't have somebody to back me back then, I wouldn't got to where I got to today either. The reality is you don't need experience. Everyone is not looking for experience. That is the story you're telling yourself. You got to tell yourself a different story. The reality is if everybody was looking for experience, nobody would ever do anything because everyone has to take that first step sometime. Take the first step, move forward on your journey. That is what you need to do. Stop telling yourself the negative story and start telling yourself a bit different story. Start telling yourself a better story because you absolutely can do this. If one other person can do this, you can do this. If I can do this, you can do this. But you're telling yourself the wrong story because you do not need experience. No, you don't. You need drive, ambition. You need to be willing to put the work in, put the effort in. You need to be willing to align yourself to the right people. You need to be willing to learn from your mistakes. You need to be willing to accept failure. Because I promise you, when you go out there into the real world trying to do property deals, you'll get rejected. You'll get rejected. I get rejected all the time. You've seen my 24-hour challenge earlier on the video. How many times did I get told no to? In agents, on the phone, etc. Loads of rejections. It is part of success. Falling down, getting rejections is all part of success. It's a numbers game. But you can do this. You absolutely 100% can. What else have we got? I think I'm nearly out of questions. So guys, I think I'm nearly out of questions. We are going to go to a break in a couple of minutes. The VIP offer, if you do want the accountability, if you want to join the VIP program, get your application forms in. Remember, it's a 12-month one-to-one mentoring and group accountability program. So one-to-one mentoring, group accountability. Over 60+ million pound a year is joint ventured in the community. You've got one-to-one mentor every month. You've got a keynote talk speaker every month. You've got twice a year joint VIP days. You've got the Elite Cash Flow Accelerator twice a year for life. You've got the online coaching 2 weeks after the VIP program. You've got access to the help desk. You've got access to the online VIP community for life, lifetime access. There should be a link on the screen, hopefully, to apply for the VIP program. The offer today, $6,995 plus VAT. That is the offer price that can be spread. There's payment options. You can spread the payments. Get your application in. The team will ask you questions about why you've applied, why you want the success, why now. And if we feel you're right for the program, if you feel you're right for the program, then we'll take you forward to the next stage of the journey. Guys, I've been Kevin McDonald. Hopefully you enjoyed that section. Hopefully you found value in that section. We had a lot of really good questions there. I've covered quite a bit of content. Hopefully you found it useful. We're going to take a break for how long, Callum? We're going to take a break for 5 minutes, and then we're going to have Kevin Peneskis joining us talking about serviced accommodation. So we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll have Kevin Peneskis join us for serviced accommodation. Remember, anyone who's still looking at deal packaging or no money down from earlier, then grab that opportunity. But the VIP program right now as well, get your applications in. It is application only. It is not guaranteeing you a place. But we're going to go to break for 5 minutes. I'll see you back here with Kevin Peneskis in 5 minutes. Speak then. Back in the 70s recently.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me better now. It's Kevin McDonald's fault. He's got some energy about him. It's like some magnetic energy force, and it takes out IT equipment all over the place. It's just a Kevin McDonald phenomenon. I can't even say that. Okay, so the next hour and a half, roughly, maybe slightly, about service accommodation today, and as Kevin said, there's a significant SA boom going on right now. So we've got people that are streaming this and watching this on multiple different platforms, so on the website, Facebook, by YouTube, etc. So multiple different platforms. So we've got the team behind the cameras here to be answering questions as and when they came in. When I looked earlier on YouTube at this presentation, I saw a comment which says, "Is this live?" Yes, it is live. And so please ask your questions as we go through and to give you as much information as possible. I do urge you to pay as much attention as you can for the next hour and a half on service accommodation, because you know what, there is lots of different moving parts in service accommodation, and it's like missing a piece of the jigsaw puzzle if you miss a vital piece of content. So full attention over the next hour and a half. Ask questions as you go through. I do like to keep the feeding a baby, you're doing having a chat, you know, So I do like to keep people engaged, people interacting. So if I'm asking you questions, please respond, and I can gauge the level that people are at as I am talking about service accommodation. So let's get cracking. Who am I? Well, as Kevin said just now, I was 24 years in the army. I was a commando soldier. I reached the rank of regimental sergeant major. That's the shouty guy with the big stick. There'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. We had some technical sound issues, but I'm reliably informed that it's all fixed now. What we did is we just had to get Kevin McDonnell out of the building. That was the problem, the magnetic force that he creates. And so 24 years invested, in the British Army. And so I was investing in property whilst I was in the Army. And you might not have heard my rubbish joke just now, which was that I obviously started investing when I was 10. But no, I started investing in property age 20. So I was already in the Army. I've been in the Army for 4 years at that point. And so started off with buy-to-let, so single-let properties to begin with, as you might imagine, but also flipping properties, buying and selling properties, that is. So buy, refurbish, refinance, sell them on. Sometimes I'll be doing buy, refurbish, refinance, keep, and so using those as single lets. But lease options, and plenty of lease options over the years. Rent to rent into HMO, used to do that too. Still doing lease options now. Straight HMO, purchasing HMO, refurbishing properties, using those as HMO. But now focusing on serviced accommodation because, well, do you know what? This presentation is going to highlight why I focus on service accommodation, having done all of the other strategies. Don't get me wrong, I've still got single lets, I've still got HMOs, but I don't want any more of those. And this presentation will explain why I much prefer serviced accommodation property and why you should want serviced accommodation property as well. So hold on to your seats, and it's going to be an action-packed hour and 15 minutes or so, and there's so much to learn. Please make notes, please interact as I am asking questions of you. Type your questions in the comments box, whatever medium you're watching this on. So people are on YouTube, people are on the website, people are live on Facebook, etc., etc. And so coming through on all different mediums, but the team will be sending through the questions to me as and when they come through. So I'll just make sure that I've got that lined up and ready to go to get questions as the team send them through. So my main focus is now service apartments and houses. So it's not just serviced apartments, service accommodation is also houses. Training and education is the other string to my bow. So I'm the lead trainer for service accommodation here at Progressive Property. And do you know what? It was training and education that I went on, 2010, and that's actually what got me to the position where I was able to leave the Army without the need to get a job. So I left the job in 2011. I've been a full-time property investor ever since, and I really enjoy teaching people how to do exactly what I have done, sacking the boss. So first question, who out there wants to sack the boss or be in a position where you could sack the boss, so you've got enough recurring income from property coming in so that you could sack the boss if you wish to? Let me know. Type the questions in, type the answer in, just to see whether I've got everybody's attention right now. So I was also featured in this book, Property Trendsetters. It's not about service accommodation, but it's mini biographies on different property investors who are considered to be trendsetters in property. Why? Why was I featured in this book? It's a bestseller on Amazon because of serviced accommodations, because serviced accommodation is bang on trend. And as far as I'm concerned, I just want to be investing in the strategy that is going to be earning me the most money, and that it's increasing in value, increasing in demand all of the time. And service accommodation is that strategy. So what got me into property education? Because for the first 19 years or so investing in property, whilst I was in the Army, I was just flying by the seat of my pants. And so it was a book that led me to getting educated properly in property. So what book do you think that was? See who's still paying attention. Let me give me your answers. Different types of books that it could be. What do you think it was? Which book? Because it was reading this book that led me to ultimately progressive property. It led me into the education field where I could learn how to do it right. Because until I did that, until I started to get properly educated, my property portfolio was not releasing me from a job. It was trapping me in a job. Because quite often I was that guy in Afghanistan, 6,000 miles away, trying to get a plumber out to deal with a leaky tap on a satellite phone. Okay, so I didn't have letting agents. I was having tenant problems, having builders let me down, and voids and all of those things. And quite often I was propping up my portfolio. I had 6 at that point, buy-to-lets and a HMO. But I was just flying by the seat of my pants because I didn't know how to do it. Because my dad told me to invest in property, but here's the problem: he didn't tell me how. So have we got any answers? Anyone answering the questions, team? Yeah, so we're getting people answering correctly. We got different answers coming through, but yes, we got quite a few correct answers, and it is Rich Dad, Poor Dad, which was quite... It just made sense, the Rich Dad, Poor Dad concept, because my dad told me to invest in property, but he didn't tell me how. And Robert Kiyosaki, his own experiences, his dad was a university lecturer, very bright man, very intelligent man, but Robert wanted to be an entrepreneur, a property investor, and he had to go to his friend's dad in order to get the answers and the knowledge and the information on how to be a property investor and an investor in other things too. So he had to go to his rich dad, his friend's dad, in order to get that vital information. And it was a pivotal point in my life in terms of going to people who are qualified to give me advice. And that's why you've tuned into this presentation today, because you've grasped the concept that if you want proper advice, you've got to go to the experts, right? Not just the expert down the pub who, you know, knock off Nigel or whoever else is down the pub and they've got an opinion on everything, right? And so, yeah, absolutely, you should be getting advice from people who are qualified to give you that advice. And you know what? Last year, it was my absolute privilege to spend some time with the man himself. It was a private dinner. He did an after dinner speech afterwards. And you know, when some people are talking and everybody is giving their full attention, there's some people that just command that respect, right? And do you know what? You could hear a pin drop. It was absolutely incredible. And so I had to go over and see him. I had to shake his hand and say, you made a huge difference in my life, because if it hadn't been for that book and getting property, you know, led me towards property education, I would have still been in the army now. And so it was an awesome thing that he was able to do to me, for me. So I know he would have heard it hundreds of times, but do you know what? I just wanted to say thank you to him. And it's inspired me to create my own training course, how I can help inspire people and transform people's lives too. So as I said, I focus now on serviced accommodation, but I have created a training course myself, and it's around this system, my training course on serviced accommodation, the SA Deals system. The D stands for due diligence, the E for explore, the A for acquisition, the L for logistics, and the S for scrutinize. And it is literally 29 years worth of my own experience and any other experience that I've borrowed, if you like, from any of the courses and any of the trainings I've been on. I've gone into this system, and this is the plug and play system that you need in your life if you are going to maximize the earning potential that serviced accommodation represents, because you're going to be shocked throughout this presentation just how much money you could be earning very, very soon in serviced accommodation if you are following this system. So hopefully I've got everybody's attention. Hopefully you're all sitting comfortably, and I will start from the ground up and explain what serviced accommodation is. So what is serviced accommodation then? Because some of you may know, but we leave no man behind here, or woman obviously, in this presentation some people won't know what service accommodation is, so I will explain. So it's a house or apartment provided as an alternative to a hotel. The property is fully equipped and kitted out to be a home from home. Literally all people need to do is turn up with their suitcase. Bedding, towels, toiletries, tea and coffee are provided. And here's the really cool thing. The property is cleaned in between guests and returned to show home condition. Now then, have we got any buy-to-let landlords out there or HMO landlords out there? Let me know if you would like your properties to be kept in show home condition, because my buy-to-lets and HMOs are not. So would you? Because this is the difference here. Your SA properties are kept in show home condition. So type your answers away and let me know if you would love your properties to be kept in show home condition. Because this is what it's all about. You know, we're keeping the properties in pristine condition throughout, and that's what enables us to make a maximum amount of money, because guests only want to stay in properties that are in pristine condition. And that's how you can keep leveraging this trend that is service accommodation. So what I've done is I've created a video presentation for you, and it's going to give you all of the facts and the information on why service accommodation is bang on trend and what is going on right under our noses. And because you know what, it's easy to miss these trends, isn't it? People didn't notice Google coming, but 10 years ago, Google was nowhere in terms of the global rankings in the top businesses, but it's now second. And guess what? It's going to be number one very, very soon. But we just don't notice these trends. So please don't miss this trend. And this video will explain exactly what is going on today. Check this out. So hopefully you enjoyed that short video, and do you know what? There is such a lot going on in the world of service accommodation. You can see the growth, you can see the trend. And do you know what? One of the stats that I love in there is that you can advertise your property for free to over half the world's population. So literally 4 billion people, and you can advertise your business to those guys absolutely free, which is just incredible. So what's going on just now? I know Kevin mentioned it just now in terms of the SA bounce or the SA boom that is going on in service accommodation now. So let's just talk about why that is, because we obviously had the lockdown and an awful lot of people were panicking because they weren't trained properly in service accommodation throughout that time. And so they were solely relying on bookings coming in from Airbnb and Booking.com, but you don't have to be reliant on that. I'll talk to you in a minute about having your own website and getting direct bookings from clients, etc., etc. And so people that were properly trained were fine during the lockdown, but people that weren't properly trained were not. And so people were turning their properties into buy-to-lets, their SAs. They were putting tenants in them. They were handing back rent to service accommodation properties, rent to SAs. They were handing those back to letting agents or owners. If they were doing service accommodation management, they were stopping doing that because they weren't properly set up. So what that's created is a lot less service accommodation properties out there. But now, because of staycations, we've got a massive boom going on in service accommodation. So people that were properly trained, and this will always be the case, I don't care what goes on in the future, that will take out untrained people that are flying by the seat of their pants, the sort of property investor I used to be. Whereas if you've got proper training, you're going to be fine. So I actually don't care what happens in the future. We will be fine. We were still profitable during the height of the lockdown, but now we are completely reaping the benefits. And the reason why I say this to you guys is that you can reap these benefits too. I mentioned rent to SA. Literally a week or two from now, you could have your first rent to SA property and you could be cash flowing £1,000 per calendar month. You could be turning your buy-to-lets into service accommodation and leveraging this trend, leveraging this boom that is serviced accommodation right now. And just to highlight this point, I messaged a friend of mine, Alan, and so he came on the service accommodation training here at Progressive Property and asked him how things were doing with his service accommodation property. This is just one property. He said, brilliant, the bookings have taken off. I've got no vacancies until mid-October. Now, this was a couple of months ago he sent me this. No vacancies, fully booked until mid-October. And this screenshot you can see in front of you was the bookings that he got in one calendar month. So in one calendar month, he got all these bookings in. This is a screenshot from his channel manager. I talk about channel managers in a minute. It's just a piece of software. But you know what? How much that comes to? £22,000. £22,000 on one property in 1 month. So let me know in the comments if you would like 22 grand's worth of bookings in 1 month. Let me know. Say yes, Kev, or yes, please, or show me how. Because you know what? I can show you how if you let me show you how. But you've got to be in it to win it. So the cash flow secret then I'm going to let you into, you saw some of the data on that video just now. Ultimately, you take the world's population. You add in what we call the OTAs, the online travel agents. So you've got Airbnb, Booking.com, TripAdvisor, HomeAway, etc. And that equals money. It's as simple as that. There's other ways of getting direct bookings via your website, etc., etc. But this is what you initially do in order to get the money coming in. Now, at the bottom of that little house there, I've added Google into the mix because Google has snuck up on the rails and is about to take the lead and just take everybody else out. Well, the really cool thing is that you can advertise for free on Google as well. And do you know what? So many people doing service accommodation out there do not know this. So I'm just showing you a screenshot from Google where you we typed in service apartments, London, and then you can see the map there. You've got the pin drops of all the different service accommodation properties in that area. Okay, so we've zoomed in on that specific part of London, and literally by clicking on one of those, so you can see people's night rates, etc., etc. You can see their Google average review score. You click on that, you go through to their website, and you are booking direct, and there is no commission fee to be paid. I don't know whether Google will do something in the future, but at the moment, let's make hay whilst the sun shines, right? You should also be listing for free on Google. So I'll talk more about that later on as well. So what type of property is service accommodation? I've explained what service accommodation is, but what type of property is it? Now, a lot of people have got this perception that it's purpose-built apartments. And so is that service accommodation? What do you think? Now, the obvious answer is yes. Yes, there's not all service accommodation, but that type of property is service accommodation. We've got some that we own in there, and we've got some that we do rent to SA in that complex. So yes, that is service accommodation. But what about what I like to call bog standard property? Is that service accommodation? What do you think, guys? I'm going to give you a minute to answer that one, whether you think that property there would work as service accommodation. Yeah, getting some answers in. Okay, some people saying yes, some people saying no. Well, that is one of my ex-buy-to-let properties that I now use as service accommodation, and it works brilliantly well. So the main guest avatar that we target with our bog standard terrace type properties is contractors and trades, and they're more focused on saving themselves money on hotels. Okay, and that's when you create a win-win situation like that, you've cracked the code. But during the staycation and then this SA boom, we're getting all sorts. We're getting holiday makers, etc., coming and staying in these properties as well. And what that's done is just created more demand. And when there's more demand for something, the price of that thing goes up. It's pretty common sense, isn't it? Now, I know you might be thinking, oh, well, some of you might have buy-to-let properties, so I'll talk to you about turning those immediately into SA. Some of you might not have much money. Some of you might not have, deposits, etc. So stay with me. I'm going to talk to you about Rent to SA very shortly, because I'm the only trainer here at Progressive Property teaching Rent to SA. But what about that? Is that serviced accommodation? What do you think? Could that really be service accommodation? Well, the answer to that one is yes, because that's a listing on Airbnb. Now, you don't get all of it, but for £2,692 per night, you get 10 rooms in that place. So I'm literally just highlighting to you the range of property, the range of type of property that can be used as service accommodation. Do you know what? You could still get an igloo on Airbnb, but you might want to be quick because of global warming. Just saying. So you can get a vast array of property as service accommodation out there. So why service accommodation? Well, there's three main reasons why I do it, and there's three main reasons why you should do it too. Huge tax savings. I'm going to be talking about Section 24 and capital allowances in this presentation, so you definitely don't want to miss that section. In fact, you don't want to miss any of this presentation because, as I say, you'll miss a vital piece of the jigsaw. Massive growth predicted in the service accommodation industry by 2021. And because you can multiply your single let income by 5, but with no tenants. How cool is that? More money, less tax, and no tenants. I mean, what else do I need to say? You know, the presentation is over. No, okay, I'll stay a bit longer. But you know what? No tenants. So it's the bad tenants that are the issue. Okay, I do like more money from the property, less tax, but the bad tenants are the reason why I get fed up with tenants. Sometimes they start off as, Mary Poppins and turn into Freddy Krueger. Okay, and you know what? When a tenant trashes your property and they don't pay you any rent, you're not allowed to throttle them. Now, I've got an issue with that. Okay, I have got a bit of an issue with that. But do you know what? I've been doing single let. I've had tenants for a long time. Every now and then you're going to get a scoundrel, aren't you? And you just have to take it on the chin. But not with serviced accommodation. Your guests in service accommodation are not your tenants. They live somewhere else. Their home is somewhere else. They do not have tenant rights. You haven't got to deal with a currently 6 months notice you have to give to tenants to try and get your property back. What if you need to move back in to the property if it's a rental and you need to move in it? You can't. So, hey, I don't like the playing field being so uneven, all right? And it is a very uneven playing field right now. And so the beauty of service accommodation is you are not exposed to that sort of situation. So let's talk about buy-to-let to serviced accommodation then. This is another one of my buy-to-let properties. Now, do you think that would work as service accommodation? Because do you know what? I mean, let me know whether you think that one would work as service accommodation, because when I get a property back from a tenant now, I'm either selling it and reinvesting the money into service accommodation. I'm literally selling 4 as we speak. One of them will complete in 4 days' time. I'm gonna have to get the furniture out. I mean, I've actually got guests staying there Monday and Tuesday, but then we've got to get the furniture out and then we are completing. And that's a really cool thing, because even when you're selling them, you're still earning money. They're not empty whilst they are on the market. Okay, so you can still earn money from them as service accommodation. But what do we think? Yeah, so I gave the game away just now, and I showed you another bog standard property. Yes, I use that as service accommodation. But do you know what? How did I get it back from the tenants? This is how I got it back. It was with a letting agent. And these are the photos that I can show you. So they started off paying the rent okay, and then they stopped, and then they started to trash the property. And even before I started eviction proceedings, the letting agent said they were knocking lumps out of the walls with a hammer. Now, I don't know what's going on there. I think that might be a mix of homes under the hammer and hard drugs. Okay, that's the only conclusion I can come to as to why they thought, I know, I'll start knocking lumps out of the walls with a hammer. But hey, that's what goes on, right? So would it work as service accommodation? Sort of given the deal, the game away already, I have to make my mind up. Well, you make your mind up using an SA deal analyzer, okay? This deal analyzer helps you identify your SA gold mine area. So this is the question that people are always asking me. How do I know exactly where in my town to invest in service accommodation? You need this deal analyzer to show you. I'll talk more about it in a minute. The right property types, the right price point, the right guest type, the demand for service accommodation. So USA gold mine area, demand for service accommodation, all of those things. Now, I'll talk very, very shortly about how you get your hands on this deal analyzer, but look at the property today. That is the same property that I showed you trashed just now. Look what it looks like on the inside. Is that a bit nicer? As a landlord, as an owner of property, I prefer my properties to be kept like that, not in the previous one. And I'm earning more than 5 times the income that I was previously earning when I was getting the rent, okay? So it went live September 17. Wow, so that's 3 years. This one's been live as service accommodation. The buy-to-let cash flow when I was getting it was 150. Average monthly cash flow as service accommodation. This is cash flow, £1,029. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It shouldn't be allowed. It is allowed, and I can show you exactly how you can do it too. That's 12 grand per year, over 6 times the buy-to-let cash flow, and you have no tenants. So we've done that with this property. We've done it with lots of other types of property like that. And I'm not just talking 1 and 2 night stays. I'm talking about really nice chunky bookings on these types of properties. So a lot of you will have seen the film Jerry Maguire. I love that film because of this catchphrase, show me the money. Well, I'm going to show you the money right now on these types of properties bookings that come in. 19 days, 2,250 quid. So these are properties that used to let out for 475, 500, 550 maybe, top end 550 per calendar month. And that wasn't any sort of profit either. But 117 nights, 9,360. Do you want some more? Yeah, you want to see even better than that. That's not good enough. Okay, fine. A £36,000 booking, single booking. 36 grand landing in your bank account for bog standard terrace properties. Hello, have I got your attention? I should have your attention right now. And how would you like a chunk of that change? That's the question, because you are closer to it than you think. And I can show you exactly how you can be getting your hands on that money as well. So buy-to-let landlords, hold this thought. You can be, I've deliberately show you during this presentation properties that aren't fancy, because I don't like people thinking that service accommodation is fancy pants, you know, high-end apartments, etc., penthouse and stuff. It's not. It's also bog standard properties, and these are figures. This is numbers. This is just screenshots from my channel manager of bookings that come in all of the time. So hold that thought. You buy-to-let landlords out there, could be HMO landlords too, but I've got something for everyone in this presentation. We're talking about acquisition here. So the A of the deals system. So the quickest way to be getting your hands on this money, in fact, buy-to-let conversion into SA is also very, very quick, but rent to SA is ridiculously quick to be getting your hands on the cash. Now, an awful lot of people think, well, yeah, I've got to do buy-to-let and I've got to do all of the other strategies, so buy, refurbish, refinance, and that before I do service accommodation to earn my spurs, if you like. No, you don't. You don't, because I teach people the other strategies as well, buy-to-let, etc., etc. But that is slower. Whereas when I'm teaching people how to do rent to SA, that is quicker, because literally you just have to go and rent a property and use it as service accommodation. And they are totally different strategies, buy-to-let and HMO to service accommodation. So they don't overlap at all. So you don't need to learn that stuff in order to do service accommodation. That's the key here. And just to prove the point, we had a guy come on the training here at Progressive called Ahmed. Now, Ahmed came on the training whilst he was a student at university. And instead of leaving university and getting a job, he went straight into rent to service accommodation. So he built up his rent to service accommodation income whilst he was in uni, and then just carried on from there. And he's never had a job, Ahmed. Okay, he's never had a job. Some of you may even follow him on social media. He's traveling the world all over the place, because he's got systems and leverage in place. He's traveling the world all of the time because he's got systems and leverage in place, so that he's got that laptop lifestyle, that mobile lifestyle. So there's plenty of money coming into his rent to SA business that is funding his love, his passion, which is travel. So I'll show you one of Ahmed's properties then. This is a rent to SA in London. Rent paid to the agent, just over £2,000. Average revenue, 4.5 grand, just above 4.5 grand. So out of that revenue, you've got to pay your rent and other costs, etc., etc., your cleaning, your laundry. But his average profit after all costs, after everything is outsourced, the cleaning, the laundry and maintenance, all of those things, £1,258. So how many of those would you need out there? Those of you that are tuning in today, how many 1,258s would you need? Let me know. Please type in the comments. So the team are going to give me your names. Callum's going to give me a name of anyone that types through how many properties you would like. And I'm going to give you some advice when I get that information from you, because that is over 15 grand profit on one property a year. How many of those would you need to be able to replace your income and sack the boss? You tell me, guys. From a property he rents, as a complete beginner in property, how many? Steve says 6.
Steve says 6. Okay, so it's obviously quicker for Callum to shout it out. Well, it is quicker than to do that than to type it. Steve says 6. Awesome.
Alice says 3.
Alice says 3. We good? I know there's a bit. I've been told that there's quite a lag when through things coming through, going through the internet and internet.
I want 10.
Who wants 10?
Mo.
Mo. Okay, Mo. Well, for Steve and Alice and Mo and anyone else that's typed but it hasn't got to my ears yet, here's the thing. If it's 10, then learn how to do it once and do it 10 times. Okay? Let's not overcomplicate this stuff, guys. Learn how to do it once and do it 10 times. And if you need me to teach you how to do it, and actually you should allow me to teach you how to do it, because otherwise you are not going to know how to do it properly. That is how you can create life-changing recurring income from property. You just need to let me show you how. So Ahmed, 2 years after starting his service accommodation business, posted a screenshot of how much money his business had taken through his merchant account versus, through his Stripe account. It's taking credit card payments. Would you like to see how much money in 2 years? Yeah? That much money.
over £750,000. How crazy is that? And this isn't even all the money. This isn't even the direct bookings that people are paying direct to his website doing bank transfers. This is just money that's coming in via his merchant account. So it's absolutely incredible. That was after 2 years. He's been going a lot, you know, he's probably been going about another year and a half since this screenshot. And when I first showed this, Ahmed was in the audience and I was saying, and Ahmed's 23. And Ahmed put his hand up. I said, yes, Ahmed, what is it? He said, I'm nearly 24, Kev. I went, ooh, sorry, Ahmed. I didn't realize you were that old, mate. You know, is it time for your nap? Do you want your hot cocoa and stuff? So absolutely, you can do this as a complete beginner. Now, who would like to be showing me a screenshot from their merchant account of just shy of, I mean, because it's even better now. How would you like to be showing me in 2 years' time a screenshot of your merchant account having taken nearly £1 million? Let me know. I'm genuinely interested in if whether I've got your attention these days, guys, because you can do this too. You just need to learn how. It is not rocket science. Now, Ahmed loves to travel. I love to travel. Last year we were in Dubai. We spent quite a bit of time in Australia, etc. We were in the Canary Islands. Not as exotic, right? But still quite nice. But here's the thing. Do you know, I like to learn about places I go to. Do you know there are no canaries in the Canary Islands? There isn't. None. I've looked for them. I've researched it. There are no canaries in the Canary Islands. I think that's false advertising. I don't know why they're called the Canaries. And then after then, we went to the Virgin Islands. And there was no canaries there either, which was quite remarkable. Who'd have thought it, right? Who'd have thought it? But I do like to muck about, I know. But the thing is, I love to travel as well as Ahmed, and I like to have fun on my travels. And my service accommodation business, Ahmed's service accommodation business, allows that travel. In fact, we were even on a cruise around the Caribbean last year as well. Could you do that in a job? No. There's just no way you could do it. You probably wouldn't be able to afford to do it in a job, but you need life-changing recurring income coming in from property, and you need to choose a strategy where you can be outsourcing all of the work, and you need a strategy where there's enough money coming in to fund being able to outsource all of the work. Let me know if this is making sense so far, guys, because I need to know who is with me on this. So what I've created now here is a table showing you why service accommodation is the highest cash flowing strategy and why it is so quick. So you can see short to long implementation time, and you can see low to high cash flow. Remember, I feel particularly qualified to have my opinion on these things because I obviously have done or doing all of the other strategies. And what you can see, the key, you can see recurring income, one-off income, and mixed income in there. And the reason why service accommodation is so quick is because buy-to-let conversion into SA. It is rent to SA. And it is high cash flow because we're talking, I'm going to be showing you examples of £1,000 plus per calendar month on bog standard buy-to-let properties and rent to SA properties. So really, really quick. So it's green recurring income. So you can see steel packaging, for instance. Yes, steel packaging can give you chunks of cash, but it's a one-off thing. You need to, once you've done it, you need to do it again and again. And so you'll see good old buy-to-let smack bang in the middle, medium implementation time, but not massive cash flow. And then some strategies can be a mixture of both. But in the lead, as far as I'm concerned, is service accommodation because it's quicker and it's greater cash flow above all of the others. And that's why you need to be doing service accommodation too. But hey, don't just take my word for it. We're still going to talk about rent to SA right now. Neela came on my training and she went straight into rent to SA via a letting agent. So I taught her how to negotiate with letting agents. And not just the negotiation on how to get a property, the ongoing running. So you need the deal system for when you get the yes, you need to know what to do with the properties, right? So that's why you need the service accommodation training here at Progressive to do this. But Neela had just been given the keys to her third actually, rent to SA from a letting agent. It might have been her fourth. And she's got her keys and she's a jingling and jangling on her key. So bear with me. There's a lot of key noise, but it's the message that she puts across on cracking the code with a letting agent. Check this video out.
Morning, Progressive community. Hi, I'm Neela. Few of you must know about me. I thought I will share with all of you about the fourth rent to SA I have got today. And it's the value that I want to share with you about having an excellent relationship with your local estate agent. I have got a really good one within my locality, and they absolutely love giving me more and more apartments. While I was signing the contract for the fourth one today and getting my keys, they asked, do you want more? Hell yeah, I do. So this is a property which comes absolutely furnished, and the landlord is moving to Spain. He's been relocated, and that's why he didn't want to take anything with him, which is amazing. I have spent probably saved about 2.5 grand, and it is absolutely ready to go in the market. I just have to do a bit of spoon and pots and pans for my next SA guest. I'll show you around. You see, he has left the kettle, the toaster, the microwave, fridge, TV stand, that's a speaker, amazingly lovely furnished, the lamp, the beautiful painting, which probably I would have spent a lot of money in buying. It's a lovely 1-bedroom apartment, and it works perfectly with my corporate guests. Even the fan, so much needed for the hot weather we are getting in. Wardrobe, all done. Beautiful, that's me. And absolutely stunning, almost new built apartment, which is brilliant. It is so satisfying when I have got 3 regular corporate guests who are already fighting to stay here. When they came last week, I shared with them that, oh, I've got my 4th one, and it is just in the same building block you already stay every week. And they said that, when can I see it? Can you book me in, please? So even before I got the keys, I have got a month worth booking for this, and I am absolutely excited. Broadband, Sky TV, everything has been pre-ordered, and I just need to go to the local Argos and get the spoons and the pots to get going. So excited to share with all of you, and fingers crossed we'll get more. Thank you for watching.
We like Neela, and it's been absolute privilege training Neela into how to do rent to SA via letting agents, and you better believe she's been getting more. And so she used to be in HR, she had a decent salary, but she was able to sack the boss, and she's now full-time property investor. And I've become really good friends with an awful lot of people that I've trained in service accommodation. So Neela, you know, she's been away with me and my other half, Caroline, to Barcelona and places like that. She might even be watching. She sometimes watches these presentations. Neela, if you're out there, give us a shout out. I'd be really interested to know if you're watching today. So yeah, absolutely. With proper training, you can exploit, if you like, or maximize the potential of rent to SA. But without proper training, I don't know if you've heard the phrase, you don't know what you don't know. So some people think, oh, well, how hard can it be? You can just rent a property. And by the way, you know, if you haven't got the right scripts, et cetera, on how to do it, you're not going to be able to rent the property. But people just say, oh, we rent a property and then just bung it on Airbnb. Okay, so even if you manage to get the property off a letting agent or from a landlord, etc., it's not just a case of bunging it on Airbnb unless you know exactly what else to do. So the deal system is then you've got the logistics and the systemize after the acquisition. Okay, so I literally, when people were saying, well, how hard can it be in order to do that? I went to my training course and just plucked out the parts of the training course that you need to know just to do rent to SA. And this isn't, a lot of people might be trying to zoom in and all that on this stuff, but this is actually just 6 pages of content headers that I cover on my training. 6 pages of content headers of all the different moving parts, the pieces of the jigsaw that you must know and fully understand in order to do rent to service accommodation well, and to be able to deal with any situation and be completely compliant and also make the most money out of it. So hopefully that's making sense. It's not just, it is an awesome strategy, but there are lots of things that you need to take care of. But once you have taken care of it, once you have done it, doing it right, service accommodation, rent to SA is how you get from where you are financially to where you want to be financially, using the key to somebody else's property to get there. It's as simple as that. Let's not overcomplicate these things, guys. It's a ridiculously awesome strategy and it is massive leverage. But it keeps getting better, service accommodation. Why? Because trends, technology, systems, and leverage, which is taking all the stress out of your property investing. And I do love that picture because there's just no stress going on there, right? So let's talk about some systems and leverage in action. This is somebody going online looking for their accommodation. Now, an awful lot of people are going to booking.com, and newsflash, yes, you can be listing on Airbnb, but you can be listing on booking.com as well for free. And people will see hotels, yes, but if you're listed on booking.com, they will see you too. And more often than not, you represent a saving to people staying with you than in hotels, especially if there's more than 2 people, okay? And so they book you and the booking goes to a channel manager. Now, channel manager, that's not a person, that is a piece of software, and you can get this software for 15 quid a month. And people try and scrimp on channel managers. That's absolutely crazy because the channel manager is doing an awful lot of things for you. I will explain. The money then gets taken automatically. So no phoning up people, asking for payments, no paying on the door, etc., cash. No, it gets paid automatically. Bank transfer or credit card payment there and then. And because you know when your guests are coming, then your meet and greet, all the key code access gets sent out to your guests. So you know when they're coming, and that's, you grant access. Excuse me, quick sneeze. And because you know when your guests are coming, you also know when they're leaving. So the clean gets scheduled automatically to your cleaners. You're not getting involved in any of this stuff. And the property is returned to show home condition. Now, I do know that we've got landlords out there, because I was told, who would love for their properties to be kept in show home condition, more money, less tax, and no tenants. Well, this is how you do it. And then it's ready for booking again. So the channel manager's doing initially these things in green, but what else is it doing? It's blocking off the availability on all of the other OTAs, the online travel agents, your Airbnbs, your Booking.com, HomeAway, TripAdvisor. So whichever platform the booking came in from, the channel manager will then block, let's say it's a week-long booking, it will block that week off so that nobody can book during that week on any of the other platforms. And it does it immediately, instantly, whilst you sleep. Now, if you didn't have that in, you're going to get, you know, a lot of people will know the answer, a double booking. So no double bookings. And guess what else it's doing? It's communicating with your guests automatically. All these sequences are set up to happen, you know, as and when you have scheduled these sequences. So please sign our terms and conditions. People don't get in without signing terms and conditions. What, you know, once the money's been taken, then they are sent the directions to the property and the key code access and all of those type of things. And then it could be, how is your stay? How was your stay? Please book with us again in future. Here's our website. Okay, so you don't even need to be relying on Airbnb and Booking.com for your future bookings. How cool is that? So let me know if you're finding this useful so far, if you're finding the information that you're getting and you're seeing the opportunity that service accommodation presents. Let me know in the questions. But you know what? The reason why I love service accommodation the most, and that's why I've got the pound sign rotating. Yes, it's lots of money in service accommodation, but I mentioned it, people pay before they stay. You've got their credit card details. They've signed your terms and conditions. You take a deposit off them as well. And so that's what I love. And I've got guests coming from all over the world into our service accommodation properties, and they all understand this phrase. It's internationally known, this phrase, and it is no payo, no stayo. Everyone understands no payo, no stayo. People pay before they stay, and that's why it is so cool. So let's just look at what's going on in the market and the rise in service accommodation. So Airbnb, only founded in 2008. Their revenue in 2018 was 5.5 billion. However, it wasn't predicted to be 5.5 billion. This research company predicted, they did it prior to 2015, they predicted Airbnb's revenue in 2018 to be 5.1 billion, but it was 5.5 billion. So Airbnb is outperforming the predicted trend, which is pretty cool because you'll see in blue there, that's Airbnb's money, but the green segment is the operator's money. So the SA operators are getting the lion's share of all this money, and that is just going to keep going up and up and up and up. But you have got to be in it to win it. How many do you want? I've heard 10. Learn how to do it and get 10. If you want 15, that's fine. If you want 20, that's fine. What do you think Ahmed did? What do you think Neela's doing? I mean, I'll show you very, very shortly. Ben, he's already gone past 50, and he's only about 10 months in to his service accommodation journey, and that was during the lockdown. Okay, so please don't worry about another lockdown. People that are untrained need to worry about another lockdown, not people who are trained. That any lockdown, if it happens again, that will just take out the untrained SA operators, leaving more for us trained people to be cashing in on this opportunity. So at this point, I'm going to introduce to you my SA Power Plays. Now, I do know that that lad, he's about 35 years old now. It's quite an old photo, but I just love it. There's no better photo to introduce my SA Power Play. So my Power Play number 1, more money, less tax and no tenants, is Section 24. Because Section 24 is hitting buy-to-let and HMO landlords significantly with paying more tax. So this affects the majority of landlords out there who are owning properties in their own name, and they have buy-to-let and HMO mortgages on those properties. They are no longer able to offset their mortgage interest. And the National Landlords Association have predicted that it's going to create 600,000 higher or additional rate taxpayers because of Section 24. So they're stopping you from offsetting your mortgage interest against your rent, and that's artificially therefore increasing your income, which is pushing you up to the next tax bracket. Even if it doesn't push you to the next tax bracket, you're going to pay more tax on that income. It's as simple as that. And so how do you work it out? Well, you need an impact calculator. So you work it out for your own portfolio. But here's the really cool thing. I need everyone's full attention right now. You use the calculator to work out the Section 24 impact on another landlord's property, and they might say a Mamma Mia or holy what's it or something like that. I didn't realize this was coming, because it's a little bit like Game of Thrones, winter's coming and they don't know it's coming, right? But you show them it's coming, and I'll tell you why that represents an opportunity for you very, very shortly. So information gets entered into the calculator, and then it takes you to a table to show the impact of Section 24. And you can see this landlord has got 10 buy-to-let properties. Old rules, you can see first column, net profit after tax at the bottom, just shy of 20 grand. But when Section 24 is fully implemented, that's when the majority of people are going to be significantly affected. That same landlord has gone to minus 2,550. He's at a loss. He's got 10 properties that he's now propping up. This was a landlord on a 35 grand salary. You know, we entered that into the calculator. We entered normal rents and mortgage interest and stuff. Minus 2,550 quid. That's a £22,000 swing because of Section 24. Now, I do need to make the point here that Section 24 does not affect serviced accommodation. Now, why is that an opportunity? Well, it's an opportunity for you buy-to-let and HMO landlords out there. More money, less tax, and no tenants. But it's also because you move your properties into service accommodation, you are no longer affected by Section 24 because it's no longer that category of income. It becomes furnished holiday let income. And I don't want to overcomplicate things right now. I cover this in a lot more detail on the training. But guess what? You can go and take properties from landlords on a rent to SA. Okay, there's different forms of rent to SA, so you need to make sure you get it right, but you can take it on a form of rent to SA, and they will no longer be affected by Section 24 either. Now, when you can create a win-win situation like that in property, you have cracked the code, because guess what? If you wanted 10, you learn how to show 10 different landlords the impact of Section 24 and how you can help them keep their property in show home condition. You're helping them with their tax situation. You're earning 10 grand a month from the properties. You've cracked the code. Who's liking this, by the way? Because I'm showing you several loopholes here that you can exploit to game this system that is currently going on, that the government are tripping up untrained property investors, but not the trained people, not the people that I train. Any barriers they put in our way, we will just navigate around them and create a win-win situation, because it's the untrained people that are being affected by this. So I've just showed you the first power play. Section 24 has created a 22 grand value, because that landlord would save 22 grand in tax at least if the property wasn't used as buy-to-let but used in service accommodation. So that's the first one. I'm now going to talk to you about SA power play number 2. So the value of these power plays is going to build as I go through. So yes, we're already on a decent sum, 22 grand, but what about power play number 2? I'm going to talk to you about capital allowances now. What are capital allowances? Well, once a property is being used as serviced accommodation, the house qualifies for capital allowances. So what do I mean by that? Well, when it was a buy-to-let, when it was a HMO, all of the fixtures and fittings and things inside of the property didn't qualify. But when it is being used as serviced accommodation, things like the kitchens, the bathrooms, the boiler, the radiators, the windows, all those things, they become what's called plant and machinery, because service accommodation is a business, it's a trade. So the replacement cost of all this plant and machinery forms your capital allowance. Now, it's about 35% of the property's value you will get as a capital allowance. So let's just say £200,000 property, that means a £70,000 capital allowance. What does that mean? That means that you can then earn £70,000 tax-free. Tax-free, okay? £70,000 tax-free. Hopefully I'm getting your attention now. So more money, less tax, and no tenant. So let's say you're cash flowing £1,000 a month. You can do that for 70 months and pay no tax on that £70,000. How cool is this, guys? But guess what? So that's on your own portfolios of property. You can be earning oodles of capital allowances. There's another opportunity though, and guess what it is? It is Rent to SA, because if you set up Rent to SA correctly from landlords, they can also get these capital allowances. So they give you the properties to use as service accommodation. You're cash flowing £1,000 a month from it as rent to service accommodation. But hey, they get to avoid Section 24. So that's already a cool thing. If that didn't tip them over, you then explain how they can also claim tens of thousands of pounds of tax-free money as well. Have I got your attention? Because if you want 10 Rent to SAs, then learn how to do this stuff and go and get 10. If you want 20, learn how to do this stuff and go and get 20. I've literally got the solution to your problem right here. I know that for an absolute fact, because I've helped hundreds of people do this now whilst I've been the lead trainer at Progressive Property in Service Accommodation. So it's a massive opportunity for you to create a win-win situation for yourself, for other people. And again, when you create that win-win situation, you've cracked the code. So questions people normally ask me, yes, but questions. Who can claim capital allowances? Well, the owning entity of the property claims the capital allowances. So if it's owned in your own name, you claim the capital allowance. If it's owned in a limited company, the limited company claims the capital allowance and offsets the capital allowance against the corporation tax. Does it matter when it was bought? No. Honestly, does not matter. It's once the property starts being used as service accommodation. That's what matters. If there's a mortgage on the property, that doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Clawback. If you sell or stop doing service accommodation, can the capital allowance be clawed back? Not if you've used the correct capital allowance surveyor. I'll come to him very, very shortly. If there's been a previous claim, you cannot claim again, but I'm telling you, 99.9% of properties out there have not claimed this stuff. The government are not putting out adverts on the national news saying, have you claimed your capital allowances? Okay, so you need proper training on the inside, and we will show you how you can do this stuff. Okay, so don't worry about a previous claim. It's ridiculously rare that there has been a previous claim. The claim is protected against the Capital Allowance Surveyor's professional indemnity insurance, so you don't have to worry about that. And you don't have to use up all the capital allowances in 1 year, it rolls over. So if you've got 70 grand's worth of capital allowance and you earn 10 grand in year one, then you've still got 60 grand that follows over year on year. And for every subsequent property that you do a capital allowance claim on, that just adds to the capital allowance pot. So there's literally people out there. There might even be people listening and watching today who are sat on millions of pounds worth of capital allowances. But guess what? There are definitely landlords out there that are sat on millions. I'll talk to you about those very, very shortly. They've got your properties. They've got your rent to SAs. Go and tell them about, show them Section 24 impact, show them the capital allowances impact, and that's why they're going to give you their properties to use as serviced accommodation. So you definitely need the right capital allowance surveyor to do this. I'll explain why. We had a capital allowance survey done early days, and he returned a claim of 0. So that wasn't very exciting for us. The capital allowance surveyor we ended up with, we kissed a lot of frogs. He returned a capital allowance on this little property of £77,000. That was a tax saving for us because we were able to earn that money of £30,800. How cool is that? That's just one member of your power team on one property saving you that type of money. So what I'm going to talk to you about now, because capital allowances are huge, who I'm going to show you now is Ray. I heard Ray's name mentioned earlier on. So Ray's, he's the money guy, right? And he came to myself and Caroline, asked for some advice. We pointed him in the right direction in terms of capital allowances. Now, pay attention to just how much capital allowance he was able to get on this property that he turned into service accommodation, because it's ridiculous. Let me see who's paying attention. Check this out.
Hi, I'm here to tell you about capital allowances, and Kevin put me in touch with his capital allowances surveyor on a project that I was doing, and following a consultancy service and then a report, he came back and told us that we had nearly £700,000 worth of capital allowances. Now, what that means is that it can be offset against any income from the serviced accommodation, and that means we're not going to pay any taxes on that income for at least 3 years. Now, I didn't really grasp how important this was until it hit home to me. So if you're wondering about capital allowances and you're wondering about this consultancy service and you're wondering about Kevin's surveyor, I would say he's the real deal.
So welcome back. So £700,000 of capital allowances. So you can earn 700 grand tax-free, several years of tax-free income on that big service accommodation property. So how cool is that? Let's add that into the power plays table. So 700 grand added to 22 grand. You've got a total value of understanding these power plays and being able to put these power plays into action of £722,000. Who's loving this so far? Because you can take advantage of these things too. So I mentioned you need the right capital allowance surveyor. Here is something that you can take advantage of, and this is absolutely incredible. You can use my capital allowance surveyor, and you can get 6 desktop analysis and written reports off him. So what he will do is he will do a fact find with you, and he needs to know information about the property. And he will provide a report to you highlighting and outlining the approximate capital allowance that you are likely to get. And he's really, really accurate. Later on, he needs to do an actual site visit, but he's really close on his initial report that he gives you because he's an expert at this. Now then, you can get, usually this would be £2,100 plus VAT for these 6 reports. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's a lot of money. But do you know what? He will also do this on your behalf with other owners of property to incentivize them and convince them that they need to be giving you the property to use as service accommodation. So effectively, this investment that you would pay to the capital allowance surveyor, you will enter into a contract with him where, yes, he will do this work for you, but you will not be cut out of the loop in this deal. So let's say he negotiates on your behalf because of the capital allowances situation. So my capital allowance surveyor, he's a chartered surveyor, he's a QS, a quantity surveyor, he's an accountant, and so he's a ridiculously highly qualified individual, and obviously a capital allowance surveyor. And so he's got all these letters after his name. So he is the guy that will explain to the owner of the property, and this owner could have millions of pounds worth of property, that if he gives you the property to use as service accommodation, the capital allowance liability for the owner. Okay, so this is massive leverage. So the usual price would be £2,100. I mean, that's just ridiculous, but you can get it today for £1,500. Okay, £1,500 plus the VAT to be leveraging, outsourcing my capital allowance surveyor on your behalf. So it could be on your own portfolio, but the really, really cool thing to do would be to use it on other people's portfolios so that you can get their properties to use as service accommodation. So what I'm showing you on the screen now is what's called a QR code. Those of you who have been watching earlier on, you might have seen this before. All you do is you just hold your camera up to it as if you're taking a photo of the QR code, and it brings up what's called an Acuity link. You can click on that link and book yourself one of these consultations, and we can discuss. One of the team will be in touch and discuss whether or not you want to go ahead with this. Now then, here's the thing that I'm going to say to you right now. We've got hundreds of people on this presentation on multiple different platforms. My capital allowance surveyor will only take on 10 more clients right now. All right, 10 more clients. I mean, he gave me a round number of 10. It could be, he's not going to split hairs and say 9, 11. So he's just said 10 more clients. The reason is that this is a very time-intensive process that he has to go through in terms of doing all the fact finding in order to provide these reports to you. So 1,500 quid for 6 reports for such a highly qualified individual, I think you'll agree that that is extremely good value for money. So he's only going to do it for the first 10 people. So if you want to be one of those 10, then go onto the Acuity link. We're not going to be taking any money off you now. It's going to be booking an appointment with one of the members of the team to decide and discuss with you whether or not you want to take one of those 10. Now, don't worry if you can't take one of the earlier appointments and you want to be in one of the first 10. We know the order in which people are booking, and so we will do it in order of priority or in order of when people booked their slot. And as soon as the 10 are taken, the 10 are taken, and then you will just go into a waiting list for when he is able to take on more clients. Okay, so ridiculously good offer. If the Acuity code isn't working for you, then just type whatever platform you are on, just type in, we need your, it's all private, it doesn't get shared out to everybody, just type in your phone number, so that, and when you want one of the team to call you, and one of the team will call you tomorrow in order to discuss this, and we will obviously time log when you do that as well. So everybody is able to book themselves a slot to get one of these ridiculously good offers. So I'm going to move on now. Hopefully, I've got any questions. I'll cover any questions on that at the end. It's just massive leverage for you. Now, Scotty did this service as well. So he outsourced my capital allowance surveyor to speak to the owner of a property. Now, this particular property, gorgeous property is, but pay attention to how many more properties this particular owner has got and wants to offer to Scotty in this video. Check it out.
Hi guys, Scotty Hodson here. I hope you can hear me. So I've got a pretty good high paying job. Unfortunately, that takes me 10, 12 hours a day away from my wonderful wife, Jax, or Sweet Cheeks. And our 2 lovely kids, Harry and Millie, or Sausage and Pickle. And I wanted to choose a property strategy that can cash flow and get me out of exchanging time for money and get me back with my family just by speaking to everybody. I actually got an opportunity to speak to the landlord of this beautiful, beautiful house. We have now signed a contract to take this over to rent to a part hotel and run 18 SA units from this bad boy. The landlord was so chuffed because of the landlord not only can claim 60 to 70% of the refurb cost that he's put into this place in the year. So he was like, yeah, cha-ching, give me a bit of that. But also he can claim 20 to 30% on the purchase price. Cha-ching. So the landlord was like, yeah, sign me up. This is a done deal. Let's get a contract going. I've rented the whole place from him. Now he's telling me that he's got 40 other units in Northamptonshire. I am very giddy knickers about the future of SA and myself. Instead of waiting 2 years to get out of my high-paying job, I reckon 6 months, 8 months, I'll be back playing with my family. Hope that helps you. Toodles.
How cool is Scotty? I love his nicknames for his kids, Sausage and Pickle. Do you know what? I love getting videos like that. Neela's video earlier, Scotty's video, because I know, I mentioned that, the difference that Robert Kiyosaki did for me and Rob and Mark at Progressive, they've obviously made a big difference in my life. But I get a massive kick in making that difference for people like you too. Okay, and when I used to be in the army, I used to have to ask people to do things that weren't necessarily in their best interest. I had to ask myself to do things that weren't in my best interest. But now I get a massive kick out of being able to help people sat the boss create life-changing recurring income from property, and people like Scotty allowing him to go back and spending his time with his family because he's got the recurring income coming in from service accommodation to be able to do that. And that capital allowance offer that I just mentioned to you just now is exactly what is making the big difference for him in getting Rent to SA properties from landlords. So you may have heard him say 40 more. That's millions of pounds worth of capital allowances that this guy is going to be able to get his hands on if he gives Scotty the properties to use as service accommodation. So that's £1,000 cash flow a month. I mean, come on. How much better do you want this? How much better do you want this? Because it's important stuff, this. Warren Buffett, if you don't find a way to make money whilst you sleep, you will work until you die. It's never been more true than today, right? It's never been more true than today. But you've got to give yourself the best chance to succeed right now. So yes, do Rent to SA. Absolutely. But be saving up your deposits to start buying properties to use as service accommodation. So I'm now going to talk about deal analysis and purchase. So it's another one of the power plays. And again, I'm deliberately going to show you properties that are not really, really attractive, just so that you don't have this perception that, oh yeah, but then when you need to start buying really fancy properties. No, you don't, because I showed you the bog standard buy to lets, use their service accommodation. Then if they work brilliantly well, why do you need to be spending a fortune on property for it to be working brilliantly well as SA? If you still buy relatively cheap, the gross yield is ridiculously high and you can get all your money out of the deals on a buy, refurbish, refinance. So this was a purchase to SA. That's the front house. And then round the back, there is another house. Now, that is not pretty. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you say that is pig ugly, Kev. Honestly, you won't. I'm very thick-skinned because, do you know what? I don't care. I don't live there. I don't have to live there. You don't buy investment properties based on where you want to live, all right, or whether you would like to live there. So, because there's a significant loophole that can be exploited here, because it's not going to be someone's permanent residence. So you don't have to worry about it not being that attractive. People are more interested in saving money on a hotel and what it looks like on the inside, all right? So definitely nothing fancy. And again, this is the other angle from the back house. But here's the thing. Is that better than a hotel? That's the question. Is that better than a hotel? What do you think? Well, in terms of what it looks like on the inside and saving money for your guests, yes, it is. Because guess what? That's inside. You don't get a lounge in a hotel and you don't get a kitchen in a hotel. That is inside this property. I'm going to show you the screenshot in a minute on booking.com of the back house. Okay, the screenshot on booking.com of the back house. So it's a genuine listing. A home from home is more appealing than a hotel. This is the loophole that you can exploit. as promised, that is the screenshot when we did it of the back house on booking.com. And that is 9.8 out of 10. And so I'm not even hiding on the photos what it looks like from the outside. You see down the bottom there, the photo. A 9.10. So the proof of the pudding is in the eating. People are more interested in saving money on hotels, and as long as it's nice on the inside, and they don't care about much else. Okay. And so it's a buy, refurbish, refinance deal, all money out, purchase to SA, house for nothing. This is a booking that we got on this house, just to show you. Over 25 grand booking, single booking. So it's not just 1 and 2 night stays. We incentivize and we teach people how to incentivize guests to stay for nice long stays like this, because you will make an awful lot more money out of your serviced accommodation business when you are getting stays like this. So how did I identify this particular house? The deal analyzer system. So yes, get the deal analyzer off us, but if I just gave you the spreadsheet, have you heard of the phrase, if you put crap in, you will get crap out? Absolutely. So more important than just getting the spreadsheet is training on how to use it. Because guess what? The combined average monthly profit after all costs on that one deal, 3,843 quid. Is this nuts or what? Is this crazy or what? 3,843 quid. How many of those would you need, guys? You tell me. How many of those deals would you need? Because I can teach you exactly how. Let's face it, you own this property. But I'm just going to do a simple calculation. Because you own it, you've got this cash flow for the next 10 years. That's over 46 grand per year. So therefore, 10 years, that's 460 grand. Which is 15 times buy-to-let cash flow, by the way, 15 times. Is this nuts? How many of those would you need, guys? Because I can teach you exactly how to do this stuff. Now, the capital allowances on this deal. This is a screenshot of an email that came from the capital allowance surveyor. Started off £63,739. That's just a screenshot of the email showing the different plant and machinery in the property. You know, it's technical terms, but we're talking bathrooms, kitchens, radiators, all of those types of things. So started off just over 63 grand, but guess what else you can get with service accommodation? A thing called land remediation relief. I'm showing you a picture of Japanese knotweed, but what else qualifies? Asbestos qualifies. If there's asbestos in properties, and there's an awful lot of asbestos in properties that need a good refurb, you get 150% relief on the cost of treating Japanese knotweed and asbestos and some other things like oil contamination, etc. 150% relief. So we're adding the land remediation relief to the total capital allowance, which gave us a capital allowance of £68,415 on that property, which means we can earn that tax-free. Okay, so again, more money, less tax, and no tenants. Have I got your full attention, ladies and gentlemen, on the opportunity that is here? You are very, very close to your £1,000 a month, but start saving that. Get yourself out of your jobs, fine, but then start saving that up and be buying. And you can be buying bog standard property in your area, building your legacy, building your portfolio, and using those as serviced accommodation as well. So let's add that particular power play into the list. You've got 460 grand's worth of cash flow in 10 years. So now the total value of these power plays is over £1 million. And I've just shown you some basic examples here. Okay, I could just keep going and going and going and going. All right. So here's the thing. I've helped lots of people get success from serviced accommodation. Lots of people sacking the boss. But what does success look like to you? Because that money, what does it mean to you? What could you do with all this extra money? Now, please park all the negativity that people say to us from birth about money. You know, root of all evil, doesn't grow on trees. You know, there's not enough money out there. You've got to work hard for money. Please park that, because there's plenty of money out there and you don't have to work hard for it. And one of the things that people say is that money doesn't buy you happiness. Well, I'm going to challenge that right now, because normally when people are saying that, it's because they are skint and they want to make themselves feel better about their own circumstances. How about this? Do you think money buys you time? Because if you've got your time back, like Scotty was saying, you can spend it with your family. Money allows you to do what you want, when you want, with whom you want. Would that make you happy? Okay. So when they say money can't buy you happy, do you believe them really? Because it's nonsense, isn't it? So what about education? A lot of people spend a fortune on formal education, but how about spending a small amount on education that teaches you how to do something like this? Something that helps you create assets, not liabilities. So I provide the education on service accommodation here at Progressive Property, but also I know that the ongoing support is fundamental to your success in service accommodation. So I provide the ongoing support for people that come through the training here at Progressive as well. And is financial security important for you and your family in later years? Of course it is. So guess what? If it's important to you, you need to do something different. You need to make a change. You need to make a change in the right direction. And service accommodation is the change you should be headed in. Because I can teach you how to get your own service accommodation business. Would you like your own service accommodation business? Putting all the money in your pocket for you and your family. Well, the famous Chinese proverb is, man wait long time with open mouth for roast duck to fly in. Okay, long time. Now, it's not going to land in your lap. All right, if you want it, you're going to have to go and get it. This is serious now. This is your pivotal moment. This is your sliding doors moment here. Your future needs you. Your future needs you. You've got to step up and you've got to take control of your future. And you can. You can get started on that right now by joining me on the serviced accommodation online training. Okay. So the office price of this training, $3,790 plus the VAT. So bear with me, but I'll come to that in a minute. I might have an offer for you. Who'd have thought it? You've seen how this works today. But just here's the thing though. I know that's an investment on its own, but just one rent to SA property, cash flowing you £1,000 a month. How long would it take you to get that back? So yes, it is an investment, but in the words of Warren Buffett, the most important investment you can make is in yourself, because no one can tax it or take it away. So one of the guys that's recently been on the training is Ben. I mentioned him earlier. He's not even a year since he did the training. Check out what Ben has got to say about this training.
Hi there, my name's Ben, and I did the serviced accommodation training with Kevin and Caroline 9 months ago whilst I was in the army. Pretty much straight after that, we formed our own serviced accommodation company called Stay BC, and since then we've taken on 26 units in South Wales and England. I'd massively recommend doing the training. Actually, having the training was what enabled us to sort of build our company up so quickly. And actually, sort of as of today, I'm no longer in the army, and doing the training with Kevin and Caroline is what allowed me to sort of leave one job and not have to get another one. I'd massively recommend that anyone who's considering doing the training do so. It's a really incredible course. You learn loads of great stuff, meet loads of great people, and something I massively thoroughly enjoyed. And I think if you are considering sort of doing the training, I'd just say my advice, just do it. It is literally life-changing stuff, because I know, because it's actually changed mine.
So how cool is that? Ben's out of his job. Ben's wife's out of his job. Ben's business partner is out of his job. Ben's business partner's wife is out of her job. I've said too many hers. There's 2 he's and 2 she's, right? And so the 4 people I've helped get out of their job, and he only did the training 10 months ago. And do you know what? Last time I checked, he was on over 50. 50 in 10 months. So would you like to learn how to do that too? Okay, I'm seriously asking you the question. Would you like to learn how you could do that too? Sack 4 different bosses in 10 months. I can show you exactly how to do this, but you need to let me. You need to let me show you how. So here's how it works. You've got 12 hours of training divided over 4 online modules. Okay, so I've recorded this specifically for this online training course. Here's the beauty of it. You can access it any time. It's not like when you're sitting at a live course where you've forgotten so much of it, even the same day you walked away from it. And the next day you're looking at your notes, etc., and you don't even know who wrote those notes because it doesn't make any sense. You can access this training anytime. You can watch it over and over again until it is firmly in place. And like when you read a book and you read it the second time a year later, and you understand an awful lot more the second time you read it because you're more experienced. Well, that's how this training is going to work, because you've got lifetime access for this training. So that's really, really cool. The course is actually now CPD accredited. So you've got a professional qualification by doing this training. You can put it on your website. You can put it on your CV. So how cool is that? What are you going to learn then? You're going to learn the simple 5-step system set up your fully leveraged and outsourced serviced accommodation business, making it as passive as possible. Everyone you need in your power team. There's a list of very important people you need. How to source SA deals direct to landlords via online portals like Gumtree and OpenRent. Do you know what? We've had a guy who came on the training, and within 1 year, he'd sourced 11 Rent2SAs from Gumtree using a text. He literally texted these people advertising their property, so their phone numbers on Gumtree. He sent them the text, and they responded to that text saying, yes, please come and have a view, make us an offer. I will give you that exact text when you come on the training. How to create win-win situations for landlords. So we create win-win situations, and you crack the code, right? And make huge profits from properties you do not own. So this is Rent2SA. How to make huge profits from properties you already own or buy for SA. So converting your buy-to-lets or HMOs or purchase to SA. How to go shopping for good to go properties from letting agents. So shopping for assets. How cool is that? Little known interior design secrets. How to stage your properties, how to get the photos taken properly. That's going to make you a hell of a lot more money in service accommodation. Relevant planning and lease restrictions, including the 90-day rule in London. You do not have to worry about that rule as long as you know what you're doing in service accommodation. Which insurance you need and how to protect yourself and remain compliant. Do you know what? If you're not going to learn how to be compliant and use the right insurance and have the right insurance broker, don't do serviced accommodation. It's not worth it. It's not worth the risks that you will be exposing yourself to. Please get properly trained and please learn how to be compliant, how to save lots of tax and make lots more money. It's as simple as that, and much, much more. Far too much for me to list here. You just have to trust me on this. I've got everything covered in the deal system that I teach you on the training. And the question is, what would more money each month mean for you and your family? An extra 5 grand a month, 10 grand a month, 20 grand a month, doesn't matter. How many do you want? But what would that mean for you and your family? No more job? That's the obvious one, right? More time with loved ones? Private healthcare, private education, luxury holiday, luxury car, luxury home. What is it? What is your dream? What do you want? Because I know I can help you get it if you let me help you. Dan, he came on the training. He won. I heard Kevin talk about VIP. He won VIP of the year here. Ahmed won it a year before. Success leaves clues, right? The strategy that I taught them was service accommodation. And Dan, within his first year, got to 10 grand a month profit. I can help you do that too. And it's an awful lot easier now than it was when these guys went through. So secure your place now. Access the training any time. But do you know what? I'm also going to say this. It's not for naysayers. If you're a naysayer, then don't purchase the training. It's as simple as that. Because the rest of us, just watch us go. If you come on board with me, let's go. By the way, you do the online training, but I've also got a support group for you. I've also going to do some live training for you online, but I'm going to do some live follow-up training with you. So those of you that come in on board with me, let's go. I mean, the naysayers can just step aside as far as I'm concerned, because it's a mindset thing here. In the words of Henry Ford, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, you're absolutely right. Okay, so please don't block yourself with a negative attitude. People that want to come on this journey with me, then let's get going. I've also got some bonuses for you, though. I mentioned the Section 24 Impact Calculator and the Deal Analyzer system, plus the training on how to use both. We put a value on those of only £1,200, worth a lot more than that. But let's roll with this. We're going to add that to the value of the training, so you've got just shy of £5,000. Also, bonus number 2, all of the contracts and agreements that you need for your service accommodation business. I call it the SA Vault. I mean, the management contract, company-let supplier contract, terms and conditions for your SA guests. You know, the management contract alone we paid £1,900 for, but we'll give you absolutely every document that you need when you come on the training, obviously for free, but we put a value on all of those things of £1,900. So we've got a total value now of £6,890. I've got more. I mentioned the ongoing support is fundamental to your success. Well, guess what? You will get lifetime membership of this support group when you do the training with us. So £100 a month for 2 years, that makes it worth $2,400. So we'll put that in to the stack. I mean, what's going on in this group? Well, Richard here, he got received a booking that he couldn't take because he was already full. So he got an inquiry. He said in the group, who wants it? And somebody else said, I will have it. That was worth £4,000. Okay, just passed over to another person in the group. That's how supportive it is. Caroline put the Rent to SA script into the letting agent, into the support group. And someone you saw earlier on was Neela. Okay, remember Neela with the jangly keys? Well, she basically said, I used this script to get my first deal, and he said you passed based on this cheat sheet. And guess what? Then she got a second and third and fourth, etc., from the same letting agent. So this is the support that you are going to get after doing the training. How cool is that? So let's add that in then. We're just shy of 10 grand now total value on what I'm giving you. Also, though, the power team. Everybody you need in your power team, you will get my power team. I've kissed all the frogs. So I'm not on a referral with any of these people. You will get my capital allowance surveyor, my accountant, commercial finance broker to help fund your service accommodation and rent to service accommodation properties if necessary. My commercial energy broker, you'll be paying less on your energy. Specialist insurance broker so that you're compliant. SIP and SAS pension advisor. I haven't even talked about how you can be using your SIP and your pensions to be investing in service accommodation property. You're going to get everyone you need in your power team. You're going to get my power team. So that's absolutely priceless. You can't put a price on that. So the value of this training and the ongoing support and everything else you get is completely priceless. We're also going to do the online training, as I said. So again, we can't go higher than priceless, so we're staying on priceless. But I'll give you an online follow-up. So any questions that you've got from doing the training roughly 2 weeks after you have done the online training, so we know when you've done it, we see when you're logging on, then you can schedule and come on to the online training that I will run. And you can ask me any questions live. So we're currently doing it via Zoom. Any questions that you've got live about service accommodation, I will cover that stuff for you then. So that's just another bonus. And again, it is completely priceless. So I've given you the office price of the training. Drum roll time. We have got an event only offer, and this is going to surprise you just how cheap this is. All of that I've just spoke about and just covered, and the lifetime support for £1,395 plus the VAT. How cool is that? Everything that you need to know to get cracking in service accommodation. You could literally be going and getting your first one within a day of doing the training, right? If you consume it all immediately in one day, you could go next day and be getting your first property. So how cool is that? So the guarantee is, if in your first year you haven't taken £20,000, I'll give you your money back. Okay, £20,000 or your money back. It's as simple as that. I'm that confident. We'll give you the steps to follow. 20 grand in your first year or your money back. Would you also like, I'm going to make it even better for you. Would you like it for free? Because this is how you can get it for free. If you purchase the training and then you refer We don't have to, you purchase the training and you refer 2 other people via the ambassador program who then go on to purchase the training. You can get your SA course free. Okay, so refer 2 other people who then come and do the training, and we will refund you the full investment that you made in the training. So you will get everything absolutely free, and you still keep all of the bonuses. How cool is that? Okay, I've never made that offer before. So if you're interested in that, you just need to speak to the team and say, I'm interested in the SA ambassador offer, and they will talk you through that, exactly how you do that. You just refer 2 people who purchased the training course via the ambassador program, and then you will get your training for free. We will refund you your money. How cool is that? But that's not all. Attend with your life or business partner, and the second person comes free. So when I say attend, you will get 2 logins, 2 separate logins. So literally it becomes half price now. The second person comes absolutely free. The training costs, they are tax deductible. Speak to the team about payment plans. Okay, so if you need to speak to the team, then we'll give you the phone number. You can speak to someone on the phone and they can arrange a payment plan for you. The dates cannot be an issue because the modules are recorded and uploaded forever. So you get the whole package for $13.95, and you can even get that for free by referring to other people. I can honestly say, hand on heart, you have my word, I have never made this offer before, but you are going to need to be quick. I will explain. Are you a thinker or are you a doer? Because guess what? I'm going to make it even better. Even better than that. For those of you that sat on the fence getting splinters in your bum, I want you to get off the fence, and I'm going to make you a compelling offer that you will find it hard to refuse, or you should find hard to refuse. Because guess what? Remember I said about the 6 desktop analysis and written reports. Usual price £2,100 plus the VAT. Today's price £1,500 plus VAT. You're going to get that if you sign up for the online service accommodation success training for $13.95 plus VAT. You will get all the six desktop analysis, written reports, etc., pimping my capital allowance surveyor out to work on your behalf to help you get service accommodation rent to SA deals free. You will get the 6 reports for free. How cool is that? So the reason I'm doing that for you is you will have had the training on capital allowances, so therefore you're not going to be wasting too much of his time. All right, so that's an awful lot of the cost that he charges people, because he has to teach you about capital allowances first, but I'm going to do that. So he's going to waive that fee as a special offer, but it's for the first 10 people only, because remember, he's only going to do that for 10 people. So if you want that offer, if you want to get the training for $13.95 and all of the bonuses, and though that capital allowance offer, you're going to have to be one of the first 10. So now is the time to go. Now is the time to take me up on that offer, because I'm not going to be offering that again. Okay, so you need to take action on that now. If you're not one of the first 10, then you'll just have to go on the waiting list, and I'll wait for the capital allowance surveyor to tell me when he is going to accept more people on that offer. Yes, you can go and get the training, but if you want the training and that offer, you're going to need to be in the first 10. And there are hundreds of people tuned into this presentation on all of the different platforms right now. So I'm going to go to questions. Any questions that you have? I want to cover any questions on the offer first, and then I can answer any of your questions that you may have if you've sent them in on anything that I've covered during the presentation. So type your questions in. If you just want to take me up on the offer, then just go straight through. So you use the link on the screen, the bit.ly link. Copy and paste that, put it into your browser. That takes you to the payment page, and that's how you pay. Okay, so you know how this rolls. You've seen these presentations. Or you can use the number to call the office. The team behind the cameras will have been sending out the link you need to use. So you can call the office, or you copy and paste the link and put it into your browser, and that will take you to the payment page. The first 10 people that have secured that get the full offer today. So please do not delay if you want to take advantage of the offer that we've given you today. Okay, so I've got some questions that have come in. Is Rent to SA subletting? No, it's not subletting. Okay, so subletting is actually legal as long as you have permission to do it. Okay, but what we explain is you take it on a company-let agreement, or you take it on a management agreement, and you are using the property as service accommodation with permission from the owner, with permission from the letting agent, and you are fully compliant and you are fully insured in order to do that. So hopefully that answers that question. Do I need a company to claim capital allowance? Well, what we teach you on the training is you should operate your service accommodation business using a limited company. That gives you public liability insurance, and it means the accounting for everything is a lot easier. Your contract with your cleaners, with your laundry, with Booking.com, Airbnb goes through the company. The guests sign the terms and conditions, so your company's terms and conditions, all of those things. But you don't need a company to claim the capital allowances. So you can have properties that are owned in your own name, and you can be claiming the capital allowances on those properties. And the capital allowance is just offset against your own tax, okay, your own income tax or your service accommodation income. But a company can also claim capital allowances, as I explained earlier. Okay, so the owning entity of the property claims the capital allowances. So that might be a company or it might be you. Do I need to buy all the furniture for SA? Well, you saw the video earlier with Neela. She was renting the property already furnished, good to go. So you can literally go online shopping for assets, looking for properties that are already furnished. If they're not furnished already, you can lease the furniture, can't you? So you can hire the furniture or you can buy it, all right? And by the way, my power team will help you fund that. My power team have even helped people who have come on the training fund Rent to SA deals. So the deposit, the rent, the furniture, okay? 3 Rent to SA deals in London, fully funded via crowdfunding. And so the cash flow from the properties replaced the crowdfunding, and then these guys were into full SA profit. So yes, hopefully that answers that question on that. Can I do SA abroad? Yes, of course you can. We've got clients that are all over the world that are learning how to do service accommodation. Booking.com, Airbnb, they are global, aren't they? So people are doing SA all over the world. And so yes, you can do it abroad, and we will teach you how. Where do I find contractors to come and say? Well, an awful lot of contractors will just book via Booking.com, Airbnb, but then you can also reach out to local companies and businesses, have your own website, as I said about listing on Google, etc. But during the training, we will cover a lot other ways how you can go direct to contractors in order to incentivize them to book with you for nice long stays. I did say there was a payment plan. Absolutely. So call the number that you can see on your screen in order to do a payment plan. Now, I'm not talking about a £5 a month for the rest of your life or anything like that. And so, but it can be broken down into more bite-sized chunks for you. So yes, the people that just go straight through and pay now are more likely to be one of the first 10. I know that the team are telling me that people are snapping up this offer. Some people are going to wait till tomorrow to be called, but the first 10 that secure the offer will definitely get all of the bonuses that I've covered, including that capital allowance offer. But yes, you can discuss with the team a payment plan. Are the team on the phones now, Callum? Yes. Okay. So you can be getting this nailed right now. You don't have to wait till tomorrow to be speaking to the team and to be securing one of these places. Okay. Now, we're going to be wrapping up now. So Kevin McDonnell is going to be coming back on. So Kevin McDonnell is coming back on. So we're going to have a short break in order for Kevin McDonnell, because we need social distancing and all that type of thing. So we're going to have a short break. So bear with us. Kevin McDonnell is going to come back on and explain everything else that you need to do and need to know about today's presentation for you. Thank you for participating. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for commenting and asking your questions. For those of you that put your faith, and for those of you that put your trust in me, I do not take that trust lightly. For those of you that have invested in this offer, I do not take that investment lightly. But you know what? For those of you that are putting your faith in me, I will make it my mission for you to be successful in service accommodation. Take care, everybody, and I will be seeing you soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. We're coming towards the end of the day. I promised you some giveaways during the day and also a 90-day plan. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time with you now, helping you through your 90-day plan. But first, on the screen, you can see a link to the 6 steps to create a property lead magnet. You can download that now, absolutely free, as my thank you to you for being online today. The link is tiny.cc/lead magnet. Make sure you get a capital L. Follow it exactly as it's written on the screen, so case sensitive. The team will put that link on the screen for you now as well. Remember, we are here to help. So Progressive Property, if you need any help from Progressive at any point, just drop a message to bit.ly/progressive help. So if it's next week, the next few weeks, any question you have around property, just go to bit.ly/progressive help and one of the team will get back to you. So the team is here to help you. Now, our 90-day plan. So the next 90 days, there is still 90 days left in 2020. There's still a whole quarter of a year left. It's a huge opportunity. You could replace your income before Christmas. You can certainly start to get your business structure in place, the setup in place, get your marketing out there, and maybe get the first couple of deals done between now and Christmas. So what should you be doing? Well, let's break the 90-day plan down into 3 sets. So number 1 is the first 30 days. So what should you do for the next month? Create your goals and your vision for the next year. So create your goals for the next 12 months, your vision for the next 12 months. Now be as specific as you can. What cash flow do you want to achieve? How many properties do you want to have? And make sure that you're not being too conservative and you're also not being too unrealistic. Something that's pushes the boundary more than what you feel is achievable. And there should be no reason why you shouldn't be looking to do at least 6 deals in the next 12 months. That should be easily achievable. People that do my No Money Down training, minimum 6 deals in the first year is what you would be wanting to look for. So establish your goal mine area within 4 weeks and stick to it. Don't be jumping around all different areas. So let's get you sorting out your area. Where are you going to be doing your investing? What streets? And I don't only mean East London. I mean, what part of East London? What streets within East London is going to be your area? And then research it online. Just spend an hour a day researching your area and then commit to that area and get started. Choose your 70-20-10. So which 3 strategies are you going to follow? What is your 70-20-10? So typically what people have is they try and do too many things at once. And you want to focus on a 70. The 70% of your time is focused on one thing. And then immerse yourself fully in the education around that strategy. Your 20% is the secondary thing, and the 10% is the thing you're going to start, but you'll only do a little bit of research on for now, and then you'll start that later in the year. Attend at least 4 property or business angel online events. So look for online business angel events, property networking events, and make connections and share details with people that are on those events with you, and follow up with those people to start to build your network. Read or listen to at least 2 books a month. So 2 books, whether it be reading them or listening to them on Audible, you want to be listening to it and reading at least 2 books in the next 30 days. Some people do much more than that. Some people do a book a day, a book a week. You can learn to speed read. Get as many books in as you can. Your knowledge is critical and you got to keep feeding that mind. Every time I sit in my car, I am listening to Audible, I'm listening to educational material, and I'm increasing my knowledge around property, around business, around finance, around personal development, everything. Keep putting that knowledge into your brain. Post in the Progressive Property community any questions that you have and give advice and ask for advice. And do that at least 5 times a week. And reach out to at least 5 local estate agents via email initially, or even calling into their offices, and introduce yourself and try to start establishing those relationships. So they're the first 30 days. Then we move to day 30 to day 60. Attend another 4 events. Why another 4 events? It's about consistency, getting that consistency in place. And again, start to follow up with people that you meet. Read or listen to more books. Again, more consistent action. It's training your brain, training your body to be consistently taking action in property. Post in the Progressive community more questions. Get consistently known in the community. It doesn't take a huge amount of time to become known as somebody who is investable within the community. Follow up with estate agents and start connecting with them and maybe visiting them. So every agent you spoke to in the first 30 days, follow up with them and put a plan in place to follow up with them at least every single month. And to be honest, you should be doing it weekly, but minimum once a month. Produce your marketing material. So Some people today have had the opportunity to benefit from my marketing material, from maybe David's marketing material, etc. You got to produce your own. If you're not taking that benefit, produce your own marketing. Get that stuff in place. And then you're going to have to start testing it, because it won't be right the first time. It's going to be stuff that you'll do wrong. You'll post it in the wrong areas. You'll have mistakes on it. You'll word it incorrectly, etc. So you've got to get through all of that stuff as quickly as possible. So get it out there. Create 5 key result areas for your business. So what 5 key areas do you want to focus on in your business to get the maximum impact, the maximum results? And then focus on finding your power team. So you're going to need to build a local power team. Your agents, your tradesmen, your solicitors, your mortgage brokers, your accountants, your builders, get your power team in place. That will be your days 30 to 60. Then by day 16 and 19, now I've said hopefully we'll be out of lockdown, because what if there's another one? We're in mini lockdowns at the moment. We're in little lockdowns around the country. So hopefully by the end of the year, into December, that we will be over the worst of this in terms of the coronavirus, and you will start to get through the other side. So we can start to do much more stuff on the ground in our areas. So start viewing at least 6 properties a week. Now, if you're already viewing, brilliant, keep viewing. But by month 3, if you're starting from a standing start right now, you got to be viewing property by month 3. No other thing. You got to be viewing those properties by month 3. You have to start getting those offers in there and building relationships and showing agents that you are an active investor. Visit your key agents twice a week. Really ramping up the number of times you're visiting them now. Offer on at least 2 properties a month. Get your offers on. So analyze the deals and then do your negotiation and get your offers in on at least 2 properties a month. Provided the numbers stack up. Don't be just offering on something that makes no money. You got to know your numbers. Get your deal analyzers. Work out your numbers. Attend the Progressive Property Joint Venture course. Progressive run a 2-day joint venture finance training event. Get here, attend that training. So speak to the office, go to bit.ly/progressive help and say you're interested in the JV training, and Progressive can get you some tickets to that event. So purchase your first property. Why not? Within the next 90 days, everyone listening right now should be aiming to either purchase or control your first property before the end of 2020. Whether that be a lease option, a rent to rent, whatever it may be, get control of that property or purchase it before the end of the year. Book 3 meetings with Progressive VIPs. So we spoke about Progressive VIP earlier. Book at least 3 meetings with Progressive VIP members. They are the most successful people in property right now in the UK. Book meetings with them. Try and get to know as many of them as you can. So you can either be a VIP member, and if not, as a minimum, you want to be speaking to VIP members and building connections with those people. They are the movers and shakers. They are the action takers. They are the ones that are out there with the biggest results and taking the most actions right now with the clearest plan. So you want to be aligning yourself to those people. Direct marketing. So as getting your marketing pack ready in month 2, month 3 is about actually distributing it. So start your leaflet drops, start your other marketing campaigns. So where do you drop it? How do you drop it? When do you drop it? All of that sort of stuff, right? Get your marketing plan fully in place. Focus on smaller number of houses and then repeat every single month. So a small number of property and then repeat the marketing monthly. Remember, it's about 7 points of contact. Somebody blanket dropping a load of marketing is just a waste of money because you've only been seen once. You've got to be seen more regularly. And plan to launch your 20. So that first 90 days is all about your 70% thing, your main strategy. Then start planning to launch your 20% strategy and your 10%. And you want to be systemizing the 70, bringing your 20 up to the 70, bringing your 10 up to the 20 and getting in a new 10. And we do that each year, looking to systemize at least one strategy. That's your first 90 days, guys. Then we move into the next 180 days. That's the first 3 months of 2021. What are you going to be doing in the first 3 months of 2021? What is your plan? Have you got consistent action? Have you got that clear vision? Get the help and support of a coach or a mentor to very clearly get you a clear plan and make sure that you're taking the action steps towards that clear plan. The opportunity to do that is on the VIP program. So if you do want to join the VIP program, I opened up the ability to provide applications for that earlier today. Get your application forms in today for that VIP program. Remember, that application is just to get you a phone call about whether the program is right for you or not. It is not saying you're joining. Putting an application in is not joining. It is just getting a phone call to discuss it in more detail about whether you are ready for accelerated immersion or not. whether you are ready to scale the business or not, whether you are right for the program or whether the program is right for you. So that is accelerated immersion, guys. The offers today, remember, we have had the No Money Down training. That is a live 2-day training in the room. What I did with the No Money Down training is I also included my rent-to-rent training plus a lifetime joint venture on rent-to-rent. Everything included. The links should appear on your screen for that training. So the No Money Down training, 2-day event, plus a 1-day rent-to-rent event, live in the room, 3-day training. So we put the 2-day No Money Down and the 1-day rent-to-rent together. So you come here for 3 days in a row. And a lifetime joint venture on rent-to-rent, where if you get a rent-to-rent deal that you want to joint venture with me on, so you could get the deal and keep it yourself, or if you want to joint venture with me on it, then when you do, I will give you the entire commitment fee back on the first deal. Should you follow my plan and not get a deal in the first 12 months, then you get your entire commitment fee back as well, and I'll come to your area and we will do the replica of my 24-hour No Money Down challenge in your area, as well as give you the investment back. So that's a 100% money back guarantee, whether you follow the plan and don't get results or follow the plan and do get results and joint venture with me. Then David Siegler's deal packaging, phenomenal opportunity. David has even offered to help you package the deals. So you find the deals, David will teach you how, and he will sell them to his investors in a joint venture also. So a phenomenal opportunity with David. So that's his deal packaging, and that's an online training. And Kevin Panescas, who you've just heard from, offered the serviced accommodation online training as well. So again, a phenomenal opportunity to learn serviced accommodation and all of the benefits that Kevin spoke about with that a few moments ago. And then the VIP for the mentorship program, that is application only. So it's put in your application forms. Again, there should be a link on the screen to those application forms. Guys, it's been an awesome day. I've had fun, and we've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. We've added massive value. Hope you enjoyed the day. I've loved this day. I love delivering this content. I love sharing and my content, and also hearing from people like David Siegler and Kevin Panescas. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as well. I've been Kevin McDonald. You've been listening to the Property Revolution Summit. You've been absolutely awesome, and I'll see you soon.